Chapter 1. The Arrival of Darkness. In this world, an eternal chill of darkness enveloped all, heralding the imminent end of an era. No! Lu Han's eyes brimmed with tears as he rose abruptly, fueled by a surge of rage. Yet, his expression suddenly shifted to one of bewilderment. Why am I in an office? He gazed in astonishment at the programmers clad in white shirts around him. His face was a canvas of surprise, while the surrounding coders stifled their laughter, casting mocking glances in his direction, incessantly pointing and whispering. Look at this good for nothing, what is he doing? Don't mind him, a useless person is still a useless person. His girlfriend has been snatched away. Lu Han stood dumbfounded before this scene. Wasn't he, the strongest assassin of humanity, currently engaged in battle with the Corpse King? How had he suddenly found himself in an office in the blink of an eye? Moreover, it was unmistakably the company he had worked for before the apocalypse. The Corpse King shattered my heart. I should be dead, right? Could it be? Lu Han scanned the surroundings in confusion, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Wasn't this a clear case of rebirth? A wave of exhilaration surged through his mind. He slammed his fist onto the desk before him. Indeed, he had been reborn. Yet the harrowing images from his previous life remained vividly etched in his memory. Countless comrades lay lifeless across the battlefield. The commander, responsible for their demise, grinned maliciously from behind the screen. At this thought, Lu Han's fists clenched so tightly that blood began to seep through his skin. This rebirth was a divine opportunity for revenge. As Lu Han angrily envisioned the act of slaying the commander, a sudden pain pierced his chest, accompanied by a chilling voice. Dark Insect King system activated. This notification only brightened Lu Han's smile further. Even the heavens were aiding him in his quest for vengeance. While Lu Han coldly surveyed his surroundings, plotting how to survive the early days of the apocalypse had already commenced. Before him, colleagues convulsed frantically, lunging at one another like ravenous beasts. They tore at friends' arms and gnawed on colleagues' faces. The office descended into chaos as similar horrors unfolded. How could these frail, white-collar workers resist? In mere moments, the office was strewn with corpses. Lu Han furrowed his brow. Everything before him felt painfully familiar. Drawing a deep breath, Lu Han's expression suddenly hardened. A palpable aura of killing intent radiated from him. Simultaneously, those around him turned pale, their bodies trembling involuntarily. As they glanced once more at Lu Han, the mockery on their faces morphed into profound fear. Yet, some managed to suppress their dread, shouting in despair, "What are these monsters? Could they be zombies? Are they like the zombies from the movies?" The entire office devolved into pandemonium, with everyone in a state of panic. At that moment, under the astonished gazes of his colleagues, Lu Han suddenly surged forward, like a cannonball. With a resounding bang, the ferocity on the zombie's face vanished in an instant, leaving behind a lifeless corpse. All his colleagues stood in shock, frozen in disbelief. Was this truly the Lu Han they had derided as useless? After accomplishing this feat, a notification echoed in Lu Han's ears. Unit: Zombie has been tamed. Caught in the heat of battle, Lu Han paused momentarily in surprise, yet did not relent. Instead, he continued to roar and grapple with the zombie. Meanwhile, nearby zombies suddenly appeared dazed, turning to attack their fellow undead. At that moment, Lu Han resembled a fierce tiger unleashed upon a flock of sheep. His eyes gleamed with malice, greed, and the thirst for slaughter. Before long, the zombies were eradicated entirely. The surviving colleagues wore expressions of sheer horror. Was this truly the Lu Han they all knew as a failure? What a ridiculous notion. Following Lu Han's display of power, a woman abruptly burst through the door and collapsed on the floor. Simultaneously, a grotesque zombie lunged at her, pinning her down. Lu Han's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. This was an old acquaintance. The woman was none other than his ex-girlfriend, who had abandoned him. Jean Curson. A cold smile crept across Lu Han's face. Yet, he resolutely rushed forward. Turning a blind eye to a woman in distress was not the behavior of a man. With a flurry of fierce attacks, he twisted the zombie's head 180 degrees. Jean Curson was thus saved. Stunned, she gaped at the formidable Lu Han, forgetting to wipe the grime from her face. Lu Han merely shot her a frigid smile, then silently turned away to deal with the remaining zombies. Only Jean Curson remained, astonished, staring at Lu Han's retreating figure. Having endured the apocalypse for years, the sentiments of romance had long since turned to worthless dross in Lu Han's eyes. Instead, this rebirth filled him with unexpected delight. The powerful combat instincts from his past life, coupled with the system's enhancements, made revenge within reach. He lifted his gaze. Before him, the zombies stood dazed, akin to a lapdog awaiting its master's command. This must be the source of the peculiar sounds he had heard earlier. In other words, this zombie was now under his control. With a simple thought, the zombie obediently executed the corresponding actions. Lu Han grinned widely at the sight. He then eagerly turned his attention to the strange interface that had appeared in his mind. Development Progress Level 1, Devour Progress, 610. This must be the means of system upgrades, indicating that he needed 4 more zombies to level up. Shaking his head, Lu Han cleared his mind of distractions. Then, filled with excitement, he picked up a watermelon knife with determination. Under the astonished and fearful gazes of his colleagues, he strode confidently out of the room. He could hardly wait to uncover the nature of his upgraded self. The terrifying zombies were indeed a dreadful sight. Yet Lu Han, the god of slaughter with 1,000,000 kills, was far more terrifying. Though his current body was not as strong as before his rebirth, the immense hatred bestowed upon him boundless strength. He despised the commander who had treated them as pawns, burying all his comrades in a tide of corpses. He detested the commander's feigned benevolence, deceiving all the iron-blooded soldiers into perishing in the sea of the dead, merely for his son's laughable position. The images of his comrades' final moments haunted him vividly. They were a brave and valiant group of men, yet they had been toyed with by those filthy politicians. Revenge! It must be avenged. This was the singular thought etched into Lu Han's mind. To eliminate those in power and seize control of his own destiny. Lu Han cast a glance at his colleagues, their faces marred by fear and regret, and with a cold smirk, he prepared to leave the office. However, Jean Curson, the one who had betrayed him, suddenly rushed over and clutched Lu Han's arm. "Save me! I don't want to die!" Lu Han's expression was one of cold amusement. Such was fate, bringing this wretched woman before him. The very Lu Han she had once discarded. The one who had struggled through death countless times in the apocalypse. The outcome was all but predictable. "Get away!" With a sinister grin, Lu Han gazed at the woman, laughing heartily as he exited the office. Jean Curson stood there astonished. What had happened to the Lu Han who had come running at the mere crook of her finger? He seemed transformed, powerful, domineering, as if he could achieve anything. But now, it was too late for regrets in Lu Han's eyes. She was naught but a dog. Setting aside these interludes, Lu Han entered the empty hall and surveyed his surroundings. The other offices were likely in complete disarray, and the bloodshed from earlier would be no less. Pushing open a door at random, Lu Han indeed found several zombies huddled together, feasting on a corpse. With a frigid expression, he advanced swiftly, raising his knife high. The watermelon knife struck fiercely at the zombies' necks, and he didn't stop until his arms ached from exhaustion. The zombies on the ground slowly lost their vitality, and suddenly Lu Han felt a lightness wash over him. Development Progress 1, Devour Progress 120, all skill levels 1, obtained unknown insect egg. Lu Han shook his head, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fading, and instinctively began to inspect the system interface. The system was his greatest reliance. He needed to familiarize himself with it quickly, for he had no desire to die in this world as a mere reincarnator. In his mind's eye, a fantastical virtual interface appeared, featuring an icon resembling a brain, with the development progress displayed at level 2. The image was peculiar, but Lu Han was more concerned with the accompanying descriptions. At level 2, the Dark Insect King's brainwaves enabled the host to emit brainwaves with a 10% chance of completely controlling 2 units. At level 2, Dignity enhanced the combat power of friendly units within a 100-meter radius by 10% while weakening enemy units by the same margin. At level 2, Glory ensured that the Insect King would not allow his subordinates to be harmed, healing any unit's injuries through nutrients. At level 2, Devour provided nourishment for the Insect King's brain with each enemy slain, resulting in functional enhancements. The unknown insect egg was of an unspecified type, with unknown hatching time. Upon viewing the interface before him, Luhan's lips curled into a mysterious smile as flashes of the figures who had fought valiantly to protect him crossed his mind. This was the power known as revenge. Chapter 2. Decisive action. As Luhan's thoughts whirled, his vision momentarily blurred, and he suddenly beheld two figures rushing towards him with menacing gestures. A wicked smile crept onto his lips as he promptly unleashed a wave of his Insect King's psychic energy. The two zombies halted in their tracks, obediently complying. Initially, he could control only one at a time. As he exerted his influence over the second, the first would break free. Hence, he was now able to command two zombies. Should his progress reach 3, would he not then control 3? And if he could reach 100 or even 1,000? Ha ha! I shall become prosperous. Luhan chuckled heartily, his gaze becoming vacuous as he fantasized about unifying the earth. You wretched commander, you caused my tragic demise at the hands of the Zombie King. This time, I shall ensure your ruin. A smile of longing adorned Luhan's face. Yet he was abruptly jolted back to reality by a shadow lunging towards him. Delivering a brutal punch, with a resounding thud, Luhan was sent sprawling to the ground, utterly unprepared. You bastard! Luhan, you must have foreseen all this, right? No wonder your behavior today has been so peculiar. You knew this would happen, didn't you? Luhan, gritting his teeth against the pain, cast a glance over. Apart from a bespectacled boy, the others regarded him with mocking expressions. Damn, this reborn body is far too weak. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise from the ground. Luhan glared fiercely at the assailant before him. This was Zhang Tian, his old adversary from the company. The group surrounding him sneered and pointed at Luhan. Suddenly, Zhang Tian's expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze on the zombies behind Luhan. Zombies, Brother Tian, retreat! Cried several of Zhang Tian's colleagues, their faces paling. Zhang Tian's pupils contracted as he beheld the zombies looming behind Luhan. Too close for comfort, ready to pounce at any moment. Luhan raised an eyebrow, following Zhang Tian's line of sight to the two zombies. He chuckled softly, striding toward Zhang Tian, standing at a height of 178 centimeters. Coupled with Luhan's resolute expression, his aura was not diminished by Zhang Tian's towering presence. With a single punch, Zhang Tian was sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth as he flew backward. It was said that Zhang Tian had stolen Luhan's girlfriend, but did Luhan care? Not in the slightest. She was merely the two culprits became acutely aware of the dire consequences they had instigated, frantically attempting to squeeze into the elevator. However, the zombies lurking in the shadows surged forth like a relentless tide. Before the elevator doors could close, the undead had already crowded together, effectively jamming the entrance. Utilizing the dim light to navigate, Luhan sought an escape route, but suddenly, dozens of zombies emerged from the darkness, encircling them within mere seconds. Trapped, the bespectacled man wore a mask of despair, while Luhan gritted his teeth. Gripping the watermelon knife tightly, his gaze fixed upon the approaching horde of over 20 zombies. At that moment, the thought of reaching the elevator seemed utterly delusional, as Luhan was at least 50 meters away from it. Moreover, the elevator was already teeming with zombies. If Luhan wished to make a dash for the elevator, he would first have to contend with the dozen or so zombies besieging those two fools. Such a feat was patently impossible. Casting a glance at the two zombies accompanying him, an idea struck Luhan. He commanded the two zombies to the front to provide cover, seizing the opportunity to strike whenever possible. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man, paralyzed with fear, wished he could simply lie on the ground and feign death. Luhan, exasperated, shot him a look before continuing to dispatch zombies under the protection of his pets. Bolstered by the imposing presence of the Insect King, the zombies under Luhan's control were significantly stronger than their counterparts. Around them, the other zombies seemed to lose some of their combat prowess under the Insect King's influence. In this interplay of strengths and weaknesses, Lu Han's two controlled zombies managed to withstand the onslaught of the dozen or so zombies before them. Curiously, all the zombies prioritized attacking the ones Lu Han commanded, a fact he had not anticipated. Taking advantage of this unexpected boon, Lu Han wielded the watermelon knife, delivering decisive blows to the heads of the zombies. With the assistance of his two zombies, he single-handedly obliterated the dozen zombies that had encircled him. However, his moment of triumph was short-lived, as a new wave of zombies surged forth. Seizing an opportunity, Lu Han sprinted towards a nearby car, shattering the window and swiftly climbing inside. Most vehicles in this apocalyptic world lacked keys, so Lu Han had long mastered the art of hot-wiring cars. With the roar of the engine, he accelerated, intent on breaking free from the underground garage. "Wait for me!" Lu Han glanced back, realizing in his moment of panic that he had inadvertently left the bespectacled man behind, who was now shouting from about 3 meters away from the car's rear. Gritting his teeth, Lu Han noted the approaching zombies drawing nearer, the situation growing increasingly dire. Yet, he could not bear the thought of this innocent youth perishing here unnecessarily. "Comrade, how could I abandon you?" This was a conviction Lu Han held steadfastly. "Hurry up, do you want to die?" he bellowed in fury. Upon hearing Lu Han's voice, the bespectacled man hastily pushed off the ground, but his frail body could not support another sprint, causing him to stumble and fall. Lu Han cursed under his breath and quickly shifted the car into reverse, as the zombies were now less than 3 meters away. In this moment of peril, Lu Han felt an unusual surge of strength, yanking the bespectacled man's hand with a fierce pull, hoisting him into the vehicle. He pressed the accelerator hard, and the car, with a deafening roar, nearly leaped off the ground before barreling forward with tremendous force. Only then did Lu Han's grim expression soften slightly. Now all he needed to do was drive recklessly to escape this place. Under Lu Han's skillful control, the car tore through the garage, crushing any zombies that obstructed its path. At that moment, Lu Han was unexpectedly met with the emotionless voice of the system. "Devour Progress 1, Devour Progress 1, Devour." A series of notifications flooded Lu Han's mind, his previously tense expression morphing into one of astonishment and delight. To his astonishment, even zombies killed by vehicles counted towards the system. Was this not a perfect opportunity for him to farm points? Glancing around, Lu Han noted the garage was populated with at least 40 zombies, easily providing him with ample opportunities to rack up points. The car, under Lu Han's command, began to ram into everything in sight, leaving no corner untouched, all for the sake of accumulating points. This frenzied process did not last long before a cheerful notification chimed in again. Lu Han's development progress had reached level 3. This meant all his skills had attained level 3, and he could now control 3 zombies. After gaining control of another zombie, Lu Han's army had grown to 3 as he continued to drive the vehicle. Crushing the remaining zombies. It seemed that the end of the workday had arrived, as the number of zombies in the garage had noticeably increased. By the time Lu Han realized this, he had cleared the area of zombies. Yet he still felt unsatisfied, searching for more. Checking his Devour Progress, Lu Han suddenly let out a peculiar laugh. His Devour Progress had reached 2730, just a hair's breadth away from leveling up. This meant that after eliminating 3 more zombies, he would be able to control 4 zombies. Lu Han anxiously surveyed the vicinity, but the zombies had indeed been eradicated. His foot pressed the accelerator impatiently, and he scanned the area, desperate for those last few points. He could not rest easy until he obtained them. As he searched, Lu Han unexpectedly stumbled upon a cluster of figures huddled together around a corner. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was those 2 fools from earlier. They had become completely trapped by zombies in the elevator. Already ravaged and bloodied, utterly lifeless, Lu Han let out a derisive laugh, surveying the scattered corpses, and opened the car door, striding towards the 2 imbeciles. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man, still shaken, sat in the passenger seat. Upon seeing Lu Han exit the vehicle, he panically scrambled out, following Lu Han, convinced that this terrifying man could surely lead him out of this hellish place. The bespectacled man gazed at Lu Han's retreating form, his eyes brimming with determination. This man was like a demon. His fervor while crushing the zombies had been akin to a mad scientist discovering a new world. Lu Han, oblivious to the man's thoughts, approached the elevator with a cold smile. Inside, the elevator was awash in foul blood, and the 2 fools were as dead as could be. Lu Han couldn't help but reflect. This is the fate of fools. The bespectacled man began to retch at the sight, while Lu Han, chuckling heartily, released a wave of mental control over one of the zombies. The number of zombies under his command had now increased to 4. Under Lu Han's directive, the 4 zombies charged into the elevator, engaging in fierce combat with the ordinary zombies within. Enhanced by the Insect King's authority, Lu Han's controlled zombies proved significantly stronger than the standard ones, and within moments, they tore through the zombies inside the elevator. Lu Han closed his eyes in satisfaction as a delightful notification rang in his mind. Development Progress 1. Chapter 4. The collective entity with hollow eyes and a blissful grin. Lu Han fixated on the bespectacled man, who trembled in fear beside him. 4 zombies were still insufficient. Soon, superhumans would emerge, and he needed to continue devouring. Lu Han's expression fluctuated between turmoil, seriousness, and cold amusement. The bespectacled man turned his head away, refusing to meet Lu Han's gaze, ignoring the maniacal laughter emanating from him. Minutes passed, and the bespectacled man finally broke down. "I can't take it anymore. What's wrong? Zombies. Where are the zombies?" Lu Han was suddenly jolted awake, hastily rising to look around, only to find the surroundings utterly empty. Where was the danger? With a fierce glare at the bespectacled man, Lu Han, in a fit of pique, strode towards the car. The basement was suffused with an eerie chill. Remnants of dismembered limbs and severed body parts scattered everywhere, an utterly chilling sight. Lu Han climbed into the car, displeased, and pressed the accelerator. He was a man who bore grudges. After all, who had frightened him just moments ago? "Ha! Serves you right for scaring me," Lu Han cackled, driving the car while the panicked, bespectacled man chased after him. Through the rearview mirror, Lu Han observed the terrified expression of the bespectacled man, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he alternated between speeding up and slowing down. Only when he had vented his frustrations did he finally stop, allowing the dejected, bespectacled man to climb into the car. Setting aside this minor episode, the chill of the garage gradually receded from Lu Han, as the sunlight from outside began to illuminate his entire field of vision. Before him lay a horde of zombies attacking a group of people. "Oh yeah, so many zombies. This is more than enough to boost my development progress several levels." Lu Han gazed at the immense horde of zombies before him, exhilaration surging through him as he let out a jubilant cheer. He drove his vehicle recklessly towards the nearby group of undead, which were currently besieging a small cluster of humans. Judging by the scene, it seemed that those unfortunate citizens, bitten and clawed, were unlikely to survive and would soon undergo their grotesque transformation. After casting out a mind wave from his Insect King, one of the zombies shuddered violently, suddenly turning against its comrades and beginning to gnaw at them. This was undoubtedly Lu Han's ingenious handiwork, and the other 3 zombies under his control soon followed suit, racing forth to eliminate their rogue kin. The kinetic energy of the vehicle was far beyond what a mere 100-odd-pound zombie could withstand. With a slight collision, the undead were reduced to mere fragments. As Lu Han crushed his way through, he had undoubtedly obliterated at least 7 or 8 zombies, while the bespectacled man beside him had gone from initially retching at the sight of blood to wearing a blank expression. It appeared he had grown accustomed to Lu Han's methods. "What is your name again?" Lu Han inquired, feeling rather relaxed given the ease with which he was dispatching the zombies. "Oh, I am called Wu Xin. I suppose you didn't recognize me. Perhaps I have been too taciturn," Wu Xin replied, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Wu Xin, Lu Han mused, noting the name as vaguely familiar. Lu Han had already driven his vehicle over the zombies in this street, and the remaining undead were scattered, easily dispatched one by one. Yet, he understood that in the near future, the human infection would spread, and zombies would begin to appear in droves, heralding the true onset of the apocalypse. The system was currently his only weapon. If he did not seize this opportunity to accumulate strength, the impending tide of corpses would be utterly lethal. Lu Han silently surveyed the desolate street. The zombies he remembered were certainly not this sparse and fragmented. Continuing to drive, Lu Han sought out isolated or smaller groups of zombies, scouring every alley, street, and even shops and offices. However, it was as if the undead had vanished into thin air. Aside from the corpses littering the ground, not a single shadow of a zombie was to be found. How peculiar. This shouldn't be the case. Had the local authorities swiftly detected and contained this crisis? Furrowing his brow in contemplation of the details, Lu Han refused to believe that the threat had been so easily averted. So, what could be the reason? Had the zombies developed a form of self-awareness and hidden themselves away? As Lu Han grappled with these thoughts, a subtle tremor jolted him from his reverie. Instinctively turning towards the source of the vibration, Lu Han's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "A conglomerate." The conglomerate was a monstrosity formed by starving zombies consuming one another. Its strength surpassed even that of a second-tier superhuman. No wonder the surrounding zombies had suddenly vanished. They had amalgamated into this entity. Yet, such a creature should not have manifested at this stage. Lu Han tugged at his hair in frustration. Was this some form of butterfly effect? This conglomerate was beyond anything he could contend with at present. Lu Han glared at the grotesque creature composed of countless zombies, continually linking various scenarios in his mind to draw conclusions. Ultimately, he arrived at an inescapable verdict. The answer was beyond comprehension. If he had reached the strength of a first-tier superhuman, he could at least rely on agility and tactics to engage this beast. But as it stood, Lu Han had yet to even grasp the tale of a first-tier superhuman. With no options left, he could only utilize the system to maintain control over the zombies, wearing them down. Guiding his 4 subservient zombies towards the conglomerate, Lu Han kept his vehicle at a safe distance. The conglomerate's attack characteristics were remarkably unique. It would roll and crush enemies into its mass. Yet, it bore a critical weakness. It could only attack when in close proximity to its foes. Unable to reach beyond half a meter, however, Lu Han lacked long-range offensive capabilities. A reckless assault could lead to him being drawn into the creature's body. This was troublesome. Lu Han sighed softly, glancing at the menacing conglomerate. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes that, of course, if these zombies could consume one another to form a conglomerate, then perhaps the ones under his control could also evolve into this form. Slapping his forehead, Lu Han quickly commanded his zombies to retreat. Steering the 4 staggering undead, he dashed about in a frenzy. He needed to find enough zombies for his 4 to devour and evolve. Found it. Next location, move on. Still not enough. Keep consuming. Lu Han overturned every nook and cranny in the surrounding alleys. His development progress was nearly breaking through, yet there were still no signs of evolution among the 4 zombies towards the conglomerate. Where could the problem lie? Was the conglomerate not a result of consumption, but rather due to some unknown factor? As Lu Han sprinted, deep in thought, he failed to notice that the 4 zombies had effortlessly kept pace with him. Behind them, the conglomerate rolled and churned, utilizing its distinctive method to pursue Lu Han, maintaining a constant distance of about 100 meters. When Lu Han finally noticed the shadow looming before him, he was astounded to find himself cornered in a dead end. What a grave miscalculation! What could he do now? The conglomerate's strength was such that even standing still, he could not defeat it. In this critical moment, rather than succumbing to panic, Lu Han felt a strange calm wash over him, the anxiety vanishing from his face. He turned indifferently to face the monstrous conglomerate. At last, Lu Han confronted this hideous creature directly. The abominable being was enshrouded in a murky glow emanating from the 4 zombies at his command. Yet, Lu Han remained oblivious, his focus solely on the conglomerate as he contemplated his strategy. His expression stoic as he stared at the towering mass of zombies. Suddenly, a wicked smile crept upon Lu Han's face. Since he could not evolve into a conglomerate, he decided to pounce on it instead. Chapter 5. The true nature of the conglomerate. Lu Han charged towards the base of the conglomerate, gripping a watermelon knife that had mysteriously found its way back into his hand. The 4 zombies at his side followed suit, closing in on the conglomerate, their surrounding dark aura growing ever more luminous. With a savage expression, Lu Han brought the watermelon knife crashing down into the conglomerate's mass. But it barely sank a couple of centimeters. Damn, was his body too feeble? It seemed he needed to engage in more rigorous training. After his initial strike failed, Lu Han's extensive combat experience kicked in, urging him to retreat swiftly, but his body could not keep pace with his mind, leaving him unable to execute the rapid withdrawal. This conflicting force caused him to lose his balance, tumbling heavily to the ground. Lu Han gritted his teeth, desperately using the knife to prop himself up, only to be met with a sharp pain in his ankle. It was sprained. The enormous conglomerate, enmeshed with swarming zombies, rolled towards him, their frenzied hands reaching out. The foul stench emanating from the conglomerate invaded Lu Han's nostrils. In just 2 seconds, the zombie ball would crush Lu Han beneath its weight, yet he found himself immobilized. With death looming ever closer, despair washed over Lu Han's face as he envisioned being torn apart and becoming part of the conglomerate, his grip on the watermelon knife tightening in a reflexive response. Was he to die so soon after being revived? It seemed that even with the miracle of rebirth, he was still not the main character. Just like the last battle, he was merely a pawn on this battlefield. Did he wish for the admiration of the masses, to become a hero? A scarred young man with raven hair stood rigidly, facing a commanding officer's harsh reprimand, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury. The officer's expression was one of derision and mockery. "Hero, never forget, you are but a dog I keep. You bite when I command, and you eat filth when I say so. Understand?" This was a grand battle. That scarred youth had transformed into a resolute man. His gaze was steadfast, filled with hope, a yearning for victory, a longing for strength. "Lu Han, my body is failing me. If you can lead us to victory in this battle, you shall be our commander. Please, Lu Han, this is my only plea to you. You must win. You must." The gray-haired commander, seemingly aged and weary, gazed imploringly at the scarred man, summoning his last vestiges of strength to shout. The scene shifted to a battlefield engulfed in chaos, where evolved zombies rampaged, Tier 3 undead swarmed like dust, and Tier 4 zombies had formed a terrifying sea of corpses. The most fearsome Tier 5 zombies had also begun to litter the battlefield. Explosions echoed all around, the air thick with the scent of death and gunpowder. The scarred man, with an expression of resolute determination, led a fierce band of warriors into the lair of the Corpse King. The battle was extraordinarily intense. The formidable man managed to slay the Corpse King, yet in its dying throes, the beast pierced his heart, staring in shock at the lifeless bodies of his comrades strewn across the ground. The man realized he was merely a pawn in this game, and now, the pawn's role had been fulfilled. Thoughts of vengeance surged within him. He yearned to annihilate everything, even those who called themselves agents of justice. A deep-seated hatred brewed within him. How could he face death when his revenge remained unfulfilled? His body felt limp, his ankle twisted, rendering him unable to flee. Was there any hope left? But he still had the system. Surely it would protect its master. He could not perish just yet as he faced imminent peril. The dark neural waves of the Insect King activated automatically. Beep, control failed. Beep, control failed. The alerts were unusually urgent, causing Lu Han to frown in confusion at the approaching amalgamation. Unable to exert control, of course, it was to be expected. Otherwise, he could simply command the monsters upon encountering them. The thought was preposterous. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Han's eyes as he prepared to close them and await death, only to suddenly catch sight of 4 dark shadows dashing out beside him. The gust of wind from their swift movement forced Lu Han to shut his eyes. When he finally opened them, he beheld 4 zombies, radiating dark energy, fiercely attacking the amalgamation. His subordinates, once sluggish, had transformed into blindingly swift entities. Each time the amalgamation was assaulted, it attempted to ensnare these zombies for assimilation. Yet each time they evaded capture with remarkable speed. Were these the zombies I controlled? How have they changed so drastically? Lu Han watched in astonishment as this chaotic scene unfolded, incredulously sensing a connection with the 4 zombies. Indeed, they were the very same he had commanded earlier. What had transpired? Did the previous devouring not lead them to evolve into an amalgamation, but rather into something else entirely? The zombies, aglow with dark energy, moved with astonishing speed, swiftly tearing apart the zombies that formed the amalgamation. In this exchange of loss, Lu Han sensed that the speed of the 4 zombies was increasing. This was evolution. With each dismemberment and consumption, he heard a notification sound, and in no time, he had accrued a dozen or so devouring points. Remarkably, even the zombies under my control contributed to my devouring progress. The system's restrictions were unexpectedly lenient, one might even say non-existent. By the time Lu Han emerged from his reverie, the amalgamation had vanished, leaving behind only a few zombies still clinging together. A sly grin crept across his face as he instinctively released the Insect King's neural waves towards the amalgamation once more, only to be met with the familiar notification of control failure. It seemed the issue was not one of quantity, but rather that the amalgamation's level far exceeded his own. rendering it uncontrollable. Since control was futile, he resolved to eradicate the amalgamation entirely. At the very least, the remaining zombies would yield some devouring points. With this mental cue, the 4 zombies lunged at the nearly lifeless amalgamation. Letting out ferocious roars, with a series of sickening cracks, the remaining zombies were torn apart, and the amalgamation was declared utterly defeated. Yet, Lu Han did not express joy. In that fleeting moment, he had not received the notification of devouring progress. In other words, the amalgamation was not truly dead. Just as Lu Han stood in stunned silence, a small shadow erupted from the wreckage of the zombies. Before he could issue a command, the 4 zombies darted after the diminutive creature. Capturing it with ease, it was then that Lu Han realized, as if the earlier sprain had vanished, he stood up. Curiosity etched across his face as he approached to inspect the small monster tightly gripped in the zombie's grasp. It resembled a creature akin to a hedgehog, but its spines were surprisingly soft. It must have used these tendrils to connect with numerous zombies, facilitating the formation of the amalgamation. No wonder I failed earlier. It seems my understanding of amalgamations was fundamentally flawed. Lu Han, like many others, had likely harbored misconceptions about them in Lu Han's world. No one chose to battle such creatures, for they yielded no valuable materials. Channeling the Insect King's neural waves towards this small creature, Lu Han's expression finally broke into a peculiar smile. Unit: Juvenile Centipede, Taming Successful, Devouring Progress 20, Development Progress 1, Total Devouring Progress 1660. With Development Progress reaching level 5, the system unlocked a new skill, Legion of the Dark Insect King, granting the host a mysterious lottery opportunity. Chapter 6, The First Insectoid Minion, Development Progress Level 6. All skills upgraded to Level 6. This meant the number of controllable entities had now reached 6, and the Insect King's dominion extended to 300 meters. A span of 300 meters implied that Lu Han could now deploy his minions for ranged assaults. Most significantly, he had acquired a new skill, Legion of the Dark Insect King. This skill granted a chance for enemy corpses to produce insectoid units upon their demise, with rarity determined by the nature of the deceased entities. Next came the much-anticipated mysterious lottery. A virtual interface resembling a spinning wheel appeared in Lu Han's mind, and under his mental direction, it began to whirl chaotically. The pointer danced across a spectrum of colorful segments. Drawing from his experience in online gaming, Lu Han instinctively believed that brighter colors signified greater rarity. The pointer gradually slowed, finally halting at a white segment, and Lu Han's expression darkened instantly. The mysterious lottery yielded no announcement of items, prompting Lu Han to swiftly glance at the white segment quietly resting in his inventory. Obsidian Throne, detailed description, none, rarity, none. Only this simple line of description remained, devoid of any further information. However, Lu Han's expression blossomed with excitement. Anyone familiar with games knew that items bearing such vague descriptions were likely to be extraordinarily rare treasures. Shaking off his previous thoughts, Lu Han opened his eyes with a smile, just in time to see Wu Xian staring expressionlessly at a group of suit-clad individuals below, frantically fleeing. Lu Han sighed, shaking his head slightly as he pulled Wu Xian away from the balcony. This kind-hearted fellow was once again inclined to show mercy. If Lu Han were strong enough to disregard the zombies, he would indeed wish to save others, but presently, he lacked the requisite power. Moreover, he was still uncertain about the functions of his new skill and item. It would be unwise to take unnecessary risks. As Lu Han turned to descend the staircase, the 4 pet zombies trailing behind him suddenly trembled violently. Concurrently, an overwhelming desire to feed surged from the pet zombies into Lu Han's mind. Such an intense hunger. Were these creatures about to evolve? Casting a strange glance at his pets, Lu Han nodded slightly. And the 4, cloaked in dark energy, leaped downward with remarkable agility. This was the top floor of the building, 6 stories high. Yet the 4 pets seemed to defy gravity, landing gracefully on the ground. Lu Han stood at the edge of the balcony, quietly observing the movements of his minions, eagerly awaiting the outcome. The Insect King's dominion now extended to 300 meters, allowing Lu Han to influence enemies and pets from a distance. This would be his first experimental battle. Should it succeed, he could avoid direct confrontation in the future, merely waiting in the shadows until combat concluded. The thought thrilled him, envisioning a future where Lu Han need not engage directly. Operating his pets from several kilometers away to launch attacks, rendering him nearly invulnerable to his foes. The movements of the 4 pet zombies were swift and powerful. Lu Han noted that since their dark energy had manifested, their strength had multiplied several-fold. Particularly, their speed appeared deceptive. Though they seemed to move slowly, they were, in fact, lightning fast. Excellent, these creatures are accelerating. At this rate, before any superhumans appear, I will already possess the strength to sweep away all opposition. Lu Han's eyes gleamed with fervor as he watched his pets dart below. The zombies pursuing the fleeing individuals were swiftly dispatched, leaving no remnants behind. A satisfied smile spread across Lu Han's face. Lu Gu, how are you controlling these beasts? They seem incredibly powerful, Wu Xian exclaimed, his mouth agape in exaggerated surprise. The typically composed Lu Han, upon hearing this, suddenly wore a mischievous grin directed at Wu Xian before silently turning to descend the stairs. As Lu Han walked ahead, he unexpectedly erupted into a laughter reminiscent of a pig's squeal, sending shivers down Wu Xian's spine. In his moment of distraction, he realized Lu Han had vanished. By the time Wu Xian came to his senses, Lu Han was already standing beside the besieged survivors. Stay back. Though the survivors had just been rescued by the 4 zombies, the sight of such creatures still struck fear, casting Lu Han in a dangerous light in their eyes. Lu Han frowned at the nearly deranged individuals before him, sighed inwardly, and proceeded with his 4 pets to examine the corpses of the slain zombies. According to the earlier skill description, these bodies should have a chance of producing insectoid units, which meant, from this moment onward, Lu Han would become a ruler leading an endless tide of insects. Given sufficient time, he could conquer the entire earth. As Lu Han recalled this, he couldn't help but emit a series of lewd pig-like grunts, which sent chills down the spines of the surrounding survivors. Without further ado, Lu Han rummaged through several zombie corpses and ultimately discovered a peculiar tumor on one of them. The tumor pulsated incessantly, as if it housed a frenzied life form within. Only Lu Han understood that his first insectoid subordinate was about to be born. The other survivors, including Wu Xian, recoiled in fear, their expressions betraying their apprehension. This incessantly throbbing tumor certainly did not appear to be a benign entity. As the tumor quivered more violently, Lu Han's grin grew increasingly exaggerated, his ecstatic demeanor resembling that of a parent eagerly anticipating the birth of a child. With a crack, the tumor shattered, unleashing a transparent liquid. Lu Han, upon witnessing this, hurriedly leaned closer, cradling it gently in his hands, fearful that this little creature might suffer harm upon its emergence. After all, this was the very first of the insectoid kin. It was imperative to protect it, for it held unparalleled sentimental value. As the tumor fragmented, a small beetle emerged, its diminutive form seemingly unremarkable. What is this? Lu Han gaped at the creature, noting its black exoskeleton and 6 slender appendages. If one did not associate it with the insectoid species, it would simply resemble a dung beetle, much to his dismay, utter disappointment. His high hopes had been dashed. Where was the formidable insectoid unit? What is the meaning of this dung beetle? The surrounding survivors watched as Lu Han's expression shifted from fervent anticipation to the cold realization that this was not his biological offspring. They swallowed nervously and took a few steps back. Regardless, it was best to maintain some distance from this individual, they all thought, including Wu Xian. Thus, Wu Xian and the other survivors abandoned Lu Han. Engaging in casual chatter amongst themselves, only Lu Han remained, standing quietly, oscillating between neurotic laughter and despondent sighs, at times animated, at others, making strange noises. Wu Xian shook his head repeatedly, explaining to the bewildered survivors that he did not know this man. Chapter 7. The worst scenario. The weather was splendid, and Lu Han took the opportunity to bask in the sun atop the vehicle's roof. Ever since he hatched an ordinary dung beetle, he had abandoned the idea of continuing to grind for monsters here. After conferring with Wu Xian, the two drove recklessly down the highway, initially heading towards Wu Xian's hometown. The apocalypse had only just begun, and within a day, many tragedies had yet to unfold. Lu Han wished to spare the kind-hearted Wu Xian any suffering. When Wu Xian inquired why Lu Han did not return to his own hometown, Lu Han surprisingly revealed a glimmer of sorrow. His parents? He wondered if those two strangers had even remembered the existence of their biological son. Since his birth, Lu Han had lived alone, supported by the local community. frequently changing foster homes every 2 to 3 months. However, the nature of the Chinese people places great emphasis on blood relations. An adopted child would always be viewed with suspicion. Who would willingly adopt an orphan of unknown origins? Through such a tumultuous life, Lu Han grew up step by step, beginning to work part-time at the age of 10 to ensure his survival. This tragic circumstance persisted until he enlisted in the military. For Lu Han, the army was akin to paradise. His diligent efforts allowed him to thrive in that environment, where comrades treated him like family. It was there that he rarely experienced the joy of living. Thus, for Lu Han, his sense of belonging to the military far surpassed any connection to his parents. But damn the apocalypse for snatching away the lives of his comrades. No, it wasn't the apocalypse. It was that treacherous commander. Lu Han gripped the watermelon knife tightly, while Wu Xian, sensing the tension, cast a concerned glance his way. Lu Gu, though I don't know what painful experiences you've endured, I believe you have important ties. Don't you wish to see them? Lu Han forced a strained smile, turning away from Wu Xian. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. The typically whimsical Lu Han bore a rare seriousness, occasionally sporting a blank expression with his mouth slightly agape. Wu Xian shook his head, pondering how excruciating an experience must be to dampen the spirit of someone inherently whimsical. Hatching. The terrifying unknown beast is about to emerge. Lu Han's expression remained grave. His lips parted as he fixated on a larvae within a virtual interface, silently howling in anticipation. The egg cracked open, revealing tiny fissures, and just as the creature was poised to break free, it inexplicably fell silent once more. Frustrated, Lu Han smacked his thigh, his face flushed with excitement as he flailed his arms. It's being born. This astonishingly terrifying creature, hurry and emerge. Wu Xian, overwhelmed by Lu Han's fervent antics, turned pale and trembled as he opened the driver's door and leaped out. With a loud thud, the car, now driverless, crashed into a nearby tree, jolting Lu Han from his reverie. Furrowing his brow, he scanned the surroundings and jumped from the passenger seat, spotting Wu Xian watching him warily from a distance. What is wrong? Why are you so far away? Oh, it was too hot in the car, so I stepped out for some fresh air. Wu Xian's expression remained impassive as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Ever since traveling with this man, he had been subjected to a myriad of bizarre expressions and laughter. His mental state seemed unstable, hardly the traits of a reliable companion. Too hot for fresh air? What is going on? Lu Han took a couple of steps forward, prompting Wu Xian to take a couple of steps back, causing Lu Han to furrow his brow in confusion. Lu Gu, it's fine. I prefer to maintain a certain distance from others. Stop talking nonsense. Come here. Aren't we on our way? Your parents are waiting for you at home. Wu Xian swallowed, his expression still unreadable. Even if you say that, Suddenly, with a thud, a bespectacled gentleman was knocked unconscious, and the man, looking exasperated, hoisted him into the vehicle. With power, there's no justice. Without further ado, the two resumed their journey to visit Wu Xian's parents. On the vast highway, Lu Han chatted cheerfully, yet upon closer inspection, the bespectacled man remained silent, his lips tightly sealed. Hey, Wu Xian, I admit I was wrong this time. I promise I won't act that way again. All right. Wu Xian remained stoic, not uttering a word, while Lu Han continued to talk to himself. An hour later, they finally approached the outline of the town Wu Xian had described. At this point, Wu Xian began to exhibit signs of normalcy, his eyes reflecting a mix of anticipation and anxiety as he looked at Lu Han. Lu Gu, if the situation has deteriorated to the worst possible state, would you be willing to survive alongside me? The reflection of white light glinted off Wu Xian's glasses, making it difficult for Lu Han to discern his expression. He opened his mouth slightly, but ultimately could not find the comforting words. Instead, giving Wu Xian a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Of course, brother. 5 hours had passed since the onset of the apocalypse. The extent of the deterioration was unknown, the official response remained unclear, and the future of humanity was uncertain. The once thriving town lay in ruins. Their vehicle was ensnared in a traffic jam at the highway's entrance, where countless cars were entangled, each one devoid of occupants. Dante panic. Perhaps the people inside are still alive. Lu Han swallowed hard and jumped out through a broken window, with Wu Xian following suit after a moment of silence. The town resembled a stagnant pool of death, suffocating Lu Han with even Wu Xian, who was engulfed in a profound melancholy, shuddered, his pupils constricting as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Han. Chapter 8. The flashing spirit cat before him lay a blurred scene. As if two dark shadows were engaged in combat, Wu Xian rubbed his eyes and rose from the ground. Astonishment etched upon his face as he beheld Lu Han battling against a colossal amalgamation of zombies. No, it was not a battle. That zombie conglomerate seemed to be aiding Lu Han, while the true adversary was a snow-white cat. Swift foes of such speed were indeed formidable. Lu Han, infuriated, took refuge beside the conglomerate, occasionally leaping onto its back for cover. Despite its diminutive size, the white cat possessed an alarming velocity, evading Lu Han's every strike with uncanny precision. Even Lu Han's 4 evolved zombies had been swiftly dispatched by the cat, their heads severed without mercy. The conglomerate, a powerful force created by Lu Han's tamed centipede-like young zombie consuming a multitude of its kind, proved to be a formidable ally. Yet, despite its strength, it could do little to safeguard against the peril posed by the white cat, merely buying time. While concentrating intently on the white cat's movements to anticipate its attacks, Lu Han intermittently unleashed a pulse of the insect king's cerebral waves. Hoping for luck, yet each attempt ended in failure. Cursing under his breath, he commanded the conglomerate to expand its mass, thereby disrupting the white cat's range of movement, while he skillfully utilized the conglomerate's bulk for evasive maneuvers. Concealed within the zombie throng of the conglomerate, Lu Han fixated on a solitary small opening, poised to strike the moment the white cat appeared. His machete twitched with eagerness, but Lu Han's sharp instincts warned him that the cat would strike from behind. Acting on instinct, he hefted the machete and turned with all his might to deliver a blow, just as a white figure burst forth from the conglomerate's form, appearing behind Lu Han in an instant. The machete collided forcefully with the swiftly approaching white cat, penetrating deeply, inflicting grievous wounds. The injured feline emitted pitiful whimpers, its tear-filled eyes gazing mournfully at Lu Han. Sighing heavily, Lu Han felt no compassion for such a creature, promptly releasing another pulse from the insect king's cerebral waves, then relaxing his expression with a chuckle. Ding! The target has sustained Sev. Upon hearing these words, several figures in the darkness rose and glared fiercely at Lu Han, who, undeterred, returned their gaze with equal intensity. Simultaneously, a colossal entity rolled forward with immense momentum, causing the figures to momentarily hesitate before quietly returning to their original positions. After showcasing the formidable prowess of his 2 subordinates, these individuals obediently acquiesced to Lu Han's demands. Excluding the elderly, women, and children, Lu Han selected 10 robust men and even procured 10 makeshift firearms from the villagers. I understand that each of you desires to survive. But how can we ensure our survival? The answer lies in combat. Only by vanquishing these monsters can our town regain its tranquility. Lu Han paced among the 10 men, who listened attentively, their faces etched with tension, especially with the 2 terrifying creatures supervising nearby. Even disregarding the oversight of those beasts, the latent pressure emanating from Lu Han compelled these spirited youths to refrain from defiance. After completing the pre-battle briefing, Lu Han led the group of 10 as they began to descend the staircase, only to be unexpectedly approached by the supermarket owner, who suggested joining them. Lu Han firmly declined, stating, "No, your physique is too unbalanced. You would be too cumbersome in battle and could hinder the team." Thus, under Lu Han's intimidation, a small team was formed. With 2 powerful creatures at their side, the others complied without uttering a word of dissent. Standing at the forefront, Lu Han cast a steely gaze upon the scattered zombies. His plan was to unite the survivor's strength to hunt the undead and enhance his devouring points. Although Lu Han possessed a system, he was still but one man, and the strength of the survivors should not go to waste. It was better utilized to augment his own devouring capabilities. "Everyone, stay close together. My pets will protect you." The 10 men, under Lu Han's leadership, swiftly navigated the streets. Armed with makeshift firearms, their performance was commendable, quickly dispatching any zombies they encountered. After all, the zombies moved slowly, and a physically fit individual posed little danger when confronted by a few of them. During their search, Lu Han managed to reclaim several zombies, and aside from the slots occupied by the centipede infant and the phantom cat, he controlled 4 additional zombies. "What a pity," he lamented, glaring reproachfully at the fluffy culprit in his arms. "The previous zombies had already evolved, and now we must start from scratch." Nevertheless, he affectionately ruffled the little creature's soft head, thinking, well, with this fellow in tow, it hardly counts as a loss in any case. Lu Han's 4 zombies embarked on their evolutionary journey once more, and under the auspices of his insect king Aura, his pets fought with minimal injuries. Each time they harmed an enemy, they siphoned a portion of nutrients to heal themselves, creating a snowball effect that significantly increased Lu Han's combat power. As the battle progressed, the 10 youths became accustomed to fighting these monsters, their initial panic dissipating. Along the way, they encountered several other survivor groups, each smeared with blood and dirt, clearly having endured harrowing battles. However, as they were not part of the same team and each had their own interests, they merely observed one another briefly before swiftly departing. In contrast, Lu Han's team appeared relaxed and at ease, boosting the young men's spirits and accelerating their zombie-slaying pace. With Lu Han's formidable creatures safeguarding them, the young men even began to abandon their defensive stances in favor of a full-on assault. The ammunition boxes strapped to the colossal entity were rapidly depleting, and their killing speed only increased. According to Lu Han's initial directive, each enemy must be finished off either by him or his pets. As the afternoon waned, Lu Han successfully elevated the development progress to level 9, only to face a new dilemma. Lu Gu, we were having such a blast slaying zombies. Why the sudden glum face? After a day of battle, the young men had grown increasingly familiar with Lu Han. Coupled with his extraordinary ability to control zombies, he inspired immense admiration among them. Lu Han's furrowed brow softened slightly upon hearing the remark, and with a bitter expression he replied, "It's nothing. Everyone, let us take a brief rest here. It's time to head back." The young man instinctively looked up, noticing that it was indeed quite late. In a matter of minutes, visibility would diminish considerably. Lu Han, feeling frustrated, once again tugged at his hair. Development progress. Level 9, Devouring progress. 24, 500. This was the source of his vexation. Previously, he could level up with just a few dozen points. But now at level 9, the requirement had suddenly skyrocketed to 500. How long would it take to accumulate such a number? Based on the current rate of 1 point per zombie, Lu Han would need to eliminate over 400 more zombies to level up. Grasping his hair in frustration, Lu Han crouched on the ground, overwhelmed with irritation, when suddenly a scream pierced the air. With an exasperated sigh, Lu Han impatiently shouted, "What now?" Always shouting. Just as he was about to express his annoyance, he abruptly turned in shock to behold a towering figure in the distance. The evening sky was somewhat obscured, yet a distinctly massive silhouette emerged through the light mist, advancing steadily. Its height surpassed that of the buildings, roughly estimated to be nearly 7 meters tall. Moreover, it was headed directly towards the supermarket. Chapter 10. An unprecedented foe. Everyone, gather, quickly. The supermarket is under attack. The urgent cries echoed through the streets. Lu Han's hardened experience from years of survival in the apocalypse left no room for hesitation. He immediately sprang into action, racing back. The 10 team members, equally determined, hastened their pace, for within that supermarket dwelled their beloved families, intensifying their urgency even further. With expressions devoid of emotion, their mouths shut tight, they dashed through the puddles on the street, splashing water aside. This was a contest of wills. If Lu Han arrived, they would live. If not, they would perish. The fates of everyone in the supermarket rested squarely in the hands of Lu Han's team. Oh no! In our quest to slay as many zombies as possible, we took all the weapons and ammunition. We must reach there quickly. I refuse to be a scapegoat, Lu Han shouted frantically, and the team members, gritting their teeth, silently accelerated their pace. Their efforts bore fruit. Just as the immense figure approached the supermarket, Lu Han successfully led his team into range. Open fire! Lu Han charged towards the colossal silhouette, accompanied by his formidable creature and the phantom cat. The team members, acknowledging their status as ordinary humans, halted to shoot as they entered range, diverting the giant's attention. It was only when they drew closer to the towering figure that Lu Han pierced through the mist and discerned the true nature of the monster before him. A giant zombie indeed. Has it been less than a day, and we already encounter one? It seemed the order of events had been entirely disrupted. Coolly observing the giant zombie, he recognized it as a second-tier undead. Not even first-tier superhumans could contend with such a creature without the collaboration of 5 or 6 individuals. This was dire. Standing as the reincarnation of humanity's greatest killing machine, Lu Han's understanding of zombies placed him at the forefront of human knowledge. Well aware that 99% of people could not match his expertise, yet he still uttered the words "this is bad," for he knew that the giant zombie's exterior was as impenetrable as a fortress. To defeat it through brute force, one must strike from within. What nonsense! Even if I could get inside, it would be futile. The disparity in strength is insurmountable, transcending mere technique. Shaking his head in resignation, Lu Han dismissed his own strategy as a suicidal notion. However, the second-tier zombie stood before him. Whether Lu Han wished to confront it or not, the monster was here, roaring as it charged toward the gunfire from the young men. The ground trembled beneath the giant zombie's steps, causing deep pits to form as ordinary individuals succumbed to fear, some even screaming and abandoning their weapons in panic. Lu Han shook his head helplessly. These ordinary people had performed admirably thus far, meeting his expectations to go. The colossal entity surged forward to engage the giant zombie. Though it was significantly shorter, its fearsome appearance was not diminished in the slightest. The battle between these two titans was beyond the reach of ordinary humans, and Lu Han, resigned, stood by with a knife, watching helplessly. From a distance, he appeared as diminutive as a mouse in the presence of these two behemoths. Superpowers: the system is ultimately an external force. Only by becoming a superhuman in tandem with the system can I achieve the greatest effect. Lu Han stood in silence, watching the fierce battle between two colossal creatures. He was well aware of how to attain superhuman abilities, yet one troubling thought lingered in his mind. Despite having successfully resisted the infection of zombies in his previous life, thus becoming a superhuman, what if fate had changed in this life? What if he were to become a zombie after all? As Lu Han wrestled with these thoughts, a sudden, powerful shockwave knocked him to the ground. When he managed to rise, his face covered in dirt, he found the ground littered with the remains of zombies. The amalgamation had been vanquished. Lu Han looked around in astonishment at the writhing zombie bodies. While a rhythmic vibration drew nearer to his ears, startled, he lifted his gaze, only to see a massive foot hovering above his head before it came crashing down. In an instant, Lu Han heard a cat-like cry and was unexpectedly dragged along the ground by an unseen force. Instinctively, he curled into a ball to minimize the damage, and with great effort, managed to open his eyes and glance around. To his relief, it was the amalgamation that had saved him. A cluster of zombie bodies was pulling Lu Han away from the giant zombie, while the swift spirit cat darted around the giant's form. Sighing in relief, Lu Han endured the sting of friction on his skin and quickly stood up, a fierce expression on his face. I never imagined I would be forced into such a desperate situation. Do you really think I am so easily defeated? He roared, the last words almost a howl. Lu Han furiously pulled a black beetle from his pocket, his trump card. By a stroke of luck, he had discovered that these dung beetle-like creatures were not mere detritus, but terrifying parasitic insects capable of burrowing into enemies and taking control of them. These insects not only possessed formidable offensive power, but could also completely dominate the actions of their foes. Their only drawback was their diminutive size, rendering them less effective against truly powerful adversaries. Yet, against the massive second-tier zombie before him, they would undoubtedly suffice. Die! Lu Han bellowed, his face twisted in rage, as he hurled dozens of the parasitic beetles into the fray. The moment these tiny creatures detached from his hands, they surged forth with alarming speed, burrowing into the giant zombie's body in the blink of an eye. This action went unnoticed by the giant, who continued its relentless assault on the surrounding structures, charging towards Lu Han. In a moment of distraction, Lu Han witnessed the swift spirit cat being smashed into a puddle of blood by the giant zombie. The amalgamation valiantly shielded its master, but the giant's immense strength easily scattered this loyal companion, who was then crushed underfoot. If all went as expected, this blow would turn Lu Han into a mere paste. However, you underestimate me. I'm a god of slaughter, Lu Han shouted defiantly, darting beneath the giant zombie. With a resounding crash, a cloud of dust enveloped everything around him. Amidst the swirling debris, the giant's massive form remained still, as if relishing the moment of its prey's demise, while a small figure struggled to rise behind it. It was Lu Han. He had remarkably survived the giant zombie's attack. As the dust began to settle, he stood silently behind the behemoth and delivered a powerful kick. What appeared to be a mere tap sent the giant crashing to the ground, and shortly thereafter, a swarm of black beetles burst forth from its body, leaving the giant zombie trembling and thrashing in agony. Ding! Target is extremely weakened. Probability of self-surrender increased to 100%. Unit: Giant Zombie, taming successful. Killing an enemy of a higher level grants 1 progress. Reward: Unknown egg hatching immediately. Reward: Unknown lottery draw, unlocking some functions of the Dark Throne. Hearing this, Lu Han's previously stern expression softened, revealing a hint of a smile. Revenge was within reach. Chapter 11. The Bloodbat King. Lu Han's body now felt extraordinarily frail. Without having participated extensively in the battle, he was already overcome with fatigue, and his vision began to blur. Simultaneously, a faint mental connection formed between him and the giant zombie, as if it were pleading for rescue. With a weary smile, Lu Han slowly approached the giant. Where is that killing intent coming from? His keen battle instincts, a notable advantage from his previous life as a god of slaughter, alerted him to a faint yet targeted menace directed at him. Maintaining his composure, Lu Han feigned ignorance. Suddenly, the sound of a weapon slicing through the air echoed, only to be swiftly intercepted by the swift spirit cat. Ha ha ha, kid. I must say, your abilities are impressive, able to control these creatures. However, facing me, your luck has run out. A pallid, emaciated man with long hair emerged from the shadows, his appearance resembling that of a junkie, especially when one overlooked the small wings protruding from his back. He seemed utterly ordinary, as if a gust of wind could topple him. Yet, Lu Han instinctively recoiled a few steps, disbelief etched across his face. The Bloodbat King? Lu Han was taken aback by his misfortune. Despite having the advantage of rebirth, calamities seemed to rain down upon him in rapid succession. The Bloodbat King, ranked 10th among superhumans on Earth prior to his rebirth and known for his vampiric evolution, now stood before him. All superhumans evolved by harnessing the cores of zombies, which imposed numerous limitations and slowed their evolution. However, this anomaly, this perverse entity, did not require such cores for nourishment. Instead, he could achieve limitless evolution by consuming the blood of other superhumans. This was dire. Judging by his form, he must already be a second-tier superhuman, if not a third. The swift spirit cat barely managed to reach the brink of second tier, while the amalgamation, a cumbersome second-tier creature, posed no threat to the agile Bloodbat King. Lu Han swallowed nervously, contemplating a safe retreat. Yet, with the glint of bloodlust in the Bloodbat King's eyes, it seemed this predicament was unavoidable. Casting a glance around, Lu Han was alarmed to see several young men approaching his position. "Damn it, you fools!" he shouted, hastily warning the oblivious group. "Haha! Lu Gu is calling us. Lu Gu, you're incredible. You can take down such monsters." The sound of their voices echoed, but as they ran, their heads rolled away, severed. It's over. Now the Bloodbat King has more food to feast upon. Lu Han ignored the cold sweat dripping down his cheeks and swiftly hurled his machete at the Bloodbat King. Whatever happens, happens. Since we've encountered this, I might as well fight to the death. The Bloodbat King grinned malevolently, extending a finger. With a resounding clang, the machete collided with an invisible barrier, bouncing back as if it had struck steel. "It's over. I provoked him before he even made a move." Lu Han, drenched in cold sweat, stared at the Bloodbat King, his face a mask of despair, which only amused the Bloodbat King further. "You've never seen me before, so why do you fear me so?" Lu Han maintained an outward calm, while inwardly cursing the Bloodbat King and his family. Why on earth did he have to gain such a perverse ability? If it weren't for the fact that this creature at this moment, Lu Han's countenance was grave, yet his facial muscles quivered uncontrollably. The Bloodbat King could not help but chuckle at the sight. Ah, the flower that is yet to bloom is most beautiful when crushed at the peak of its vibrancy. By the time this thought reached Lu Han's ears, the Bloodbat King had vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint echo reverberating through the street. Strive to improve yourself, for interesting individuals are indeed rare. However, next time, fortune may not favor you as it has now. Lu Han, suddenly weakened, stumbled back 2 steps. Leaning against the conglomerate.it appeared the rumors were true. The Bloodbat King's pig-raising scheme.at least until he qualified as the Bloodbat King's meal, he should not encounter that fellow's assassination attempts again. Lost in thought, Lu Han was abruptly startled by a cacophony of howls. Upon closer inspection, he found a gang of ruffians advancing menacingly towards him. The flames igniting their bodies revealed them to be superhumans. Hey! Superpowered individuals, look at these brutes, quite imposing indeed. Yet, we possess 5 superpowers, so hand over your pets and provisions, or face death, do you understand? Sneered a young man with yellow hair, waving his fiery arm dismissively. Lu Han's gaze turned icy in an instant, fixating on the approaching gang members. It was one thing to be crushed by the Bloodbat King, but did these lackeys dare to provoke him? Damn it, with a faint sigh, Lu Han discarded the mother insect into the abyss of the Dark Throne space, choosing to disregard it thereafter. Given the ample provisions available, there was no fear of this creature perishing from hunger. After meticulously counting the spoils of the past few days, the two began to absorb the crystal cores. Zhang Chang's aura steadily intensified, his muscles becoming increasingly defined, ultimately elevating him to the rank of primary second-tier superhuman. Lu Han, on the other hand, consumed several second-tier crystal cores, stabilizing his status at intermediate second-tier. As for the remaining second-tier crystal core, Lu Han intended to keep it, for in a matter of days. Certain small gathering spots would inevitably form. After all, to resist the onslaught of zombies, one must harness the collective power of many. At that time, crystal cores would serve as the sole currency. Having completed all immediate tasks, Lu Han slowly turned his obsidian eyes to survey the surrounding zombies. These creatures appeared to be isolated by some invisible barrier. Though they incessantly lunged toward Lu Han, they were invariably repelled. This was the power of the Dark Throne. With but a fleeting glance at the nearby zombies, Lu Han commanded all the parasitic insects to swarm around him. Under Zhang Chang's fearful gaze, the insects began to dissolve into dust, swiftly drifting into Lu Han's body. Simultaneously, Lu Han's aura grew even more formidable. This was Lu Han's awakened superpower, fusion. The butterfly effect meant that Lu Han did not acquire the indestructible power from his past life, but instead received a well-known, seemingly useless ability, fusion. Only when a certain unit willingly consented to be fused could it succeed. Otherwise, the fusion would fail. Thus, the individual from his previous life who obtained fusion remained a waste until his demise, for no one was willing to merge with him. However, Lu Han was fortunate enough to acquire the system. He could control exotic beasts and various zombies, even hatching insect tribes from the corpses of his foes. All these pets obeyed his commands unreservedly. Fusion, a once feudal power in his previous life, transformed into a godlike ability in Lu Han's hands. He could not only absorb the potent genes and diverse skills of these insect tribes, but also merge lifespans. This meant that, as long as he fused sufficiently, Lu Han could attain immortality. Chapter 13. New allies. How many more? On the throne emanating black mist sat a man with dark hair. His pupils were entirely black, devoid of any white, rendering him exceedingly eerie. There were still about 30 more. Taking a deep breath, the man slowly closed his eyes, directing several of his subordinates to disperse. They were the most reliable soldiers in existence, loyal and fearless. Lu Han had successfully reached level 11, commanding a total of 11 subordinates. Coupled with the countless parasitic insects scouting the area, Lu Han had a thorough understanding of the surrounding terrain. Now, 10 days had passed since the apocalypse commenced. A few cars lay scattered along the desolate streets, giving an impression of bleakness and stillness. Suddenly, a commotion broke the silence. Lu Han frowned and glanced over. It was a woman, pursued by 3 men. Lu Han smirked and shook his head. Indeed, it was a case of ugly human nature taking advantage of the flames, tearing down the bridge after crossing it, an everyday occurrence. The woman appeared to have fled for quite some time, her clothing tattered and resembling rags. Evidently, she had narrowly escaped capture on several occasions. However, having encountered Lu Han now, stop, a chilling voice resonated in the ears of the men, akin to a bell tolling, awakening them. The frivolous and lascivious expressions vanished from the faces of the 3 men, replaced by a chilling dread that swept over them, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Upon noticing the looming shadow above them, they beheld a dark-haired man seated upon the throne, lazily surveying them with a chin resting on his hand. His icy gaze was filled with disdain. Damn. So what if he's a superhuman? Why act so high and mighty? The men seemed unfazed, instead roaring in anger. The tattered girl cast a worried glance at Lu Han. This has nothing to do with you. Just run. They're all superhumans. Lu Han was taken aback, staring incredulously at the girl. Did his impressive mount not instill any sense of intimidation? Clearly not. It seemed to only ignite their jealousy and fury. Lu Han furrowed his brow slightly. After all my effort to draw a flashy mount, why do you question my attitude? Zhang Chong, witnessing the sudden shift in Lu Han's demeanor, began to sweat profusely and discreetly retreated several meters. So, they are superhumans? The throne slowly moved, carrying Lu Han closer to the group. Then let you feel the disparity between us. With that, Lu Han humorously leaped down from the throne. The thugs stared in bewilderment at Lu Han. What is this absurd scenario? Shouldn't you be sitting on the throne? Continuing the elegant battle? Lu Han, upon hearing this, blushed and turned away, refusing to meet their gaze. You know nothing. He's just a blustering pretty boy. Brothers, take him down. Ha ha. Right. Once we deal with this kid, there's a lovely girl waiting for me to pamper. With that, the rough men steeled themselves and charged forward with great momentum. Lu Han also prepared himself for the fight. Stop? Huh? Li Shuai? Lu Han looked over, puzzled. The rough men exchanged odd glances. Lu Han, a frail man wielding a steel rod, stood not far away, gazing at Lu Han in astonishment. Damn, I didn't expect you, this waste, to still be alive. He then contemptuously spat in Lu Han's direction. What? Can't even keep your girlfriend safe, yet you want to be a hero? Get out of the way and watch how a real man operates. Lu Han silently glanced at the spit at his feet, remaining silent as he observed his long-lost classmate's ostentation. Indeed, Lu Han's image as a weakling was deeply ingrained in everyone's mind. Classmates, colleagues, relatives, and friends. Don't know. Lu Han had no friends. With a slight sigh in his heart, Lu Han helplessly regarded his old classmate's bravado. It appeared this fellow had just acquired superpowers and was now inflated with arrogance. He likely had no idea that the others were also superhumans. Let this fool bask in his self-importance. After all, nothing was more gratifying than witnessing this jerk being simultaneously besieged by multiple superhumans. In a flash, under the gaze of the beautiful girl, Li Shuai was nearly beside himself with excitement. Even the girl's frantic shouts transformed into declarations of admiration in his ears. Several nails slowly floated into the air under Li Shuai's command. With a swish, the nails shot forth rapidly toward the rough men. Lu Han silently observed as the skin of the thugs began to turn yellow, ultimately hardening into a layer of rock. With a clang, the nails struck one of the thugs, who fell helplessly to the ground. Then came the sounds of fists and kicks. Lu Han could not bear to keep his eyes open. Moments later, help! Lu Han had kept his eyes shut throughout, unwilling to witness the brutal scene. It was only upon hearing the weak cry for help that he reluctantly opened his eyes, gazing with pity at Li Shuai, who could no longer recognize his own mother. Lu Han could not help but remark, "Ah, this is the fate of pretense." Lu Han said no more. With a push of his foot, he sprang into a cloud of dust. Vanishing within it, the rough men soon found themselves enveloped in the same haze. With a grunt, a heavy body thudded to the ground. Simultaneously, the sound of heavy falls echoed. When the dust settled, 3 muscular superhumans lay on the ground, their fates uncertain. Lu Han, with an expression of indifference, turned and seated himself back upon the throne. This was all you're doing? Li Shuai exclaimed in astonishment, his face swollen like a pig's head. The girl, who had nearly been victimized, stared wide-eyed, covering her mouth in disbelief. So powerful, truly, too powerful. These aren't just ordinary strong men. They are superhumans. How did this frail, dark-haired man defeat them so effortlessly? The atmosphere turned eerily quiet. After a moment, the girl recovered from her shock and quietly approached Lu Han. Thank you. Lu Han raised an eyebrow, casting a challenging glance at the battered Li Shuai, as if to say, Kid, you didn't finish your act, so I'll finish it for you. In response to the girl's expression of gratitude, Lu Han chuckled heartily, turning with effortless grace to leap onto the dark throne. Crossing one leg over the other and tilting his chin, Lu Han resumed his previous demeanor of cold elegance, as if the comical figure who had just jumped down from the throne was not him at all. Perched upon the throne, he scrutinized the girl for a few moments, only to furrow his brow in contemplation. Then, before the astonished gazes of both the girl and Li Shuai, He removed his only outer garment and offered it to her. "Here, take this and cover yourself," he said. Li Shui gaped in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is over the top." At the girl's request, their original duo transformed into a trio, with the newcomer being a stunning beauty. This was certainly a result Lu Han welcomed, as he believed that a mix of genders made labor less burdensome. His clothing adequately concealed the girl's upper body, leaving her fair thighs exposed for all to see, inciting Zhang Chong to steal glances with barely concealed excitement. "By the way, Su Shuer, do you know if there are any military forces nearby?" Lu Han inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Chong. In this reincarnation, his primary objective was to eliminate the commander who had orchestrated his demise. Secondly, he aimed to ensure the survival of all his comrades. Thus, before pursuing these goals, he needed to quietly grow stronger than anyone else. Only with unmatched power could he seize control of his fate in this post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 14. Leisure. In a dimly lit corner of the street, two feeble figures huddled together. "Have you heard?" one whispered. "What?" the other replied. "The Killing God Squad. You can't possibly be unaware, can you?" Their animated discussion about the Killing God Squad grew increasingly exaggerated, to the point where the two burly men trembled as they clung to one another. Meanwhile, within a church in Jinglan City, a black-haired man seated upon a throne boredly observed several men running for their lives. The shadowy throne emanated a faint mist, floating in the air as it pursued the men, who appeared as drenched rats. "Why run? How can a legless being outrun you?" Lu Han remarked, only to hurriedly clear his throat in embarrassment. He then donned a visage filled with murderous intent. "You have successfully provoked my wrath," the beleaguered men, now thoroughly disheveled, exclaimed in protest. "Don't irrationally provoke us. We haven't even spoken." Indeed, the Killing God Squad comprised Lu Han, Zhang Chong, and Su Shuer, united under Lu Han's leadership to wreak havoc in Jinglan City, targeting only the most heinous of villains. Over the past month, superhumans had begun to emerge, and the threat of zombies was slowly being forgotten, even becoming prey for these newly empowered beings. "Enough, let them go," Lu Han said, casting a languid glance at the retreating figures. Zhang Chong looked at Lu Han in confusion. Wasn't he supposed to despise evil? Why was he allowing these malefactors to escape today? Lu Han seemed to notice Zhang Chong's gaze and sighed. "Lately, I've sensed that something is about to happen. I can't shake this feeling of unease." Nevertheless, Lu Han understood that they had been in this apocalypse for nearly a month. The zombies would not simply be eradicated like sheep awaiting slaughter by the rising superhumans. They were on the brink of a grand conflict. Western scientist Cronin had conducted experiments showing that when a flock of sheep is confined together, a leader emerges to command them. If this leader is captured, another will inevitably rise. The same principle applied to zombies. With Zhang Chong and Su Shuer in tow, they traversed the streets, encountering only ordinary zombies. The streets seemed to have reverted to human territory, with small teams scouring for resources. Even superhumans had begun to form teams to actively eliminate zombies. Crystals were essential for evolution, drawing countless individuals into a frenzy over them. "How many crystals have we collected?" Zhang Chong inquired, puzzled. Lu Han paused, scratching his head. "Oh, I haven't counted, but we should have several hundred by now." All of them had reached the second tier of superhuman status, rendering ordinary first-tier crystals ineffective for them. However, second-tier crystals were exceedingly rare, as the zombie population had suddenly diminished, almost as if they had vanished into thin air. Only a few scattered first-tier zombies wandered the streets aimlessly. Encountering a second-tier zombie was akin to winning the lottery. Any survivor group that stumbled upon one would celebrate with a feast. The parasites had spread across various streets of Jinglan City, yet no second-tier zombies had been found. "Is that so? What a pity," Zhang Chong remarked, his body brimming with explosive muscle, exuding strength. Coupled with his height, he resembled a humanoid giant. Su Shuer, having awakened her ice powers, could lower localized temperatures, significantly impairing agility, even freezing foes solid. The trio had been meandering through the streets for several days, and whenever they encountered malevolent superhumans or those with abilities, Lu Han would personally step in to incapacitate them. Zhang Chong understood this, as he too harbored a deep disdain for those who perpetrated evil. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. Lu Gu, who exactly is Situ Nanjing? Each time Lu Han defeated an adversary, he left behind a message. "Tell Situ Nanjing that a man named Lu Han has come seeking vengeance." Lu Han paused, reflecting on the name Situ Nanjing. It held many connotations. Was he a benefactor? Perhaps a life mentor? No, he was the commander of a million-strong army, a demon masquerading in human skin. He had taught Lu Han how to survive in this apocalypse, instilling in him the need to be ruthless and unyielding, to do whatever it took, even to kill those closest to him if necessary. Indeed, this so-called mentor had acted in such a manner. Lu Han had died, yet now he stood here once more. Situ Nanjing, where are you? The location of the military remained the greatest secret, always prepared to shift positions, making it impossible for Lu Han to locate him. However, disseminating such rumors would yield different results. It's time to wrap up. Let us head back early to rest, Lu Han said, weariness etched across his face. Zhang Chong looked puzzled but nodded slightly. Could superhumans feel fatigue? Perhaps they could. Their surroundings resembled a grand villa akin to an ancient castle, a place Lu Han could never have dreamed of inhabiting before his rebirth. He had been confined to military camps, living as a nameless pawn. Despite being dubbed the killing god, he had been treated like livestock by Commander Situ Nanjing. But now, he could reside wherever he pleased, dismantle whatever he chose, with no psychological burden whatsoever. This bedroom is mine. No one else can have it, he declared impassively as he entered the most luxurious room. Zhang Chong and Su Shuer exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Since becoming acquainted with Lu Han, they had discovered his peculiar temperament, sometimes whimsical, other times unnervingly serious. To be a good teammate to him required a certain degree of fortitude. Most importantly, they had to be unafraid of parasites and zombies. Lu Han, your damn parasites have invaded my room again. You perverted wolf. Zhang Chong sighed as he lay in bed, hearing Su Shuer's shrill scream. Youth was indeed a blessing. Just as he finished speaking, she suddenly shrieked and rolled under the bed. A massive amalgamation of zombies tumbled toward Zhang Chong's bedside, thrashing about with glee. Lu Han, get this thing away from me. It's terrifying. No sounds emerged from the adjacent room until Zhang Chong burst through the door. Panic written across his face as he rushed into Lu Han's chamber. Oh, it's fine. This fellow really likes you. There's nothing to worry about, Lu Han replied nonchalantly, turning back to assemble a small component in his hands. As if Zhang Chong were non-existent. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Chong returned to his room, now sporting dark circles under his eyes. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded. Zhang Chong slept soundly, drooling, while a massive mass of zombies writhed beside him. Chapter 15. Devouring the zombie tide in Jinglan City, at the Milan Manor. Within the opulent villa, Lu Han reclined with pleasure, resting his legs atop a mahogany table while savoring a glass of 1982 Lafite. Flamboyantly swirling the red wine, surrounding him, a swarm of repugnant black insects occasionally skittered by, while a man and woman nearby shouted in alarm as they attempted to shoo them away. How much longer? Zhang Chong lifted a colossal barbell and inquired, estimating it to weigh no less than 200 pounds. Lu Han cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Chong, continuing to swirl the red wine in his hand. He glanced at the clock, noting the passage of 5 minutes. Is that so, Lu Ge? Are you certain those zombies will mount a counterattack? A hint of confusion lingered in Zhang Chong's voice. With the emergence of superhumans, zombies had gradually transitioned from invaders to scarce evolutionary materials for these enhanced beings. The global population stood at 6 billion. Based on Zhang Chong's estimations, approximately 1/60th had succumbed to zombification. Coupled with the rise of superhumans, the annihilation of the zombies seemed merely a matter of time. Lu Han, dismissing Zhang Chong, lowered his gaze and peered through the red wine towards the entrance. Have the defenses been adequately fortified? Zhang Chong nodded affirmatively. All is secured. 3-centimeter steel plates cover the entrances, impervious even to vehicular collisions. At that moment, Su Shuer, cradling a fluffy white ball of fur, leisurely petted her cat. Remarking softly, your pets are utterly repugnant. Little Bai is far more adorable. Little Bai referred to Lu Han's spectral feline, which had become her exclusive companion since her arrival. Lu Han and Zhang Chong exchanged exasperated glances. Recognizing the inherent naivety of women when it comes to the awareness of danger, couldn't she see their tense readiness, the palpable anxiety that enveloped them? Time trickled by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had elapsed. Suddenly, Lu Han's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on the entrance. Zhang Chong instinctively heightened his vigilance, though the nature of the impending event remained unclear to him. Only Su Shuer continued her leisurely cat-petting. Despite the villa's excellent soundproofing, Lu Han's keen senses picked up on a disturbance. Zhang Chong widened his eyes, fixated on the door, evidently hearing the same commotion. Even Su Shuer became aware of the abnormality. On the rooftop, Lu Han swiftly maneuvered his throne upwards, followed solemnly by the other two. After all, they were the trio known as the Killing God Squad. Though they appeared ordinary in daily life, when the moment of truth arrived, neither would waver. "What is happening, Lu Ge?" Zhang Chong asked gravely, observing the zombies creeping along the eaves below. Lu Han sighed softly. "The second wave of extra-dimensional energy is denser and more infectious." A wicked smile crept across his lips, instilling unease in Zhang Chong. "The evolution rate of superhumans has accelerated." Only then did Zhang Chong realize the number of zombies on the streets had more than doubled, and some were even exhibiting supernatural abilities. Shocked, he received Lu Han's explanation. "Those are not zombies. They are deranged superhumans." To as Zhang Chong and Su Shuer cast bewildered glances, Lu Han continued. The first wave of extra-dimensional energy was diluted, resulting in a slow mutation rate, thus most individuals were minimally affected. Some fortunate ones even transformed into superhumans. Conversely, the unfortunate became the zombies you see. As for this second wave, its potency is greater, and even superhumans may fall victim. Zhang Chong, casting a somber glance at the rampaging superhumans below, murmured, "Could they be evolving into superpowered zombies?" Lu Han shook his head. "No, they are not turning into zombies. They are evolving. This time, I will not elaborate further," he declared, lowering his head to issue commands. "Destroy the staircases on the second and third floors. Surviving this wave of undead is merely the precursor to the true apocalypse." The trio huddled anxiously on the rooftop, gazing at the tumultuous streets below. The throngs of zombies amassed together. While the transformed superhumans lacked the characteristics of zombies, they had commenced their assault on humanity. A multitude of figures darted frantically throughout the street, some desperate superhumans being overpowered by the frenzied ones, their eyes glazing over before they succumbed to guttural roars, joining the ranks of the assailants. "Welcome to the true apocalypse. Ha ha ha," Lu Han cackled maniacally as he controlled his throne to descend from the rooftop. "Become my sustenance under the glory of the killing god." A wicked grin graced his lips, his expression wild and malevolent. He had awaited this day for far too long. Kill. Beneath Lu Han's throne, a ripple surged forth as parasitic insects materialized like a tide of darkness. Within mere seconds, the street was blanketed in these parasites, a culmination of Lu Han's efforts over the past days. Surrounding zombies and deranged superhumans trembled, drawn towards Lu Han, perceiving him as the most delectable of prey. A sea of zombies surged around him. Yet an invisible barrier kept them at bay, rendering them impotently clawing at the air. Lu Han sat elegantly upon his throne, coldly observing the scene. Half an hour passed, the chaos subsiding, yet all zombies and transformed superhumans lay prostrate beneath Lu Han's throne, utterly controlled by the parasitic insects, without exception, commanding his puppets to gather around him. Lu Han proclaimed, "Merge." Rising excitedly from his throne, he spread his arms wide as if to embrace the heavens. The bodies of thousands of puppets began to disintegrate, transforming into a dense black mist that enveloped Lu Han. His aura intensified, unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Zhang Chong gazed at Lu Han with trepidation, questioning why he felt such fear in the presence of this being. As if an instinct compelled him to prostrate himself before him. As a newcomer to the apocalypse, Zhang Chong was unaware that Lu Han's past life was that of an indestructible entity known as the Million-Killing God. The accumulated malevolence was beyond Zhang Chong's comprehension. Even the fiercest beasts would tremble before Lu Han. Lu Han, though typically amiable, transformed into an entirely different person during combat, the very embodiment of the Million-Killing God. Satisfied, Lu Han closed his eyes, letting out a soft sigh before reclining upon his throne once more. Lazily opening his eyes, he regarded his two companions, his obsidian pupils appearing void. Zhang Chong and Su Shuer trembled, unable to utter a word. "What are you afraid of? I won't devour you," Lu Han remarked, realizing his earlier demeanor had startled them, and scratched his head apologetically. Only then did Zhang Chong and Su Shuer recognize the familiar Lu Han had returned. "You were quite terrifying just now. It was as if you transformed into another person," Su Shuer remarked, her beautiful eyes shimmering, tears welling. Meanwhile, Zhang Chang said nothing, silently shaking his head before turning back towards the villa. This guy is growing stronger. We are being left further behind. Chapter 16. The Dark Century secure all other entrances. Quickly, Lu Han. Let us charge out. Weren't you able to eliminate numerous zombies with those insects before? The trio huddled within the fortified villa, anxiously exchanging voices. Outside, a multitude of zombies began their assault, and among them, more than half were evolved variants, a consequence of the second wave of extra-dimensional energy. Originally, those who reveled in their newfound powers were now reminded of the fear looming above them. Hurry, Lu Han. What of those insects? We can't hold on much longer. Su Shuer screamed, trembling as thick layers of ice formed before the door under her powers. Yet, the effect was minimal. Each ice layer was shattered by the force of the zombies outside. Zhang Chang gritted his teeth, straining against the door to prevent the encroaching zombies. Lu Han, what are you dawdling for? Help us! At that moment, Lu Han was frantically assembling something with wooden planks. Hearing Zhang Chang's admonitions, he shouted in frustration, What are you rushing me for? Hold on a little longer. It will be ready soon. Su Shuer bit her lip, continuing to conjure ice, cursing under her breath, Damn it! Where are those insects? Hurry and unleash them. Lu Han's hands halted abruptly, a bitter smile adorning his face. Do you think those insects are invincible? When I absorb the puppets, I also absorb the insects. The second wave of extra-dimensional energy signified the end of first-tier zombies, leading to the global transformation of 30% of the population, all without exception. Second-tier zombies, Zhang Chang and Su Shuer gritted their teeth, desperately resisting the onslaught of the zombies, yet the force of the assaults intensified. Lu Han cast a hurried glance at the door, hastening his assembly. He understood that the zombies outside had begun to evolve. A horde of second-tier zombies was about to emerge. This is a game of evolution, and no one will pause to wait. They will merely continue to evolve and evolve again, until the strongest emerges. As the last piece clicked firmly into place, Zhang Chang and the others suddenly heard an excited shout. It's done. Quickly, let us head upstairs. Instantly, Zhang Chang and his companions felt a surge of urgency as they retreated from the door, chasing after the hovering thrown up to the rooftop. Simultaneously, the door, frozen in ice, shattered into 1,000 pieces. Roar! The zombies, with their grotesque visages and astonishing speed, surged forth. The entire scene resembled a fast-forwarded zombie movie, starkly departing from the sluggish, elderly image of first-tier zombies. The second-tier zombie horde had formed. Hurry! Those bastards are on our tails! Lu Han shouted frantically, controlling the throne as it ascended to the upper floors. Zhang Chang and Su Shuer hurriedly followed behind. Suddenly, Su Shuer felt a jolt, as if her body had been seized by an immense force. A grotesque face seemed to mock her, a pale, decaying hand gripping her shoulder. Su Shuer! Zhang Chang bellowed, swiftly turning to attack the second-tier zombie that had captured her. Yet, a flash of pure white darted past him, the flashing spirit cat. Ever since Lu Han had reached the advanced second tier, the appearances of the flashing spirit cat had become rare. The first-tier strength was no longer of any assistance to Lu Han. However, he was taken aback that this creature had daringly ventured to rescue Su Shuer. Damn it! Lu Han roared furiously that a massive collective of zombies began to roll down from the third floor, completely engulfing Su Shuer. Her vision blurred, and she found herself lifted by a gentle force. Ah, it was Lu Han. Zhang Chang, obstructed by the immense body of the collective, spotted Su Shuer floating in midair. His heart, once suspended, fell back to earth, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Han. With such a powerful ally, they were always assured of safety. Su Shuer, cradling the flashing spirit cat, soared upwards under the gentle force's guidance. Reaching the top floor, Zhang Chang quickly followed suit. Hurry, stand on top, Lu Han commanded from atop the throne, which was surrounded by numerous wooden boards. The entire structure resembled a flying saucer. Zhang Chang suddenly realized, smacking his forehead, in a wonder Lu Han had refrained from engaging in battle and had been fiddling with these wooden boards. He had been crafting a transport device to carry them along. Without hesitation, Zhang Chang leaped onto the boards, casually tossing a stone behind him. With a resounding crack, a zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. He chuckled twice. The villa's rooftop shrank in Zhang Chang's view as they ascended higher with Lu Han's throne.
Haha, Lu Han, this throne is quite convenient. But why go through all this trouble? Zhang Chang remarked. Glancing at Su Shuer suspended in midair, Lu Han shook his head, dismissing Zhang Chang's comment. It's not a waste of effort. This power can only lift weights under 100 pounds, yet the throne's own levitation is far greater. So, you made these contraptions? The trio simultaneously gazed at the large circular wooden boards embedded beneath the throne, resembling a makeshift flying saucer. To be honest, it looked rather unappealing. Su Shuer nodded in agreement. Only Lu Han snorted dismissively, retorting, if you find it so distasteful, feel free to jump down. The two promptly fell silent, recognizing his point. Beneath the throne, a multitude of zombies writhed, their grotesque faces gazing up at the sky with outstretched, decaying hands. A chill ran down Zhang Chang and Su Shuer's spines. We should be safe now, right? Zhang Chang slumped onto the board, his expression weary. Lu Han tilted his head slightly to glance at Zhang Chang, chuckling softly. Oh, not quite yet. There's still a little twist left. A twist? What do you mean? Just as he spoke, a shadow suddenly loomed overhead. Zhang Chang, puzzled, looked up. Is this what you call a twist? The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, with thunderbolts raging above them. Unlike ordinary clouds, these were pitch black, devoid of light, as if they intended to consume everything. Most alarmingly, these clouds hovered merely 100 meters above. Lightning could strike Lu Han and the others at any moment. Lu Han nodded nonchalantly, remarking, yes, this is the second wave of anomalous energy intrusion, which has damaged the Earth's ozone layer. The two phenomena combined have formed a new atmosphere. I call this phase the Dark Century. The group stared blankly at the ominous clouds above, which were spreading rapidly. The entire world began to succumb to darkness. Under the cover of the black clouds, the streets became shrouded in obscurity. As if night had suddenly fallen, Zhang Chang gazed vacantly at the city below, now enveloped in shadow, muttering, this is the Dark Century. Chapter 17. An eerie atmosphere on the Jingzhou Highway, vehicles were strewn about chaotically. Some survivors could be faintly seen frantically maneuvering their cars through the ruins. Lu Han and his companions floated leisurely in the sky. Lu Han maintained a relaxed posture, reclining with one leg crossed over the other. Lower down a bit. We almost got struck by lightning. The group had evidently grown accustomed to the thunderclaps above. Even when lightning struck mere meters away, they remained relatively unfazed. This was undoubtedly due to Lu Han's influence. He had not anticipated that the throne would possess lightning protection capabilities. In his previous life, countless aircraft from Lu Han's military had been unable to take off, invariably struck down by lightning. Consequently, the term no-fly zone had become a universally accepted rule in the apocalypse. With the throne's support, the zombie horde below seemed no longer a threat. After departing from Jinglan City, they had been following the Jingzhou Highway toward Zhujiang City. If they continued straight along the highway, they would ultimately reach the military base that Lu Han recalled from memory. The Earth United Nations had established armed divisions worldwide. However, the one Lu Han had served in was reportedly situated in the mountainous region of Anshan City. It would take a direct aerial route through approximately 9 cities to arrive, without detours. Although the journey remained somewhat distant, Lu Han felt a surge of excitement. In his past life, he had witnessed the vile countenance of Situ Nanjing on numerous occasions. He wondered how their next encounter would spark new conflicts. Perhaps when he beheaded the man, this world's Situ Nanjing would feel quite vexed, having done nothing wrong. Stop, stop, stop. Lu Han raised an eyebrow and turned to the stuttering Zhang Chang. What's wrong? Why are you stuttering? Just as he spoke, a thin strand of lightning connected Zhang Chang to the thunderclouds overhead. Su Shuer also noticed the tiny strand of lightning, covering her mouth in shock. So this guy has been electrocuted. Just when Lu Han had thought the throne was quite useful with its lightning protection, trouble had arisen so swiftly. Lu Han hurriedly maneuvered the throne downward. The lightning thread, like a lotus root, remained connected even from a distance. It wasn't until they were nearly on the ground that the connection was severed. Fortunately, there weren't many zombies on the highway, and it was nearly blocked, with few people daring to venture onto it. Thus, zombies were significantly fewer. Let us get down and stretch our legs. We've been flying for so long, and it's quite exhausting, Lu Han declared, leaping off the throne. Zhang Chang stood on the wooden board, stretching his limbs, and grumbled, Lu Gu, after flying for these few days, I haven't had the chance to practice. I'll be rusty when it comes time to fight. Lu Han chuckled at Zhang Chong, realizing the irony. This fellow, who should have been enjoying his comfort, was now complaining. You've got muscles now, but has your brain turned to mush? Zhang Chong chuckled innocently, prompting Lu Han to shake his head in exasperation. This simpleton, with his endearing honesty, had surprisingly become a successful businessman. However, ever since awakening his superpower, Zhang Chong seemed to have grown increasingly loyal. Lu Han even felt that this man had entirely forgotten his own existence, as if he and Lu Han were one entity. Lu Han sometimes wondered if he had inadvertently controlled Zhang Chong with the system, but upon further reflection, he realized that Zhang Chong had not been affected, and the system could not control humans. Thus, had Zhang Chong's mind regressed after awakening his superpower? This was a significant phenomenon, indicating that evolution is relative. It is impossible to have it all. When one gains something, another must be sacrificed. Balance in all things. Su Shuer, create an ice bridge for us to descend. Our rations are running low. Lu Han gazed at Zhang Chong for a moment before diverting his attention. At this time, he also felt a slight pang of hunger. Understood. Su Shuer, who was originally gentle and warm-hearted, seemed to have grown considerably colder. Lu Han let out a faint sigh upon observing this transformation. It appeared that the icy powers had begun to affect this enthusiastic girl, rendering her demeanor significantly more frigid. Evidently, circumstances had shifted. In my world, such phenomena had not transpired. With a deep sigh, Lu Han resigned himself to waiting for Su Shuer to construct an ice bridge. Why create an ice bridge? Halfway through, Su Shuer suddenly expressed her confusion, turning to Lu Han. Why not just descend using your throne? After she spoke, Zhang Chong also looked over with a similar perplexity. That won't work. The throne has run out of energy. So the throne requires energy as well. Zhang Chong and the others had always assumed it was a perpetual motion device. Resignedly, they fashioned an ice bridge, and the three of them slid down. It could be considered a serendipitous return to their childhood memories. So, we must walk now? Lu Han nodded expressionlessly. Yes, the energy will likely be replenished automatically in about 3 days. Oh, Zhang Chong seemed to have grown increasingly simple-minded, his speech imbued with a certain dazed quality. The trio continued on foot along the highway bridge. In the distance, the outline of a city began to emerge. This meant they still needed to traverse several dozen miles to reach Zhujiang City. Roar! A few scattered zombies beneath the highway bridge, catching sight of fresh prey, lunged forward, drooling. Zhang Chong stepped forward, extending his muscular arm, and with a swift motion, crushed the skull of one of the creatures. Shaking the filth from his hands, he scratched his head. Why do these zombies seem much faster and stronger? Lu Han approached, stepped on the corpse of the zombie, and shook his head. They have all reached the second tier. If they haven't evolved beyond that, whether they are zombies or superhumans, their survival rate plummets to below 10%. Zhang Chong shook his head heavily, falling silent. Conversely, Su Shuer suddenly spoke in a cold tone. Fortunately, we reached the second tier ahead of time. Otherwise, perhaps one of those corpses would have claimed my life. It is a well-known fact that women's survival rates in apocalyptic scenarios are low. Lu Han could not disagree. He merely walked over to Su Shuer and patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. I will not allow my comrades who fight by my side to leave again. Never again. Su Shuer stared in shock for a moment. Lu Han's words were directed at her, yet it felt as though they were not meant for her. She fixed her expressionless gaze on Lu Han's back for a while. Su Shuer then shook her head, dismissing her errant thoughts. Surviving was already a stroke of good fortune. Moreover, with such a mysterious and powerful leader, survival no longer seemed a mere wish. The group walked silently along the road, each lost in their own thoughts. Lu Han began to sense an odd atmosphere. Helplessly, he looked at the expressionless Zhang Chong and Su Shuer. Tentatively, Lu Han spoke. Have either of you felt something amiss recently? Su Shuer coldly turned her head, staring intently at Lu Han. Amiss? No. Zhang Chong, however, did not even glance at Lu Han, merely trudging along like a puppet. Shaking his head, Lu Han felt utterly at a loss. What on earth was happening? Surely, something had transpired that he was unaware of. Chapter 18. The Peculiar Youth Dad. Hurry up, a young man shouted from the rooftop, gripping a rope as he urged an elderly man below. The old man struggled to drag his weary legs towards the rope. Behind him trailed 3 second-tier zombies. Fortunately, these zombies had forcibly evolved. rather than evolving by their own volition. Otherwise, the old man might have already succumbed to some inexplicable power. "I can't do it, Dad." The elderly man, already frail, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his sprint. By this point, his legs were utterly worn out. The young man on the rooftop scanned the surroundings anxiously. Gritting his teeth, he leaped down from the roof. "Xiaoping, why did you jump down?" the old man grunted. Mustering what strength he had left to shout at his son, the youth said nothing, merely focused on drawing closer to his father. "Quickly, get up here." He hoisted the old man onto his back, and with a powerful push, began to sprint towards home. The second-tier zombies around them moved swiftly, closing in rapidly. "Xiaoping, just go. Don't worry about me." The old man caught a glimpse of the approaching zombies from the corner of his eye, desperately struggling to detach himself from his son's back. "Dad, what are you doing? Are you trying to throw your life away?" The young man screamed in desperation. Simultaneously, two decaying hands grasped the old man's head. "Dad!" The anguished cry echoed through the small rural village. With a swish, the young man stood in shock at the sight of a dark-haired man who had suddenly appeared before him. "It's all right now." In a daze, he glanced at the old man lying on the ground. The young man was startled to discover that the ground was littered with pieces of flesh. The zombies had been obliterated. Falling to his knees in fear, the young man stammered his gratitude. The once-held beliefs of masculinity and pride were cast aside. At that moment, his only thought was that his father would not die. Inside a modest one-story house, Lu Han lounged leisurely on the sofa. Beside him, Zhang Chong stared vacantly into space. Su Shuer maintained her icy demeanor, gently stroking the shimmering cat. As for the collective, Lu Han had long sent it to a remote area to hide. "Lu Gu, this is all we could manage. Please don't think poorly of us." The young man placed a basin of boiled meat in front of Lu Han, his face filled with remorse. Lu Han did not express discontent. Although the rural situation was considerably better than in the cities, most of the resources in the countryside were procured from urban areas. The superhumans had yet to acquire the ability to navigate through hordes of zombies to reach the city. So it was even less feasible for ordinary people like them. Furthermore, the vast amounts of grain in the fields were unusable without processing. Thus, being able to present a basin of pork was already the greatest sincerity from these ordinary folk. "It's all right. You've done well." Lu Han smiled gratefully at the young man, instantly dispelling his doubts, who then happily returned to the kitchen to assist his father. Gazing at the boiled meat on the table, Lu Han found himself recalling some unpleasant memories. He suddenly furrowed his brow. "Zhang Chong, what do you think a person would do after a month without food?" Zhang Chong remained in a daze, and Lu Han turned his face towards Su Shuer. If it were a situation without food," Su Shuer, with an expression of indifference, pondered for a moment, then replied, "Naturally, one would seek food." Lu Han shook his head. "What if it were in a closed room with no food, yet companions were present?" Su Shuer's eyes brightened slightly, as if she began to grasp Lu Han's implication. "You mean?" Lu Han nodded. A hint of astonishment appeared on Su Shuer's cold face. "You mean you plan to eat us?" Lu Han's irritation surged immediately, and he stood up and exited the room. Su Shuer watched in confusion, but soon returned to her cold demeanor, continuing to pet the cat in the house. Lu Han wandered alone, inspecting every corner meticulously. Yet, he still failed to find the scene he had envisioned. This is strange. A month should be long enough. Grasping his hair in confusion, Lu Han squatted in a small corner, becoming increasingly frantic. Lu Gu? What are you doing here?" Lu Han's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by the voice, causing him to panic and stand up hastily. Nothing, just looking around." Lu Han replied expressionlessly, intending to turn and leave, but suddenly pivoted back. "By the way, Lu Gu, you said? The house is quite nice." He stared in astonishment at Lu Han's retreating figure. The young man scratching his head in bewilderment before sighing and returning to the room. Ever since gaining superpowers, people have begun to act strangely. Lu Han stood on the roof of the flat house, gazing out at the surrounding low-rise buildings and the distant fields. The air in the village was quite pleasant. After a brief contemplation, Lu Han smiled in delight. Back in the day, when he and his comrades undertook missions to eliminate zombies, it seemed they were also in such a village, at that time. In a bid to seize the arms buried in the dark vault, those little rascals had risked everything to provide cover for themselves. Lost in his thoughts, Lu Han instinctively jumped down from the roof and made his way toward the fields. Lu Gu HM? Lu Han turned abruptly, gazing at the young man behind him. It's perilous out there. If anything were to happen to you, we would feel quite remorseful. Fear not, for I am a second-tier advanced superhuman. Ordinary zombies are no match for me. With that, Lu Han resumed his stride towards the fields. Lu Gu, it truly is dangerous. Just as the words left his lips, Lu Han suddenly sensed a chilling intent of murder directed at him. This menacing aura reached him in mere seconds. Having survived nearly a decade in the apocalypse, Lu Han's acuity to detect malice, respond to crises, and gauge human intentions far surpassed the imagination of those who were confronting the end of the world for the first time. I had anticipated something was amiss. Yet I did not expect you to reveal your true colors so swiftly, Lu Han remarked nonchalantly, his back still turned to the approaching threat. Indeed, Lu Gu, I too did not foresee your rapid discernment. The young man retorted, a sharp sound of slicing air echoed from behind Atso. I kindly ask you to die. A peculiar smile crept across Lu Han's lips as he remained motionless. A flash of white light appeared. Lu Han turned to face the fallen youth with a mocking gaze. How could this be possible? The young man stared incredulously at the gaping wound in his chest. You're finished. If you had pretended to be ignorant, perhaps you could have avoided death. Lu Han shook his head and stepped forward, placing his foot upon the young man's face. These petty tricks of yours have long been seen through by me. Impossible! You shall die. The young man adeptly rolled from the ground, brandishing a dagger aimed at Lu Han's throat. Lu Han loomed before him like a demon, yet the young man still wore a sinister grin as he charged. As long as I strike down this loathsome black-haired man, I am victorious. As for the other two, they are mere lambs for slaughter. Die. The young man cackled as he plunged the dagger into Lu Han's neck. Twisting it violently, Lu Han fell to the ground, a look of astonishment etched on his face. Ha ha ha, you bastard, in the end, you still met your demise. If you had simply acted oblivious, you could have avoided this fate. Bastard, the young man laughed maniacally but suddenly felt a shift before him. A black-haired man stood unscathed, while a docile white cat clutched a piece of meat, nestled in the arms of a fair-skinned woman. A tall, muscular man regarded him with an impassive expression. Lu Gu, is this the effect of being influenced by murderous intent? Lu Han nodded, inching closer to the young man with a sardonic smile. The young man recoiled in terror, stepping back in horror. Murderous intent? What is that? This is impossible. Lu Han continued his advance, disdain evident in his gaze. As I said, nothing is impossible. Step by step, he approached, slowly raising his right hand. So, I kindly ask you to die. With a soft sound, the young man found himself at a loss for words, staring down at the gaping hole in his chest, gradually closing his eyes. Chapter 19. Rescuing the old man. 4 figures sat cheerfully in the same room, gathered around a round table, enjoying a warm meal. Lu Han was the first to pick up his chopsticks, prompting the others to follow suit and begin eating. How many are there like you? Lu Han asked, his expression neutral as he glanced at the old man beside the table. Not many, the old man replied, before suddenly retching, spewing forth a grotesque mixture of red, green, and white. This was the aftereffect of being a cannibal. Unable to consume ordinary food, Lu Han appeared unfazed by the scene, maintaining his impassive demeanor as he explained matters to Zhang Chong and the others. Oh. Zhang Chong nodded vacantly, prompting Lu Han to furrow his brow in concern. How did you discover this? I seemed completely oblivious. If not for you, Zhang Chong and I would likely have become the meat in the pot by now, Su Shuer remarked, her expression one of confusion, embodying the essence of an ice-cold beauty. Firstly, consider this, Lu Han said, casting a meaningful glance at Su Shuer. Under what circumstances would an old man be pursued by zombies while his son stands atop a building waiting? Su Shuer nodded slowly, though still appeared somewhat bewildered. Secondly, boiled meat without any vegetables. Where would the meat come from? And lastly, the entire village is eerily quiet, yet somehow, there exists this old man and a child living here. Does that not seem suspicious? Lu Han refrained from mentioning the most crucial reason. He had tasted the flavor of this boiled meat long before his rebirth, paying for it with the lives of 3 comrades. Under Lu Han's coercion, the old man continued to shove bits of steamed buns and vegetables into his mouth. Clearly, This was the emergency food Lu Han had prepared, for it was evident that the villagers had no chance of finding any other sustenance. Ugh! The old man retched once more, trembling in anguish. Hold him down! Zhang Chang quickly restrained the old man, awaiting Lu Han's intervention. Lu Han swiftly approached the stove, grabbing a handful of ash and forcefully stuffing it into the old man's mouth. Lu Gu, what is this? I want to eat too, Zhang Chang said, casting a deep glance at Lu Han, who continued his actions. Su Shuer, gather some ice. Moments passed with no response. Su Shuer, where are the ice cubes? Lu Han turned in mild irritation to Su Shuer, who appeared pale and even more frigid. This is futile. Just kill him. Damn it! Lu Han exclaimed, angrily overturning the table and striding toward the refrigerator. A deep sense of dread emerging in his eyes. It seemed the backlash of their powers was becoming increasingly severe. Lu Han retrieved the ice cubes, intending to feed the old man. Su Shuer suddenly extended her cold hand toward the old man's neck. Simultaneously, layers of thin ice crystals began to form around the old man's throat. Stop! Lu Han glared furiously at Su Shuer, launching himself at her like a cannonball. With a resounding crash, Su Shuer was propelled into the wall. Have you lost your mind? This old man is innocent. Just kill him. It holds no significance, Su Shuer replied, emerging from the wall as if it were made of paper. Damn it! Lu Han ground his teeth in frustration, charging towards Su Shuer. Wake up! After a flurry of punches, Su Shuer remained utterly unmoved. Lu Han was taken aback, glancing at his own hands. He had reached the pinnacle of second-tier strength, while Su Shuer had only recently awakened, likely possessing only initial second-tier abilities. The disparity in power was akin to the difference between a toy gun and a real firearm, though both were guns. Their potency was worlds apart. Yet how was Su Shuer able to withstand his attacks with her initial second-tier strength? As Lu Han pondered, Su Shuer unexpectedly initiated her own assault, unleashing a flurry of sharp ice spikes that rained down upon him. However, Lu Han remained unperturbed. Release them. His concealed pets emerged, a massive amalgamation, agile phantom cats, and the remaining 9 evolved zombies. Under Lu Han's conscious training, his pets had all attained initial second-tier strength, making it exceedingly easy to deal with Su Shuer. With icy calm, Lu Han approached the captured Su Shuer, gripping her throat. If you both truly lose your minds to the backlash of your powers, I will personally take care of you. Su Shuer's cold gaze conveyed indifference. As if to say she feared not death, Lu Han, filled with regret, released her and struck the air with a powerful punch. Ugh, this is so damn annoying. In that moment, Lu Han caught sight of the old man attempting to flee, igniting a further blaze of fury within him. Get back here, or you will all perish. In an instant, Lu Han's murderous intent radiated around him as if it were a tangible force. The air grew thick and viscous, making it difficult for Zhang Chang and the others to breathe. The old man collapsed, his body going limp as he fell to the ground. After subduing Su Shuer, Lu Han, to be safe, restrained Zhang Chang as well. Though Zhang Chang's backlash had rendered him somewhat dim-witted, it was prudent to confine him as well. Quickly, have him drink, Lu Han, in a fit of rage, seized the old man's collar and forcefully poured ice water into his mouth. This was a clever tactic Lu Han had learned during his time in the military before his rebirth. To deal with these flesh-eating fiends, who had mutated after consuming human flesh, it was essential to mix furnace ash with ice water to stimulate their stomachs, thereby eliminating all the mutated bacteria within and suppressing their cannibalistic urges. As for the previous young man, he had willingly chosen to indulge in cannibalism, which is why Lu Han had killed him without hesitation. Drink it, just drink it, and the suffering will cease, he urged. The old man groaned in agony, his eyes pleading for mercy. Yet, Lu Han did not relent, continuing to force furnace ash into the old man's mouth, for this was the only means to save him. With each mouthful of furnace ash followed by ice water, the old man suddenly doubled over, retching violently. A large mass of grayish substance mixed with black spewed from his mouth, and this continued for a considerable time. Feeling better now? Lu Han asked, his expression impassive as he fixed his gaze on the old man, who nodded eagerly, casting a grateful glance at Lu Han. Are you from this area? Lu Han inquired. To which the old man nodded again. Why did he capture you? The moment Lu Han posed this question, the old man trembled violently, fear evident in his eyes. He forced me to eat human flesh. To consume my wife's flesh, or he threatened to kill me. He would consume me as well. The old man trembled as he shouted this, breaking down into tears. Lu Han sighed softly. Long before his rebirth, he had encountered many such beasts who, in their desperation to survive, resorted to cannibalism. To lure new prey, these man-eaters would compel innocents to consume flesh, transforming them into creatures just like themselves, forcing these victims to act out a charade to attract well-meaning individuals like Lu Han to their aid. Yet this time, that young man would never have anticipated that Lu Han would see through his nefarious plot. Otherwise, had Lu Han been caught off guard, he too might have fallen victim to the claws of this second-tier man-eater. Once the matter was resolved, the old man learned of Lu Han and his companion's intentions. This benefactor will take you to gather provisions, shall we? Lu Han shook his head repeatedly, smiling as he said, No, 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 there is another matter to address. With that, Lu Han cast a deep glance at the blank-faced Zhang Chong and the icy, seemingly transformed Su Shuer. Chapter 20. The Backlash of Superpowers. Doctor, could you elucidate the issue regarding the emergence of superpowers? Superpowers are essentially the external manifestation of genetic mutation. Their genetic characteristics are expressed through their appearance. The host adjusted his glasses, appearing somewhat perplexed, before abruptly interjecting, Oh, I see. Doctor, so, those so-called superhumans are no longer human, are they? No, 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 that is not my point. What I mean is, with a crackle, Lu Han switched off the television screen, exasperated as he reclined on the sofa. So, the manifestation of genetic mutation means that Su Shuer, who has acquired ice powers, is becoming increasingly frigid, while Zhang Chong is experiencing a decline in intelligence. Casting aside the newspaper filled with irrelevant information, Lu Han rubbed his temples in pain. The paper bore bold headlines. Shocking. Research by Dr. Liao proves superhumans are no longer human. The old man placed a cup of hot water on Lu Han's desk, sighing heavily. These media outlets only know how to spout nonsense daily. Lu Han nodded in agreement. It matters not. They are merely the struggles of a bunch of inept individuals. However, it is indeed true that any fact, under the media's manipulation, will be twisted beyond recognition. Truly, one should never provoke the media. The phenomenon of the backlash of superpowers was something Lu Han was encountering for the first time. What to do? With no methods and no objectives, he suddenly recalled what the doctor had just said. Perhaps this individual might understand the situation better. Lu Han's mind flashed back to the oily, round-faced Dr. Liao, and he smacked his forehead before rushing to the telephone. The United Nations had long abandoned traditional antennas, opting instead for harmless magnetic fields to transmit signals. The circuit seemed undamaged, and the phone was still operational. After dialing a number, Lu Han found himself momentarily dazed. Hello? Is this Dr. Liao? The voice on the other end sounded puzzled. Perhaps not expecting anyone to actually call for consultation. Yes, what can I do for you? After quickly detailing Zhang Chong and Su Shuer's symptoms, Lu Han awaited Dr. Liao's response. The doctor hesitated for a long moment. Finally, with a quiver in his voice, he said, My research findings are indeed accurate. Upon hearing this, Lu Han's excitement bubbled over. It appeared that the so-called Dr. Liao truly possessed crucial information. If he could obtain a solution regarding the backlash of superpowers, not only would Su Shuer and Zhang Chong benefit, but Lu Han himself would greatly gain as well. After all, if the backlash phenomenon existed, Lu Han would inevitably encounter it as well. It was merely a matter of time. Listen, their entire genetic structure is beginning to mutate. For example, that Su Shuer you mentioned must be exhibiting powers akin to ice. Therefore, to find a corresponding solution, one must be rather straightforward, achieve balance. Balance? What does that mean? Lu Han asked, bewildered. Do you know the key to evolution? What is it? Lu Han replied, feeling somewhat lost. Use what you gain, discard what you lose. When a gene evolves in a certain direction, it will create an unyielding dependency on it. Correspondingly, other abilities will gradually be forgotten by the superhuman's genes, leading to the decline of Zhang Chong's intelligence and Su Shuer's sensory perception. Eradicate anything that possesses warmth. It must all vanish. Huh, Dr. Liao? Was that you speaking just now? Lu Han inquired, perplexed, as the voice had seemed distinctly feminine in a woman. Su Shuer. Oh no. Lu Han suddenly realized, rushing towards the old man. Su Shuer. Stop. Su Shuer had already cornered the old man, her hands gathering icy spikes mere millimeters from piercing his chest. Lu Han yelled and launched himself into action. With the strength of a peak, second-tier individual, He propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Simultaneously, the flash spirit cat swiftly dragged the old man away from the scene. Su Shuer instinctively thrust the ice spike downward, only to find the old man had vanished. Su Shuer, wake up, Lu Han. Watching the cold expression on Su Shuer's face, felt a surge of frustration. He scolded himself for having thought too simplistically. How could mere ropes possibly restrain a superhuman? Suddenly, it dawned on him that the concept of use what you gain, discard what you lose must mean that her ice powers had dulled her sensitivity to temperature, rendering her increasingly cold-blooded. Lu Han might not be particularly astute, especially in academic matters, but he instinctively thought that if she wielded ice, then fire must be the counterbalance. Don't blame me. This will help. He swiftly positioned himself before Su Shuer and, before she could comprehend, he swept her toward the furnace. Su Shuer's fair skin glowed a tempting red in the firelight, eliciting an involuntary gulp from Lu Han, not out of hunger, but from the sheer allure. Yet, the abnormality soon reappeared. Although Su Shuer was still distanced from the furnace, her skin began to bubble, and soon large patches of blisters formed. What on earth is happening? Is the backlash phenomenon causing her to become so accustomed to the low temperatures that she has nearly lost her resistance to heat? Gritting his teeth, Lu Han continued to watch as the blisters proliferated, a wave of nausea washing over him. The sight of these countless blisters was utterly unsettling. Su Shuer has awakened. Her piercing screams echoed, as if she were suffering immense torment. Lu Han sighed helplessly. The distance from the furnace was just over a meter, and the temperature couldn't possibly exceed 20 degrees Celsius. If it were truly too hot, she would simply have to endure it. Why, Lu Han? Why kill me? Su Shuer screamed, as though possessed by a malevolent spirit. Her wide eyes, nearly devoid of any color, were filled with hatred as she glared at Lu Han. The blisters nearly covered her entire body. The trend finally began to slow. Lu Han quickly approached her, using a towel to wipe away the pus from the blisters. Why? Su Shuer weakly questioned, her voice barely above a whisper. Lu Han sighed, too weary to provide an explanation. However, judging by the current circumstances, at least Su Shuer had been saved. Now, only Zhang Chang remained. Leaving the barely conscious Su Shuer lying on the sofa, Lu Han returned to the blank-faced Zhang Chang, who sat in front of the television, seemingly entranced. This television is truly fascinating. Well, Lu Han indeed underestimated the severity of the superpower backlash. However, it feels quite peculiar to hear such childish words from the muscular man before him. Zhang Chang. As soon as Lu Han spoke, Zhang Chang turned his gaze towards him. But, bad person, Mom and Dad. A bad person is here to catch me. The burly Zhang Chang suddenly went berserk, his massive arms flailing about, creating a strong gust of wind that frightened Lu Han, causing him to hesitate to approach. Indeed, it does seem rather odd. Lu Han observed the muscular man before him, who was behaving like a little boy, and stifled a chuckle behind his hand. Perhaps it's best to resolve this fellow's antics quickly. Watching Zhang Chang's childish behavior, Lu Han felt it prudent to first address the issue of the superpower backlash. After all, even though they were in a rural area with sparse population, if a horde of zombies were to truly arrive, the current situation would become quite troublesome. With this thought in mind, Lu Han took out a primary school exercise book and tossed it in front of Zhang Chang. Chapter 21. The profoundly unfathomable Lu Han. The phenomenon of superpower backlash is indeed real. According to relevant personnel, 2 superhumans have already exhibited signs of this backlash. Superpower backlash is a manifestation of genetic aberration, which indefinitely heightens the host's dependency on superpowers, leading to relative functional degradation. Recent studies indicate that superhumans no longer belong to the human species. In the face of such dire circumstances, what path lies ahead for humanity? What a dreadfully tedious television program. Zhang Chang, looking dejected, switched off the TV. The group continued to recuperate at the old man's house, and as Lu Han and others frantically scavenged around, nearly all available resources were swiftly collected into their possession. Before them lay several plates of sumptuous dishes, even featuring various internet-famous delicacies from before the apocalypse. The culinary skills are commendable. Surely, one could marry a good man in the future, Lu Han remarked while savoring a piece of braised pork. Enough of that, just eat your own, Su Shuer chided, turning her head away from Lu Han. Yet a glimmer of inexplicable light flashed in her eyes before she stifled a laugh and walked away. Zhang Chong, with his head down, continued to gorge, seemingly oblivious to the happenings around him. His appetite had noticeably increased. Lu Han, intrigued, observed the even more robust Zhang Chong and inquired, "So, tell me, what changes have occurred?" Zhang Chong, who had been ravenously shoveling food into his mouth, paused and looked up at Lu Han. "Oh, you mean the superpower backlash?" After saying this, Zhang Chong's expression suddenly turned serious as he spoke solemnly. "In fact, the entire process went completely unnoticed by me. From the moment I acquired superpowers to the eventual manifestation of the backlash, I was entirely oblivious. Dio, you still recall the time when you wet your pants while crying out for your mother?" Zhang Chong's face flushed, and he waved his hand dismissively. Honestly, the most profound sensation was the immersion in power. Immersion? Yes, immersion. It's as if I have transformed into a life form devoid of consciousness, relying solely on my physical instincts to act. Terrifying. If the superpower backlash indeed possesses such a degree of threat, then humanity's crisis could extend beyond just zombies. Lu Han sighed deeply, shaking his head as he exited the room. Not eating anymore? TSK. Such a waste with so much food left. Zhang Chong, eyeing Lu Han's full bowl, unceremoniously grabbed it and devoured its contents. I wonder when Situ Nanjing will become the commander. Why then? Having a million-strong army will complicate matters. Lu Han murmured as he stood before the lush fields. He had disseminated various messages in hopes of attracting Situ Nanjing's attention. However, being a military figure, it was unlikely that he would pay heed to such trivial rumors. "You always seem so melancholic. What are you thinking about?" Lu Han turned in surprise to find Su Shuer standing behind him, her face adorned with a smile. "Nothing, just a bit preoccupied. Care for a smoke?" "Smoke? You can smoke." Lu Han looked at Su Shuer in astonishment. "I can't, but I found a few packs while scavenging. If you want me to join you, I can," she replied. The atmosphere grew awkward, causing Lu Han to blush and turn away, avoiding Su Shuer's gaze. Yet Su Shuer watched him with a flicker of unusual light in her eyes before she murmured, "Forget it. Men's affairs are beyond a woman's grasp." With that, Lu Han silently stood up and left, leaving Su Shuer looking sorrowfully at his retreating figure. What a troublesome woman, Lu Han sighed softly. Matters of the heart are the most vexing. The god of death requires no emotions. The group busily gathered essential supplies, which they then placed into Lu Han's throne space. Before long, they had packed all the necessary belongings. "Old man, what do you plan to do?" Lu Han inquired, perplexed, as he sat upon his throne. They were about to face numerous battles, and he lacked the energy to concern himself with the old man's comfort. This had already been made clear previously. "I'm just an old bone. I'll muddle through for a while," the old man replied, shaking his head in resignation before turning to retreat into the house. Lu Han sighed again. He dreaded the thought of the elderly suffering in silence, unwilling to burden the younger generation. "Let us go together then." Together? Zhang Chong looked at Lu Han in surprise. They had encountered numerous battles along the way, and even Su Shuer had transformed from an ordinary girl into a fierce warrior. Could this old man manage? And so, the trio became a quartet. The midday sun was somewhat blinding as Lu Han and his companions dashed alongside the riverbank. "Lu Gu, aren't you going to take a swim? The water is quite refreshing," Zhang Chong exclaimed, poking his head out of the river and wiping his face. "Be careful of the water monster dragging you under. I won't save you if that happens." "What? Water monster?" Zhang Chong pretended to be frightened, leaping onto the shore and feigning terror. Suddenly, his expression hardened as he tensed his muscles and leaped into the water. Standing at 2 meters tall with his robust physique, Zhang Chong plunged into the river like a human beast. The splash was monumental, akin to a missile explosion, sending waves crashing and even causing the riverbank to collapse in several places. Lu Han sighed and shook his head slightly. What peculiar companions he had chosen. Yet, this fellow's strength was indeed growing formidable. His efforts and training had not been in vain. "Zhang Chong, you must be nearing the 3rd tier now, right?" Zhang Chong nodded, glancing at Su Shuer beside him. "Not just me. We are both at the peak of the 2nd tier now." Lu Han acknowledged this with a nod, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Instead, Zhang Chong began to look eagerly at Lu Han. After a moment, Lu Han smiled at Zhang Chong. "Speak up, what is it?" Zhang Chong grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. "I'm just a bit curious about what tier your strength has reached now." "Lu Gu." Lu Han gave Zhang Chong a playful look and teased. "Well, Look who is finally catching on. Calling me Lu Gu? Zhang Chang's face flushed at the jest, and he mumbled, what can I say? Your strength has surged recently, ever since Lu Han fused with a multitude of zombies during the second-tier zombie tide. Zhang Chang noticed that Lu Han's aura had become much more stable. The previously overwhelming murderous intent had vanished, and he now seemed as unfathomable as the ocean. Upon hearing Zhang Chang's question, Lu Han merely smiled mysteriously and offered no further words. Zhang Chang's suspicions only deepened. This fellow had undoubtedly broken through to the third tier, perhaps even beyond that. Chapter 22. Lu Han's dream of wealth roar. Zhang Chang stood at the edge of the dark throne, idly watching the zombies below. Lu Gu, why do these zombies seem so listless? At this moment, the zombies indeed appeared somewhat lethargic, hunched over as if they were elderly men taking a stroll. Perhaps they're hungry. Why not go and bring them something to eat? Forget it. I can't even satisfy my own hunger, Lu Han sighed in exasperation. The two teammates were only reliable during battles. For the most part, they were a source of constant worry. Uncle Lei, are you certain your son can communicate at that base? Lu Han asked with some skepticism. The old man named Uncle Lei looked concerned but resolutely replied, he definitely can. Just trust me to take you there. Originally, Lu Han was concerned about the whereabouts of Uncle Lei, which prompted him to include him in their journey. However, given that Lu Han's team primarily focused on combat, the path to find Situ Nanjing was fraught with peril. Thus, Lu Han was reluctant to bring along the aged Uncle Lei. Just then, a phone call arrived. Resolving this dilemma. It was unexpectedly from Uncle Lei's son, who requested that they take Uncle Lei to an electrical factory near Zhuhai City, assuring them that it would be a safe location, and that Lu Han and his companions would receive generous compensation. Although Lu Han was not particularly enthused by the prospect of the reward, it alleviated one of his concerns. Consequently, the group found themselves en route to this so-called electrical factory. Disaster struck as they realized that the throne had run out of energy. Seemed they would have to engage in another race, akin to the fable of the tortoise and the hare. You can't even walk the distance. Those long legs of yours are just for show, right, Lu Gu? The group marched forward with great determination. The afternoon passed swiftly, yet the sky remained an unchanging shade of pitch black, as if the heavens had vanished entirely. Nevertheless, with their superhuman qualities, they were still able to discern their surroundings, while Uncle Lei stumbled about in the darkness. Goodness, look at that rabbit. Following the Jingzhou Expressway, the group noticed a rather unremarkable poplar tree beside which a plump rabbit was curiously observing Zhang Chang and the others with its droopy ears. What was most astonishing, however, was that the rabbit appeared to be entirely crystalline. Catch it, Lu Han exclaimed, hastily discarding his half-eaten cold bun and sprinting forward. Simultaneously, the Shadow Cat, the Collective, and 9 mutated zombies surged from the shadows to join in the pursuit of the rabbit. Lu Gu, this scene is quite intimidating, Zhang Chang remarked, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he watched the scattering pets. Su Shuer merely shook her head before dashing out as well. Can't we have a proper conversation? Zhang Chang grumbled as he followed suit. The crystalline rabbit was incredibly swift, and its nearly transparent body made it difficult for Lu Han to track its movements. The Shadow Cat, however, darted around with palpable excitement. It seems we must leave this to the Shadow Cat, Lu Han sighed, bending over, out of breath. This rabbit not only possessed remarkable speed, but also seemed capable of concealing its form, suggesting it had abilities akin to invisibility. What kind of supernatural rabbit is this? Zhang Chang exclaimed, fixating on the rabbit that continued to vanish into thin air. Su Shuer, her eyes sparkling with wonder, covered her face in disbelief. Lu Han spat. Exhilarated, it's only natural. In a post-apocalyptic world, what can't happen? With that, Lu Han burst into laughter and continued the chase. Let us take a break. Look at Lu Gu's pets, they're so impressive. Zhang Chang plopped down on the ground, intending to spectate. Who would want to hang out with a big water buffalo like you? Su Shuer retorted, her excitement propelling her forward. Lu Gu, wait for me. Zhang Chang watched in astonishment as the two rushed ahead, letting out a resigned youth is truly wonderful. The crystalline rabbit dashed about, with the Shadow Cat closely in pursuit, while Lu Han and Su Shuer floundered like headless flies in their frantic search. Where is it? Why can't I see it? Oh no. Follow the little white one. Don't lose track. The handsome young duo chased after the rabbit, their playful banter evoking sighs from Zhang Chong and Uncle Lei, who observed from the sidelines. Just as Zhang Chong was on the verge of dozing off, the shadow cat suddenly let out a fierce cry. "What's wrong?" Startled, Zhang Chong jumped up and was just in time to witness the shadow cat capturing the crystalline rabbit. "Oh my! We're going to strike it rich? Hurry, Lu Gu, Su Shuer," he called out, but received no response. Confused, he scanned his surroundings, noticing the absence of the toot. "Where are they?" he pondered, scratching his head. "Oh well, this little fellow is simply exquisite." With that, Zhang Chong approached, chuckling as he grasped the crystalline rabbit. What's this?" As he lifted the rabbit, he noticed a rustling in the nearby bushes. Curiously, he approached the sound. "What are you two doing?" Zhang Chong asked, bewildered, as he spotted Lu Han and Su Shuer, partially concealed by the foliage. "Oh, nothing," Lu Han replied, blushing and turning away. Su Shuer also lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed. "Oh?" Zhang Chong, skeptical, cast a sideways glance before scratching his head in confusion and wandering off. What are those two up to in broad daylight? The day passed swiftly, and the journey seemed remarkably effortless. When the moon finally rose, Lu Han gazed up, dumbfounded. "The name I chose for this dark age is truly fitting." Zhang Chong nodded in agreement. "Fortunately, our physical abilities are strong. Otherwise, in this darkness, we might not even be able to see the path." Indeed, a dark age. The entire world is shrouded in darkness. Only when the moon or sun appears can one faintly glimpse a round light hanging in the sky. "Hey, don't take advantage of us!" Lu Han and Su Shuer suddenly jolted, hastily separating and awkwardly staring at the furious Zhang Chong. "What the heck? Does a single dog have no dignity? Must a single dog watch you two flaunt your affection?" Observing Zhang Chong's ire, Lu Han could only scratch his head in resignation. "It's not what you think. We were simply discussing something." Zhang Chong, pouting in disdain, flipped over to continue sleeping. Lu Han sighed in exasperation, glancing at Su Shuer before leaning closer to Zhang Chong. "Would you like to make a fortune?" "Huh?" Zhang Chong stared wide-eyed at the beaming face so close to his own. Su Shuer's ice powers can dull a creature's senses, soothing their emotions, and I can control monsters. If we combine our abilities, we could create combat pets to sell to other survivors. Zhang Chong looked astounded. "Can it really be done?" "Stop," Lu Han interjected, a dreamy smile on his face. Interrupting Zhang Chong. "What is most important in this post-apocalyptic world? It's survival, but those ordinary people who Haven T become superhumans lack security. What do they need most? A combat unit for protection." "Of course," as he spoke, Lu Han burst into laughter, filled with visions of grandeur. Su Shuer also wore a silly grin, lost in dreams of wealth. "Oh dear, these two are up to something again," Zhang Chong sighed, closing his eyes to resume his nap. At least they're not getting involved with each other. Otherwise, life would become quite challenging. After a restful slumber, the trio journeyed together to drop Lu Uncle off at the entrance of the gathering place before parting ways to continue their uncertain adventure. Chapter 23. The Forest of Death. Help! Help! A man was fleeing in terror from a horde of second-tier zombies. Just as he seemed destined to become their next meal, a black-haired figure appeared behind him like a phantom. "Break through!" It was Lu Han. With a powerful shout, he swung his machete, severing the heads of dozens of second-tier zombies in a single sweep. "Are you all right, fellow?" Lu Han grinned broadly, revealing his pearly whites. The man, still reeling from his earlier panic, gasped for breath and nodded vigorously. "I'm fine. I'm fine." Just then, a towering figure over 2 meters tall, a muscular man, emerged, brandishing a frozen mutated goat. "Fellow, why not buy a pet? With it, you'll gain a loyal companion, vastly enhancing your safety." The man looked awkwardly at the bare-chested giant. Lu Han stood before the man with a mischievous grin. "Su Shuer, release it." Once the ice was melted, the mutated goat obediently bleated and stood beside Lu Han. "Sit." The goat dutifully crouched. "Jump." The goat leapt obediently. "Do a somersault." The goat nimbly flipped over. Lu Han glanced at the sheep lying on the ground, maintaining his composure as he continued, "See, fellow? Even if you ask it to turn itself inside out, it will comply. Such an obedient pet will surely protect you fervently against zombies." The man's skepticism deepened. No, that's all right," he said, waving his hands as he attempted to leave. Lu Han once again blocked his path. Hero, you saved me, and I am very grateful. However, this goat is absolutely not desired, the man exclaimed with righteous indignation. Seemingly resolute in his stance, such a scene repeated itself throughout the day. Lu Han exerted great effort in persuasion, yet not a single survivor was willing to purchase his pet. What could possibly be the issue? Why was there no one willing to buy? Zhang Cheng helplessly shook his head. Lu Gu, perhaps the creatures we have captured lack appeal? Lu Han's eyes suddenly brightened. Appeal? Yes, it must possess allure. If it were a pet that could float like my throne, I refuse to believe others would not buy it. Let us embark on an adventure. In the dark century, sunlight could no longer penetrate this world, and various flora and fauna underwent significant transformations. For instance, the forest Lu Han and his companions now entered was ominously dubbed the Forest of Death by the local survivors. Lu Gu, this place is eerily sinister. Should we not leave? Leave? Where to? This area is surrounded by mountains and villages, with no resources in sight. We will surely starve. Exchanging supplies with the survivors is our only means of acquiring provisions, Lu Han firmly countered Zhang Cheng's suggestion. Indeed, the food Lu Han and the others had gathered was woefully insufficient. Zhang Cheng alone required sustenance meant for 10 people. After 2 days, their previous stock was nearly depleted. However, Lu Han was reluctant to resort to thievery. Thus, after conferring with Su Shuer, they devised a fair trading method. Lu Han would control various exotic beasts, allowing Su Shuer to freeze them, selling them to those survivors lacking combat prowess. For training them. That was not Lu Han's concern. Stop, stop. Let us take a break, Su Shuer gasped, squatting to the ground. We have walked for over 10 miles. Why are we not there yet? Lu Han glanced at Su Shuer with resignation and replied. Who knows? This cursed place seems endless. The zombies are coming. Lu Gu, quick, ascend. Under Lu Han's command, the throne swiftly levitated, and they floated once more above the forest of death. At the same time, a horde of over 100 zombies surged toward them. Roar! The decaying, putrid arms of the zombies reached out frantically, as if eager to leap and seize Lu Han and his companions to tear them apart. Ha! These fools don't even know how to climb trees. Just as Zhang Cheng's words fell, the lush leaves below rustled ominously. Roar! As Zhang Cheng looked on in confusion, a group of emaciated zombies leapt from the treetops toward them. Damn! They really can climb trees. You jinx! The trees in this area were already tall, and the throne was flying only 3 to 4 meters above the treetops. These zombies leapt high, maintaining their momentum toward them. Go higher, higher, Lu Gu. They re-coming. Will you all shut up? I'm trying to ascend. The height of the throne continued to increase, reaching over 20 meters. However, this altitude was perilously dangerous. Lu Gu, lightning, lower, lower. The ominous clouds above began to rumble ominously. Seemingly aware of Lu Han and the others' presence, the sky split open like a rift, unleashing brilliant bolts of lightning aimed directly at Lu Han's throne. Damn, it's truly wolves ahead and tigers behind. Lu Han forcefully commanded the throne to counter the lightning, then swiftly descended. Compared to the threat of the zombies, the force of nature was evidently far more terrifying. Roar! Below, the zombies gazed greedily at the impending food. Saliva dripping from their mouths, restless and agitated. What do we do? There are thousands of these damned zombies, Zhang Cheng shouted in sheer terror. Ever since following Lu Han, they had never faced such fright. But this time, Zhang Cheng was truly terrified. Thousands of zombies crowded together in the forest, waiting for Lu Han and his group to descend, ready to be engulfed in a sea of corpses. As they began to descend, scattered zombies leaped from the treetops to attack them. After smashing a zombie with a punch, Zhang Cheng's expression hardened, and he yelled, "Damn it! I'm going all out." With that, Zhang Cheng leaped directly from the throne. Lu Han stared in shock at Zhang Cheng plunging into the horde of zombies, his mouth agape in disbelief. Damn, this fool! Lu Han quickly followed suit. Jumping off the throne, companions, only companions, Lu Han could not abandon them. Su Shuer, you provide support from above. Su Shuer nodded, continuously unleashing her icy powers to freeze the approaching zombies. Standing atop the throne, Su Shuer was greatly safeguarded. The few zombies that lunged at them were swiftly dispatched by the flash spirit cat on the throne. Ripples surged beneath the throne. a massive conglomerate of zombies materialized from thin air, dropping into the sea of corpses. Following that, 9 zombies radiating black light descended rapidly. Kill! Lu Han roared ferociously, then began a massacre amidst the horde. Zhang Chang's second-tier advanced muscles were exceedingly hard, and these second-tier zombies could not breach Zhang Chang's muscular defenses for the time being. Lu Han also smashed the heads of the zombies with powerful punches, advancing swiftly. Meanwhile, beneath the throne, dark, monstrous insects began to surge like a tide. The scene resembled several sheep struggling amidst a pack of wolves. Yet, contrary to the zombies' expectations, these sheep appeared remarkably powerful. Die! After shattering another zombie's skull, Zhang Chang, panting, leaned against a nearby tree trunk. Though superhuman stamina was abundant, it could not withstand the relentless onslaught of these hundreds of zombies. Moreover, as fellow second-tier beings, Zhang Chang, despite being significantly stronger, needed to exert all his strength to kill a single zombie. After repeatedly dispatching nearly 100, Zhang Chang's muscles began to ache. He could hardly muster another punch. Exhausted, he glanced at Lu Han, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Lu Han was enveloped in a towering black mist. Casually moving about, with a mere wave of his hand, the black flames acted like tentacles, enveloping their targets. In an instant, the zombies touched by the black flames were consumed, reduced to ash. This disparity is just too immense. Zhang Chang exclaimed, summoning all his strength for another punch. This strike generated a fierce gust, obliterating the zombies within the cone-shaped area before him. In stark contrast, Lu Han effortlessly incinerated over 20 zombies with a flick of his hand. Zhang Chang, resigned, plopped down to the ground. Indeed, one's capabilities can evoke despair in others. Lu Han unleashed another wave of black flames, annihilating the surrounding 20-some zombies. Then, expressionless, he suddenly levitated. What the hell? Why can he fly? Are you even human? This sight undoubtedly prompted Zhang Chang's sarcasm once more. However, Lu Han had descended into an absolute state of slaughter, completely oblivious to Zhang Chang's words. With 590 zombies remaining, Lu Han estimated that his strength could support the elimination of over 300. The conglomerate was now at the intermediate second tier, with the Flash Spirit Cat protecting Su Shuer, and the 9 Blacklight zombies had reached the beginner second tier. The odds of victory were 100%. In this state of absolute slaughter, Lu Han's mind became remarkably clear. No illusions or persuasive words could sway his combat focus. In this heightened awareness, Lu Han could even anticipate the odds of victory in this battle. Once more, he unleashed a wave of black flames, clearing a radius of several meters around him. He then turned his dark, penetrating gaze toward Zhang Chang, slowly extending his right hand. Hey, what are you doing? Don't tell me you're enchanted, Zhang Chang exclaimed, preparing to flee. After all, Lu Han's eerie black flames were terrifying. However, as Lu Han waved his hand, Zhang Chang fearfully realized he was being dragged by the black flames. Lu Gu, damn. Lu Gu, wake up. It's me, Zhang Chang. Shut up. I know who you are. Lu Han's obsidian gaze locked onto Zhang Chang. As profound as a black hole. Huh? You know I'm Zhang Chang, Lu Gu. Spare me. Don't kill me, you fool. Lu Han muttered, exasperated, no longer paying heed to Zhang Chang's ramblings. When Zhang Chang was pulled to Lu Han's side, Lu Han waved his hand, and a ring of black flames suddenly surged forth, encircling both of them. Oh, Lu Gu. So you intended to protect me. Zhang Chang chuckled heartily, intending to pat Lu Han on the shoulder as a gesture of gratitude. However, he was suddenly engulfed in a dizzying whirlwind, tumbling several times before regaining his senses and rising to his feet, only to be struck with terror as he realized that within a radius of several dozen meters, there was nothing but emptiness. His pupils dilated in shock as he instinctively took a few steps back, overwhelmed by a formidable and fearsome power. Since aligning himself with Lu Han, Zhang Chang had always felt a sense of joy, for he had discovered his life's purpose. Despite this absurd apocalyptic scenario rendering everyone homeless, the sense of belonging and the feeling of growing strength truly epitomized the essence of living. Nonetheless, as time passed, Zhang Chang noticed that they were drifting further away from Lu Han's footsteps. This solitary man always left them with nothing but his back and an expression of serene detachment, alongside an unimaginable power. Zhang Chang yearned to convey to Lu Han that he was not alone. They were comrades, Lu Gu. Zhang Cheng's voice came out hoarse. Lu Han, who was manipulating the black flames to annihilate the zombies, suddenly paused, sensing something different in Zhang Cheng's tone. "There's something I've long wanted to tell you." With another sweep of black flames, clearing the surrounding zombies, Lu Han turned, his dark eyes locking onto Zhang Cheng. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng had already stepped beyond the reach of the black flames, moving quickly towards the mass of hundreds of zombies. He fought valiantly, delivering powerful punches to repel the oncoming undead until his strength waned completely, until he could no longer resist, and until that hearty smile faded from Lu Han's sight. "Zhang Cheng, are you out of your mind?" Lu Han roared, commanding the black flames to surge forth like a tsunami. "You damned bastard, turn to ash!" The overwhelming black flames descended upon the horde of zombies, resembling a collapsing sky. Lu Han bellowed, his mind flashing with images of Zhang Cheng's earnest face. Zhang Cheng, in that instant. Time seemed to freeze. Su Shuer covered her mouth in astonishment, while Lu Han glared with fierce intensity. "Lu Gu, you have never fought alone." The mountain of zombies surged as a terrifying shockwave erupted from within, disintegrating hundreds of zombies into mere fragments. Lu Han halted his actions, staring blankly at the carnage. "Zhang Cheng?" At that moment, Zhang Cheng radiated a silvery glow, wearing a serene smile, as if he had perceived the very essence of existence. Noticing the concern etched on Lu Han and Su Shuer's faces, Zhang Cheng once again flashed his innocent grin. "Hee, Lu Gu, I've leveled up." With a resigned sigh, Lu Han lowered his head in silence, slowly approaching Zhang Cheng. "Lu Gu?" Before Zhang Cheng could finish, Lu Han suddenly delivered a powerful punch to his metallic gleaming face, leaving a deep indentation. "Ouch, that hurt." "Lu Gu, your punch is a bit too much." Zhang Cheng grimaced, rubbing his face and wailing in pain. Doing something so foolish just once is enough. With that, Lu Han silently turned away, walking farther from Zhang Cheng's view. The warmth flickered in Zhang Cheng's eyes as he shook his head with a silly smile, touching the dent on his face. Indeed, it seemed like an insurmountable chasm of disparity. Su Shuer, increase the firepower. It's time to wrap up. 10 minutes later, the three stood bloodied in the center of a desolate expanse. Trees lay toppled, and the scene resembled a battlefield. The ground was littered with shredded flesh and severed limbs. Hundreds of second-tier zombies had been utterly annihilated. Chapter 25. Illusion. The entire scene lay in ruins, with severed limbs scattered about. Lu Han, his expression cold, commanded the surrounding black flames to engulf the remains of the zombies. By this point, Lu Han had ascended to a third-tier ability wielder, his fusion powers having transformed into the form of black flames. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The key was that following this battle, the development of the Dark Insect King system had reached level 14, a significant leap of 3 levels. Additionally, several of his pets had experienced substantial enhancements. The Flashing Spirit Cat reached intermediate second tier, the Collective had attained advanced second tier, and the 9 Blacklight zombies had also reached intermediate second tier. Through this battle, Lu Han's team had once again achieved a qualitative leap. Weary, he glanced towards the distant throne, beckoning with his fingers. Hundreds of crystal cores soared from the bodies of the zombies, floating around Lu Han before vanishing in a ripple. The spatial enchantment rune was transferred to Lu Han, making the collection of items far more convenient. Wrap it up? A hint of confidence graced Zhang Cheng's face, while Su Shuer beamed with joy. Unbeknownst to them, they had grown to such formidable heights. Wait! Lu Han's expression suddenly shifted to one of alarm as he halted abruptly. "Quick, follow me." Lu Han sprinted towards the throne, his face etched with fear. Zhang Cheng and Su Shuer exchanged puzzled glances but obeyed, racing after him. "Lu Gu? What is happening?" Zhang Cheng inquired as they ran. Lu Han, his expression fraught with anxiety, shouted, "A terrifying presence is approaching." As superhumans surpassed the third tier, their sensitivity to energy heightened. At that moment, a powerful energy was drawing near to Lu Han and his companions. Zhang Cheng observed Lu Han's serious demeanor and furrowed his brow, quickening his pace. An enemy capable of instilling fear in this leader could hardly be anything below Tier 3. Play with me. A chilling child's voice echoed throughout the deathly forest. Lu Han gritted his teeth and accelerated, realizing that they had strayed several miles from the throne during the previous battle. While engaged in combat, the distance felt inconsequential, but now, racing back, he realized how profoundly far it truly was. Play with me. The eerie child's voice grew closer. Zhang Chong felt as though icy fingers were gripping his back. Lu Gu. What in the world is this creature? Zhang Chong, confident in his physical prowess, especially after recently breaking through to Tier 3, felt a strange pain coursing through his body as the disquieting voice echoed. Lu Gu. I can't run anymore. At a critical moment, Su Shuer suddenly collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Lu Han gritted his teeth, swiftly hoisting Su Shuer onto his back and sprinting forward. Lu Han, are you afraid? Aren't you supposed to be the so-called god of death? Can't you slay 1,000,000 troops single-handedly? An eerie voice whispered in his ear. Lu Han's pupils constricted sharply as he angrily shrugged off Su Shuer from his back, charging furiously towards the old man before him. Saitu Nanjing. Lu Han unleashed a powerful punch. Yet the elderly figure deftly dodged, reappearing behind him. Only death can repay everything. Lu Han seemed to forget everything else and pursued Saitu Nanjing with a furious countenance. Why must you eradicate us all? Are our lives not worth anything? Lu Han shouted, attacking frantically while confronting Saitu Nanjing. Yet the ancient man before him, with his snow-white hair, remained unfazed, grinning at Lu Han. Speak. Why did you condemn us all to death? Lu Han's inner fury surged as he faced Saitu Nanjing. A surge of black flames erupted around Lu Han, and with a sweeping gesture, the flames raced towards Saitu Nanjing. Trees disintegrated into ash in the flames' wake. However, the smiling old man continued to regard Lu Han with a grin. Saitu Nanjing, why? Why can't I kill you? Even if I were to be reborn, would I still not be the protagonist? Lu Han knelt in shock, murmuring to himself, I am not a hero. I am not your match, I am not a savior. I am merely a dog. Lu Han laughed. Lu Han, who was prostrate on the ground, suddenly froze. He sharply raised his head, for the voice he had just heard was eerily familiar, reminiscent of a certain Zhang. Lu Han desperately racked his brain, trying to recall the name. Zhang something? Lu Gu, what's wrong with you? I'm so scared. You look terrifying. A woman's voice echoed. Lu Han's gaze, filled with confusion, was fixed on the figure of Saitu Nanjing before him. The elderly man with white hair wore a stiff smile as he slowly approached. Lu Han, have you forgotten my teachings? What should you do upon seeing me? Painfully, Lu Han shut his eyes, as scenes of humiliation flitted through his mind. Kneel. Have you forgotten even the most basic respect? Or do you no longer acknowledge me as your mentor? Trembling, Lu Han quivered as he spoke. Of course I remember. Those humiliating memories flashed vividly in his mind. What is a dog? A dog consumes the leftovers of others and obeys every command of its master. Lu Han had once been a dog, the fiercest of them all. Kneel. I command you to kneel. Saitu Nanjing's expression was charged with fervor, as if he yearned to tear Lu Han apart. Don't waste your efforts. Suddenly, the fear in Lu Han's eyes vanished. A towering figure, over 2 meters tall, stood behind him. At that moment, a thick layer of frost solidified beneath Saitu Nanjing's feet. How dare you? You defy your mentor? Saitu Nanjing's face contorted with rage, resembling a malevolent specter reaching out for Lu Han. Mentor? Lu Han shook his head indifferently, stepping towards Saitu Nanjing. You will no longer be my source of fear. As Lu Han waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of black flames, the scene before him began to distort. A little girl materialized. Big brother, will you play with me? Zhang Chong silently stood beside Lu Han, while Su Shuer gently grasped Lu Han's arm from behind. The three exchanged calm smiles. Not me, but us. Chapter 26. The little girl, damn it. Where did she run off to? The grass almost hit me again. Zhang Chong, be careful. Lu Han shouted in a mixture of terror and anger at Zhang Chong, emerging from the shattered remnants of a tree trunk. Where is she? If we can't find her, Lu Gu, why don't you burn this area? That way, she can't escape. Lu Han shook his head in exasperation at Zhang Chong's foolishness. Just then, Su Shuer slowly stepped over the splintered wood, leaving behind a faint footprint. Lu Han's eyes brightened as he slapped his forehead. Right, Su Shuer, frost. Enveloped this entire area in a thin layer of frost. Su Shuer's eyes lit up in response, immediately harnessing her icy powers. A delicate frost began to crystallize around them, on the trees, the ground, and the leaves. Lu Gu, what are you doing? Are you suddenly in the mood for skiing? Zhang Chong scratched his head, bewildered by the frosty surroundings. Get lost. Hey, Lu Gu, if you're not going to explain, why are you cursing? Su Shuer impatiently tossed a handful of snow at Zhang Chang's face, scolding him. Serves you right, you foolish pig. Ignoring the antics of Zhang Chang, Lu Han and Su Shuer are focused intently on the thin frost encasing their surroundings. Big brother, you're so clever. Now I can't get close to you. The eerie voice of a child echoed from all directions. Yet, no footprints disturbed the frost around them. Big brother, I'm not that foolish. I'm playing with you from a distance, hee hee. After intently scanning their surroundings, Lu Han suddenly spun around and unleashed a wave of black flames skyward. A great mass of branches was reduced to ashes, yet there was nothing there. Damn it, she escaped again, Lu Han muttered in frustration. Big brother, how cruel, do you want to kill me? The strange child's voice ignited Su Shuer's ire. You wretched woman, if you have the guts, show yourself. You must be an ugly monster. The atmosphere fell silent. The eerie child's voice paused for a few seconds before it spoke again. Big sister. IVE decided to start with you. Under the dim sky, the death forest appeared exceedingly sinister and terrifying. Were it not for their superhuman physical resilience, Lu Han and his companions would have been akin to blindfolded fools in this forest. But at that moment, true darkness descended. Big brother, isn't it dark? Are you afraid of the dark? I, too, am scared of the dark. Lu Han stared into the void of darkness before him, as if he had completely lost his sight. Zhang Chang and Su Shuer experienced the same sensation. Oh no, vision deprivation? Lu Han stood still, devoid of any movement. Meanwhile, Zhang Chang and Su Shuer began to panic. I can't see. Lu Gu. Where are you, Lu Gu? Make a sound. The trio's world had transformed entirely into darkness. This was not merely a lack of light. It was a complete loss of sight. Lu Gu, don't shout. If you can't see, use your ears. Lu Han scolded in exasperation. He had encountered similar foes before, so despite the unease, it was not enough to impede his combat capabilities. There's not even a hint of killing intent. Could it truly be a little girl? Lu Han concentrated, attempting to sense the air around him for any trace of murderous intent, but discerned nothing at all. If this was not a master of concealing their killing intent, then it was merely an ordinary person devoid of malice. Or perhaps, the killing intent was not directed at him. Crap, Su Shuer. Encapsulate yourself in ice immediately. Women can be incredibly jealous, even a little girl. Big sister, I'm coming. Sure enough, as Lu Han's words fell, a girl's voice emerged beside Su Shuer. Fortunately, Su Shuer had already encased herself in ice at Lu Han's warning. So hard. Your ice is even tougher than steel, in the enveloping darkness. Su Shuer heard the eerie voice and defiantly retorted, Ugly monster, if you dare, show your true face. The scene fell silent once more for several seconds before Lu Han heard a gasp. Su Shuer, are you all right? Damn it, Lu Gu. I heard the sound of blood spraying. Panic surged within Lu Han, and he began to swing his black flames in all directions. At that moment, he cared little for the possibility of friendly fire. This little cat is quite adorable. I think I'll keep it as my pet. A heavy thud resonated as a large mass of flesh collided with Lu Han, followed by a whimper. Lu Gu, your aggregate has perished. It was Su Shuer's voice. Lu Han's heart momentarily eased. As long as she was unharmed, the aggregate was inconsequential to Su Shuer. Are you all right? Lu Han inquired with concern. I am fine, Lu Gu. That little girl lifted the curse she placed on me. Oh, what? She lifted it. Why? I'm not sure. Maybe it's because I called her ugly. Lu Han broke into a cold sweat. What kind of absurdity was this? So is she ugly or not? Zhang Chang's naive voice chimed in. Lu Han wiped the cold sweat from his brow. To encounter two such foolish teammates is truly a stroke of luck. What are you both doing now? Lu Han asked anxiously. This girl is genuinely just a little girl and quite pretty. In fact, no sooner had the words left her mouth than a sweet, high-pitched voice rang out. Little sister, let us not fight anymore. Okay? How about I give you this white cat? Lu Han heard a burst of laughter, only to be interrupted by the sound of blood spraying again. Su Shuer, who is spraying blood? Lu Han shouted in exasperation. This is utterly maddening. It's fine, Lu Gu. This little girl killed all your pets. Huh? Why? The scene fell into silence for a few moments before Su Shuer's voice broke through. She said your pets are too ugly to live. Then which ones are still alive? Ugh, ask her if she wants to keep fighting. Lu Han shouted in desperation. Encountering a being with such bizarre abilities was truly frustrating, as he had strength without an outlet for it. She doesn't want to fight anymore. The girl says she wants to come with us. Come with us? Why? She says she likes this cat and wants me to give it to her. Agree to her. Quickly, quickly. Give it to her. As the scene fell silent once more for a few seconds, Lu Han felt a fleeting blur before his eyes. The vibrant, colorful images returned, though he could still only see the woods shrouded in darkness. Nevertheless, it was infinitely better than being blind. With an expression of relief, he turned to glance at two figures beside him, one tall and one short, just in time to catch sight of a charming little girl. Delicate as a flower, holding Su Shuer's hand while cradling a white cat in her arms. Lu Han secretly exhaled, his taut nerves relaxing. This crisis had turned out to be a mere false alarm. Chapter 27, Zhuhai City. Ya, are you hungry? No, Ya, come have some water. I'm not thirsty. Zhang Chong, with a face full of eagerness, poured tea and water, only to be consistently rebuffed by Ya. You big water buffalo, you're too ugly. Don't talk to me. Ya pouted her chubby face, displaying a look of disdain as she pushed away Zhang Chong's approaching visage. Hey, do you have any shame? Can't you see that Ya dislikes you? Su Shuer impatiently shooed Zhang Chong away, then affectionately embraced Ya, rubbing her cheek against the girl's rosy face. Be good, Ya. Don't let this big water buffalo come near you. With a leisurely sigh, Lu Han piloted the throne through low-altitude flight. Since his last venture into that deathly forest, he had unexpectedly encountered the little girl, Ye, again. Remarkably, this small child possessed immense superpowers, perception interference, capable of instantly rendering living beings devoid of their five senses. Brother Lu, they're going too far, Zhang Chong lamented, taking a seat beside Lu Han. Get lost, even you, Brother Lu, dislike me. I don't want to live anymore. Zhuhai City, 50 days into the apocalypse. Lu Han had been piloting the throne for a whole day. After traversing the death forest, he grasped the reality. There was no such thing as dreams of wealth in this apocalypse. Surviving was already a considerable achievement, let alone seeking fortune. Consequently, the pet-selling plan was put on hold, and even the pets under Lu Han's command had been slaughtered nearly to extinction, leaving only a beautiful, snow-white spirit cat. Be good. Eat another one. Helplessly watching Ya feed the spirit cat a second-tier crystal core. Lu Han felt quite powerless. This girl turned out to be the legendary chosen superhuman, her strength growing over time, requiring no nourishment from crystal cores at all. Moreover, Ya was a terrifying third-tier advanced superhuman, surpassing Lu Han by several tiers. Everyone, brace yourselves. We're about to accelerate. The throne sped rapidly towards the center of Zhuhai City. From above, the entire city resembled a fortress encircled by a river, with numerous second-tier zombies convulsing and scuttling about the streets, transforming the city into a prison for its inhabitants. The throne has run out of energy. Prepare to walk. Zhang Chong sighed in resignation, skillfully leaping down from the throne, while Su Shuer waited until it landed before gently carrying Ye down. Is she asleep? Lu Han observed in astonishment the slumbering Ye. Despite being a high-tier superhuman, she still couldn't escape the mentality of a child. This should be Zhuhai City. Let us find a place to rest well. As soon as they landed, Su Shuer, brimming with excitement, quickly walked away holding Ye, darting into a nearby themed hotel. The hotel won't do. The safety factor is too low, Lu Han called after them. He had deliberately chosen a landing spot free of zombies, but that did not guarantee they wouldn't be attacked. On Lu Han's suggestion, the group made their way to the entrance of a nearby police station. Are you sure you want to stay here? Zhang Chong stared blankly at the police station's entrance. Yes, is there a problem? Just feeling a bit anxious. Anxious? Lu Han raised an eyebrow at Zhang Chong. Have you done something wrong? Not at all. Then stop wasting time and hurry inside. The structure of the police station was far sturdier than that of a regular residential building, and Lu Han had his reasons for choosing this place. Let's find a random room to rest. Once we've recuperated, we'll head out to gather supplies. Nodding in agreement, they dispersed to find their respective rooms. Ye and Su Shuer shared one room, while Zhang Chong and Lu Han took separate ones. In the perpetual darkness of the apocalyptic world, Zhang Chong could only glimpse the faint moonlight through the window. Oh, it's already nighttime. And no wonder I'm so sleepy. That night, Su Shuer held on to Ye, staring at the pentagram on the ceiling, remaining awake throughout the night. Zhang Chong, are you awake? Unknowingly, 8 hours had passed. Lu Han stood at Zhang Chang's door, calling out, "Su Shuer," lost in thought, gazed at the ceiling, observing the familiar police badges, and silently closed her eyes. With the sounds of commotion outside the door, Lu Han and Zhang Chang stood at Su Shuer's entrance. "Should you call? Or should I? Brother Lu." "You're handsome." Su Shuer chuckled as she listened to their hushed banter outside. Throwing on a random outfit, she sat up. "What are you two doing?" She opened the door, laughing at the sight of the two engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Su Shuer headed straight for the communal washroom, leaving the two in a state of helplessness. Exchanging glances. 20 minutes later, the group stood ready at the police station's entrance. This mission is particularly challenging. From my observations, there are a lot of migrant workers in Zhuhai City, which means the number of zombies will likely be higher than in other cities. Lu Han continued with his pre-mission briefing, only to suddenly notice Su Shuer staring blankly at the police station's entrance. "Su Shuer." Called by Lu Han, she snapped back to attention, instinctively nodding. "Understood." With a resigned sigh, Lu Han refrained from saying much more, merely offering a few encouraging words before leading the group to scour the surrounding streets. "Su Shuer, freeze that fellow. Brother Lu, don't use your black flames. It will affect the collection of crystal cores. Look at these corpses. They've turned to charcoal. Big brother, let ya help you." The four of them busily scoured the streets, raiding every shop along the way for anything useful. "Brother Lu, are we humans going extinct? Why is there not a single person around?" Upon hearing Zhang Chang's words, Lu Han instinctively scanned their surroundings. This time. Shouldn't a gathering place have formed? Human civilization had endured for thousands of years. This was not mere luck. Therefore, even in this terrifying apocalypse, humanity could not be extinguished. Lu Han firmly believed this. Enough idle chatter. Put the collected supplies in front of me. This time, Lu Han had deliberately reserved ample energy for the throne, ensuring it stayed close behind him to prevent a repeat of the previous incident, where it was too far away to arrive in time. At Zhang Chang's suggestion, Lu Han ceased using his black flames, allowing Zhang Chang to take the lead, with Su Shuer assisting from the side, while Lu Han leisurely trailed behind to gather crystal cores. As the group wandered about aimlessly, an eye suddenly emerged from a sewer gap. "Report, leader. Intruders are approaching." Chapter 28. Su Shuer, "Ugh, these biscuits taste awful." Zhang Chang stuffed a piece of bear-shaped biscuit into his mouth. Su Shuer, lost in thought, followed the group when suddenly, she grasped Lu Han's arm. What's wrong?" Lu Han looked at Su Shuer, puzzled. This girl had been with him all this time, seemingly never uttering a superfluous word, merely following along silently in battle. Her background and origins had never been mentioned. After all this time, he had only learned her name, Su Shuer. "Brother Lu, I miss home." Lu Han was taken aback. Home? He had long forgotten that concept. How long had it been? Perhaps around 27 years. Where is your home?" A glimmer of sorrow flickered in Su Shuer's eyes. "A very far place." Lu Han fell silent. The members of his team had initially come together through a series of fortuitous events. He had never imagined that he would journey so far alongside them. However, as they fought side by side through various crises and witnessed each other's growth, Lu Han had never considered that someone might leave. He had never dared to think that way. "So, are you saying you want to leave?" Su Shuer nodded slightly, lowering her head to avoid Lu Han's gaze. Lu Han also silently nodded in response. "What is going on? Why this somber mood?" Of course, when a girl misses her home, she should return. Furthermore, Su Shuer, you will come back, right? Su Shuer opened her mouth as if she had a multitude of words to express. Zhang Chang's face flushed crimson as he fixed his gaze intently on Su Shuer, who seemed hesitant to speak. Lu Han turned his face away, presenting his back to the two, obscuring his expression from view. He merely remarked in a voice that was slightly hoarse, "Yes, home is indeed quite important." Su Shuer departed, taking Yaya with her, leaving this group behind. The five-pointed star appeared to hold profound significance for Su Shuer. As she left, she retrieved a five-pointed star from her pocket and handed it to Lu Han. That smiling face at parting flickered before Lu Han's eyes like a slideshow. The phrase of fate allows. "We shall meet again" pierced the heart with a sharp pang. "Lu Gu, it's just the two of us left," Zhang Chang said bitterly, casting a glance at Lu Han before silently turning to walk at the forefront. Lu Han slightly parted his lips. Some words, in the end, could not be spoken aloud, nor dared to be. Su Shuer, if given the chance. He tightly grasped the five-pointed star in his hand, I will surely share all the unspoken words with you. The quartet had now been reduced to a duo. Lu Han quietly followed behind Zhang Chong, walking for quite some time. Lu Gu, we've collected enough. Shall we set off? The duo's team felt desolate and empty. Upon hearing Zhang Chong's words, Lu Han forced a smile. Zhang Chong, huh? What's wrong, Lu Gu? Lu Han took a deep breath, smiling helplessly. Don't you want to see your parents? It was only after Su Shui's departure that Lu Han suddenly realized that not everyone was as unencumbered as himself. They had their own families, their own parents, and loved ones who were undoubtedly concerned for them. I'm sorry, Zhang Chong. Lu Gu is an orphan. He rubbed his face vigorously. Lu Gu is an orphan. I forgot that you still have parents to protect. Zhang Chong looked at Lu Han in astonishment, then walked over with a blank expression. Lu Gu. Him? Lu Gu. Suddenly, Zhang Chong's face was awash with tears as he cried out. I killed my parents with my own hands. They turned into monsters, and I had no choice, Lu Gu. They became monsters, and I didn't know what to do. Zhang Chong wailed heart-wrenchingly. Lu Han felt a pang in his heart. Staring blankly at Zhang Chong, he slapped himself hard, then resolutely stood up and embraced Zhang Chong tightly. Let us together eradicate those monsters. At a corner of Zhuhai City, a man with black hair accompanied a towering figure over 2 meters tall, wreaking havoc as they rampaged through the streets. Countless second-level zombies surged from around the corner, yet the black-haired man merely waved his hand casually, summoning a vast expanse of black flames to reduce them to ashes. The other man, resembling a giant, had muscles like iron, shattering the skulls of second-level zombies with effortless punches, even demolishing nearby buildings in the process. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit underground room, 2 individuals engaged in conversation. What? 2 intruders are causing widespread destruction? Boss, did you not catch the main point? Those 2 can annihilate second-level zombies with a single strike. Oh, that's a relief. If they expose our underground base through their rampage, that would be disastrous. With a languid sigh, the corpulent boss suddenly wore a strange expression of suspicion. What did you say? They can annihilate second-level zombies. How many have they killed? Dozens? No way. It must be over 100. Unaware of their newfound status as mysterious powerhouses in the eyes of the local forces, Lu Han and his companion continued their frenzied slaughter of second-level zombies. Lu Gu, this is so boring. These zombies are no challenge at all. Lu Han instinctively glanced at Zhang Chong, reflecting on his own fortune. He had randomly assembled a teammate and had found such an extraordinary one. While most superhumans were just beginning to reach the second level, many had yet to even touch the threshold. This freak had already achieved the 3rd level through sheer effort. As for Lu Han, even with his system, it was astonishing that Zhang Chong, as an ordinary person, had reached such heights. Enough. Leave some for my parasitic bugs, Lu Han said, tossing a few second-level crystal cores to the side of the recently subdued zombies. He then glanced at his system interface. Protagonist name, Lu Han, development progress, 14, devour progress, 331540. Furrowing his brow, Lu Han felt a tinge of disappointment. Ever since his strength began to grow, the system's presence seemed to dwindle. The units under his control could hardly keep up with his level of combat. However, the ability to hatch parasitic bugs had greatly aided Lu Han. After all, without the control of the parasitic bugs, Lu Han's fusion superpower would be rendered ineffective, preventing him from achieving his current formidable state. Then there was the mysterious prize he had drawn, the shadowy throne, which had proven to be incredibly helpful. It was not merely a tool for showing off. It even had a telekinetic field for use, a true essential for both mayhem and domestic travel. As for the mother bug lying dormant in the spatial warehouse, it remained utterly silent. With a faint sigh, Lu Han brushed aside his distractions. Since there was no other space for improvement, he decided to elevate the development progress to level 15. Perhaps the next mysterious draw would surprise Lu Han once more. In Chapter 29, an 8-person small squad stealthily emerged from a sewer, creeping along the wall. After turning several corners, they paused beside a supermarket. Captain, are you certain we can subdue those guys? Disrupting their morale is essential. After receiving a scolding from the captain, the talkative member immediately quieted down. After we turn this corner, those 2 will be just 100 meters away. At that time, all of you better be sharp. Yes, understood, Captain. Sneaking past the corner, the group of 8 cautiously approached the 2 men in the distance. The black-haired man occasionally summoned large plumes of black flames to incinerate the surrounding zombies, while the other, towering over 2 meters, smashed the zombies' heads with punches as if they were mere dumplings. "Boss, let us retreat. Get lost. We are all superhumans. What are we afraid of? Charge." Before the 8 could close in, the black-haired man suddenly ceased his actions and slowly turned to face them. "What should we do, boss?" The cold sweat instantly soaked the back of the man. "Boss?" In a blink, he realized his leader had vanished. Standing before him was the black-haired man, fixating him with his jet-black eyes. "What do you want?" The black-haired man held up a struggling individual in his grasp, addressing them. "Lu Gu, the zombies are charging over again. Let's ignore these guys for now." The black-haired man was Lu Han, and the muscular figure beside him was Zhang Chong. Lu Han glanced helplessly at the group of small fry, sighed, and discarded the so-called captain he was holding, then turned back to engage in battle with the zombies. "Zhang Chong, watch your back." Lu Han manipulated the black flames, sweeping through the zombies. Every zombie that fell to the black flames contributed a portion of power to Lu Han. This was the advanced version of fusion, force devouring. If the individual from his previous life who achieved fusion had managed to survive the early stages, he would have likely become a highly capable powerhouse. However, sadly, in the apocalypse, no one was willing to help others through difficult times, and thus that failure never even reached the second level before meeting his demise. Why have those guys not left yet? Lu Han turned his obsidian eyes toward a group in the distance. They had been inching closer since the very beginning, their intentions suspicious. "Forget it. Let us call it a day. My strength is nearly depleted." Zhang Chong shook his fatigued arms and spoke to Lu Han. Lu Han nodded in agreement. "All right, but before we go, let us find out what those guys are up to." The nervous group watched as Lu Han and Zhang Chong once again dispatched a batch of second-level zombies, then slowly approached them. "They're coming. Everyone, make sure your statements are consistent. Understood?" "Understood. What should we say?" "We are but passing survivors, pursued by zombies to this very place." The captain nodded, attempting to suppress the panic etched upon his face as he turned to regard the 2 individuals approaching. "Hey, you lot have been lurking around since the beginning. What exactly are you up to?" Zhang Chong remarked, flexing his impressive muscles, causing Lu Han to shudder in revulsion. "Stop it, do not further assault my eyes." Lu Han interjected, covering his forehead. Slowly extending his right hand, a swirling mass of pitch-black flames erupted into the air, lifting the group of 8 off the ground. With meticulous control over his power, the black flames did not harm them. "Big brother, no, Grandpa, spare us. We're merely lowly scouts sent by the boss. Please do not kill me." Captain Chow, feeling frustrated, slapped his forehead. This had been a premeditated act. They had conspired from the very start, feigning to divulge intelligence. "Oh, so you're scouts?" Lu Han mused, his expression revealing surprise. The captain, taken aback, secretly felt astonished. "Hey, shouldn't you at least harbor some suspicion? Is it truly that easy to gain your trust?" "We are, after all, under orders to eliminate you." Of course, these were merely the captain's inner thoughts. Observing Lu Han, who seemed to believe them, he suddenly began to wail. "We suffer terribly. We are oppressed by these zombies. Too frightened to step outside, living on rats and cockroaches." "Stop!" Lu Han impatiently interrupted the antics of the 2 men before him. His expression suddenly hardened as he seized the captain by the collar. The captain's heart sank. Had he seen through their ruse? This was troubling. It appeared that a fierce battle was inevitable. Yet, considering the formidable strength of these 2, he feared that his group of 8 might be annihilated entirely. Hastily shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, the captain gazed resolutely at the dark-haired man before him. "This battle must not occur. It would end in utter devastation. You must be enduring great hardship," he remarked, unexpectedly met with Lu Han's sympathetic gaze. Turning around, Lu Han cast an angry glance at the advancing zombies. "Big brother, how about we join forces to repel those zombies first?" The captain swallowed nervously at the sight of the oncoming horde. Though he was also a second-tier superhuman, the prospect of slaughtering zombies with the ease displayed by Lu Han seemed nothing short of a dream. "No need. I can handle this alone." Under the captain's astonished gaze, Lu Han casually waved his hand, summoning a vast expanse of black flames that surged forth with tremendous force, sweeping toward the approaching zombies. In less than a second, the horde of zombies vanished. leaving naught but a ground covered in black dust. Hiss! The small squad of 8, initially planning to ambush Lu Han, gasped in horror. From a distance, one might simply remark, impressive. However, upon nearing, the true terror of Lu Han's power became palpable, particularly for those among them who had previously felt the oppressive force of second-tier zombies. The realization struck with profound clarity. Lu Han turned to regard the stunned small squad of 8. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "Why not give it a try yourselves? After all, engaging in combat is the best way to enhance your fighting prowess." The group chuckled awkwardly, their smiles stiff as they complied with Lu Han's suggestion, then together approached the zombies that were drawing near. Lu Han, meanwhile, ventured down another street to commence his own massacre. After vanquishing yet another 20 zombies, he opened the system interface with a satisfied expression. He had just heard the system's notification chime. Development progress 1. Host development progress has reached level 15, granting one mysterious lottery draw. Host level has reached level 15. All levels have been advanced. Dark Insect King S Brainwave 15. The host can emit the Dark Insect King S Brainwave, with a 10 chance of fully controlling the unit, quantity, 15. Dark Insect King S Authority 15. Enhances the combat power of allied units by 10 within a 750-meter radius, while weakening enemy units by 10. Dark Insect King S Glory 15. Each time an enemy falls, the host will recover from injuries. Dark Insect King S Devour 15. Each time an enemy is slain, the Insect King S Brain will provide nourishment, resulting in functional enhancement. Dark Insect King S Legion 15. When an enemy is killed, there is a chance for the corpses to generate insectoid units. Rarity depending on the deceased unit. Dark Insect King S Generosity 15. Can consume Devour points to enhance any unit's power. From the initially pristine system interface to now being densely populated with skills. This was a testament to his burgeoning power. A glimmer of something unusual sparked in his eyes as Lu Han suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Saitu Nanjing, prepare to meet your fate. Chapter 30. The underground world. The small squad of 8, initially intent on ambushing Lu Han, found themselves inadvertently aligned with him. So, you mean to say your gathering has barely a handful of second-tier superhumans? Lu Han inquired, astonished by the self-proclaimed second-tier superhumans before him. It was hard to believe. Not only in terms of strength, but even their psychological fortitude fell remarkably short. This indicated that these individuals had all been forcibly elevated to their ranks due to the second wave of anomalous spatial energy, rather than through personal effort. How have you managed to survive? The squad leader awkwardly chuckled. We simply hide and evade. Those zombies just wander aimlessly in the streets. Huh? Lu Han's mouth fell open in surprise. Could it be that these zombies have become simpletons? Oh, right, I forgot. The zombies were already simpletons. Lu Han pondered gravely, stroking his chin. This shouldn't be the case. The second wave of anomalous spatial energy invasion had led to a universal ascension to the second tier. Almost all beings, including zombies, should have been forcibly elevated to that level. Yet, what was the situation with these individuals? In their entire gathering, only a mere handful had become second tier, and the zombies appeared to be patrolling rather than frantically hunting for survivors. Forget it, just take me to your gathering place, Lu Han finally decided, dismissing his thoughts with a shake of his head. This? The captain appeared flustered, as though conveying, this is rather challenging. However, upon sensing Lu Han's overwhelming killing intent, the small squad of 8 collapsed in fear. Only then did the captain beam a bright smile, acquiescing to Lu Han's request. See? In the apocalypse, no one cares about the lives of others, Lu Han remarked, observing the captain leading them with evident panic. Hey, if it were me, I'd rather die than let those 2 terrifying individuals discover our gathering place. Zhang Cheng lamented, shaking his head in resignation, falling silent as he continued to follow Lu Han closely behind the captain. Hee, Lu Gu, we've arrived. The captain wore an ingratiating smile. Lu Han surveyed his surroundings, noting a tall water tower encircled by massive stone pillars. In a spot piled high with stones, there lay a manhole cover. Under Lu Han's curious gaze, the captain approached the manhole and forcefully flipped it open, gesturing for them to enter before jumping in himself. Lu Han shook his head and followed suit, as the group descended into the manhole. A pair of eyes, filled with white, quietly emerged from a crack in the wall. I've searched for you all tirelessly, humans, upon entering the underground world with the captain. Lu Han encountered a labyrinth of pipes. The underground was damp, with water pooling everywhere. After traversing for a considerable distance, he noticed the ground beneath his feet becoming increasingly dry until, eventually, all moisture vanished. "Here it is, Lu Gu," the captain announced, his face beaming with a sycophantic smile. Lu Han stared blankly at the captain, who appeared to say, "Please, come in." Shaking his head to dispel his scattered thoughts, Lu Han sighed and pushed open a small door, revealing a series of interconnected rooms. Shadowy figures crouched in the darkness, their expressions vacant as they gazed upon Lu Han and his companions. These individuals were gaunt and emaciated, resembling hairless monkeys. Most alarmingly, Lu Han spotted several ordinary people among them. In an era where everyone was second-tier, this was decidedly abnormal. "This is the break room for the previous repair workers, and some of these are doorways we carved out with our own tools," the captain explained, detailing the underground world. Lu Han, however, was only half listening as he surveyed the surroundings, beginning to grasp why these individuals had not advanced. "Did you all come here the moment the zombies appeared?" Upon being questioned by Lu Han, the captain was immediately engulfed in doubt. Nevertheless, he instinctively replied, "It's not that we arrived later." He then glanced at the few individuals squatting on the ground, their faces vacant and expressionless. These individuals were the mechanics of the area, who had been hiding since the outbreak of the zombies. Lu Han, upon hearing this, felt a sudden clarity. No wonder these individuals exhibited such a disparity in their ranks. It turned out they had been sequestered in this underground world all along. In the years prior to the establishment of the Earth United Nations, nations were frequently embroiled in war. To guard against aerial assaults and missile attacks. Each country constructed vast numbers of air raid shelters. After the cessation of war, many of these shelters were gradually repurposed into sewage channels. However, one crucial fact remained. The materials used for these shelters were capable of shielding against radiation. This meant that the energies from alternate realms had not infiltrated these bunkers. Lu Han gazed with pity at the numbed individuals around him. They had forsaken their only chance of survival for a fleeting sense of safety. If they were to return to the surface now, their bodies, which had yet to reach even the second tier, would likely be torn to shreds by the zombies in an instant. The passage was long, and Lu Han continued onward, the scenery varying along the way. Those of great power had rooms overflowing with food, while the weaker ones were akin to dogs, subsisting on the remnants offered by the strong. Some women lay on the ground, disheveled and with vacant expressions, as if vitality had abandoned them. Occasionally, screams would resonate throughout the corridor, yet no one paid them any heed. They were solely focused on their own survival. The suffering of others was of little consequence. As long as they were safe, that was enough. Lu Han sighed softly, witnessing the sordid reality of this underground world. Yet, he never intervened on behalf of those individuals. No one could speak for the victims. They could only rise to power themselves if they wished to truly stand tall enough. Let's not linger. "Are there any clean rooms available? Find us two." Lu Han suddenly halted. Turning to the captain, Zhang Chang hesitated, glancing at a man nearby who was being beaten. "Lu Gu," before he could finish his sentence, Lu Han waved his hand to interrupt. "We cannot assist them for a lifetime." Such scenes were not unfamiliar to Lu Han. Had he not once endured similar fates in his past life? Subjected to various humiliations and treated in hellish manners, he ultimately emerged as the figure known as the God of Death. Bearing the weight of mountains upon his shoulders, to seek fairness, one must first possess the power to oppress others. As the captain continued walking, the ground suddenly trembled violently. The captain turned to Lu Han in surprise. For only these two formidable beings behind them could cause such a disturbance. However, Lu Han gazed up in confusion at the falling debris, and then his expression shifted to one of horror as he yelled, "It's a giant zombie!" Chapter 31. Li Bawang. The sound of dripping water echoed beside them as Lu Han and his companions sprinted through the circular corridor. The individuals in the doorways occasionally looked at them with bewildered expressions. Yet not a single one seemed to care about the sudden tremors. "Lu Gu? What is a giant zombie?" the squad leader asked Lu Han, confusion etched on his face. Initially, he had feared Lu Han might cause trouble upon his arrival, but seeing Lu Han offer help instead, he finally relaxed. "A giant zombie is simply a very large zombie. You all should stay back. I can handle this alone," Lu Han sighed, glancing at the emaciated individuals surrounding him. These people would be of no assistance even if they ventured out. After a moment, Lu Han followed the squad leader to one of the exits of the underground world, and without hesitation, he began to climb up. Unbeknownst to him, the squad leader's eyes flickered with a peculiar light. Lu Gu, I want to go too. Lu Han turned to Zhang Chong and nodded. In that instant, the squad leader forced a nervous smile. Lu Han and his companion paid him no mind and continued their ascent to the surface, where they began to search around. Where are the zombies? Strangely, despite the recent violent tremors, the ground appeared completely devoid of any presence. Could they be hiding? Lu Han shook his head, dismissing Zhang Chong's suggestion. Giant zombies usually stand over 7 or 8 meters tall. Where could they possibly hide? As the two men wandered in confusion, another violent tremor shook the ground. Lu Han glanced down, pressing his ear to the ground to listen intently. This sound? Lu Han's expression turned grave. It's underground. Just as he was about to dive back into the subterranean world, he suddenly felt his arm being grasped. Turning back in bewilderment, he saw Zhang Chong. Lu Gu, didn't you say we don't need to save them? Lu Han was taken aback. Yes, there's no need to save them. But why should we save them? Perhaps to fill some void within my heart. Let humanity fight among themselves. We cannot intervene, but I absolutely will not allow zombies to harm anyone in my presence. With that, Lu Han swiftly leaped into the well, returning to the underground world. Upon his return, he was struck by the sight of blood everywhere. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the blood appeared to be coagulated clots. Fortunately, the survivors had not yet been attacked. There was still time. Without hesitation, Lu Han dashed deeper into the depths. Roar. Just as he turned a corner, a second-tier zombie lunged at him with claws bared. With a mere wave of his hand, a surge of black flame erupted, instantly reducing the zombie to ashes. Zhang Chong followed closely behind, watching Lu Han with a face full of urgency. Lu Gu? I have a feeling those guys are plotting something against us. Lu Han smiled at Zhang Chong. You're quite astute. After annihilating a few more zombies, Lu Han shrugged nonchalantly. What are their schemes? They cannot harm us. Lu Han hesitated. There was still something left unsaid. As soldiers, even when the people sought to oppress them, they would unhesitatingly protect the populace, right? Comrade Su Shuer, pick up the pace. Sensing the intensifying tremors, Lu Han quickened his pace. Roar. The number of zombies before him continued to swell, and Lu Han began to struggle in this underground world. He could not unleash the black flames recklessly. Each use required meticulous control, lest he risk corroding the very structures around him, entombing himself in Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong, you take over? Nodding, Zhang Chong stepped past Lu Han and began to crush the skulls of the zombies one by one. Suddenly, from around the corner, two men stealthily hurled something towards them. Roar. The zombies erupted into a frenzy. Even those in the distance began to screech and rush towards Lu Han and his companion. Zhang Chong lamented, See, Lu Gu, we've indeed fallen into a trap. Lu Han remained silent, focusing on repelling the encroaching zombies alongside Zhang Chong. Retreat. Retreat to where? There are even more zombies behind us. A dense horde of zombies began to surge forth from behind them. And from afar, more zombies continued to leap into the well. Damn it. Are these bastards leading the zombies to us? While Lu Han and his companion questioned the intentions of these men, the very individuals were in a conference room, animatedly arguing. Who the hell didn't he block the entrance? The entire zombie horde has flooded into my base. A burly figure slammed his fist on the conference table, berating those below him, among whom was the squad leader Lu Han had encountered. Boss, these two are too powerful. We've exerted all our efforts merely to lure the zombies within the base to attack them. How can we possibly block the well now? To hell with you. Are you scared? If you're afraid, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. The so-called boss glared furiously at the surveillance footage on the wall. Damn it. This underground world has turned into a zombie realm. Do you see this? Hundreds of them. How can we survive? The subordinates bowed their heads, afraid to speak. Their leader was known for being ruthless. Who would dare provoke him? The former captain of the small squad suddenly spoke with a face full of obsequiousness. As soon as he uttered these words, all eyes in the room were immediately drawn to him. Judging by the mocking expressions on those faces, it was evident that they were eager to witness the captain's humiliation. Boss, it's not as dire as it seems. Just look at those two fellows in the surveillance footage. They are remarkably formidable. The leader's complexion gradually turned a shade of iron, and his eyes widened as he glared at the squad captain. What do you mean? Are you implying that my strength pales in comparison to theirs? Before he could finish his sentence, the squad captain stood there in a daze, eyes wide open, staring at the chaotic scene around him. Then, his head rolled off and thudded to the ground, plunging the room into an eerie silence. No one dared to utter a single word. I shall see just how capable these two are. Let us not dawdle. Open the gates to the north, south, east, and west, and let all the zombies flood in. The gathered subordinates exchanged terrified glances with the leader before hastily exiting the meeting room. Their faces etched with panic. What should we do? The boss has lost his mind. We're all going to die. There must be over 6,000 zombies trapped behind those gates. The boss is sending us to our doom. In this apocalypse, there are 3 types of people: cowards, ordinary individuals, and madmen. Lu Han naturally fell into the category of the ordinary. He would enhance his strength under secure conditions and steadily tackle dangers. Those ordinary people in the underground world were undeniably cowards. Timid as mice, they dared not take even the slightest risk. Consequently, they had degenerated into mere ants, easily dispatched by even a first-tier zombie. As for the leader, he was utterly insane. Ha ha ha, what are zombies to me? I, Li Bawang, have never feared anyone. The leader laughed maniacally, fixating his gaze on Lu Han and his companion on the screen, muttering to himself, "Come, let us see who is truly stronger." Chapter 32. Fury imminent. While Lu Han and his companion fought valiantly against the zombies, the gates to the north, south, east, and west of the underground world slowly creaked open. The zombies surged in like a tidal wave. Li Bawang glared menacingly at the screen, a sinister look in his eyes as he watched Lu Han and his companion struggle. Brother Lu, why are there more and more zombies? Zhang Chang trembled as he smashed another zombie-esque skull, speaking with a hint of despondency. That moment, Lu Han also noticed the anomaly. All these survivors resided in the underground world, so it was illogical for zombies to exist there. How could those weak individuals survive otherwise? Lu Han racked his brain but could not fathom the situation. The structure of the underground world was exceptionally peculiar. The residential areas and the labyrinthine zones were entirely separate. Lu Han and his companions found themselves in the labyrinthine area. Li Bawang had opened the 4 gates, allowing the hordes of zombies from the outside to invade the labyrinth, while he and the other survivors in the residential area remained unthreatened. This is strange. There are more and more zombies, Brother Lu. We should retreat. Zhang Chang's hands trembled, and he felt the increasing number of zombies around them. Why now? Zhang Chang had already dispatched nearly 200 second-tier zombies. Yet the onslaught of zombies before them seemed never-ending. Lu Han, too, felt the pressure mounting, suppressing his strength for fear of collapsing the underground world. Retreat. Following Lu Han's command, Zhang Chang quickly began to withdraw. However, the sheer number of zombies behind them was overwhelming. The passageway was already packed with zombies, and the entrance continued to be inundated with more. We can't fall back much further, damn it. Let us confront those bastards and get some answers. At worst, we'll perish together. At this critical juncture, Lu Han began to panic, recklessly unleashing black flames. The zombies before them were rapidly incinerated in large swathes, granting them a bit of space to maneuver. Quickly, quickly, Lu Han urged as he hastened forward while releasing the all-consuming black flames. Meanwhile, the structures above began to corrode, crumbling piece by piece under the onslaught of the black flames. How can this be? What manner of monsters are these two? Li Bawang, standing behind the surveillance monitor, slammed his fist on the table in fury. As a third-tier ability user who had fought on the surface, he possessed genuine strength. He could easily handle these second-tier zombies, yet the two on the screen were more monstrous than he could imagine. How long had this battle been ongoing? They appeared utterly unfazed. Not a hint of fatigue on their faces. Li Bawang reclined in his seat, no longer speaking, but meticulously observing their fighting style. At this rate, these zombies would be unable to withstand the two of them. Perhaps soon, they would stand before Li Bawang, and a fierce battle would ensue. Die, all of you. The black flames enveloped the area, and even the walls began to show signs of decay, as if they might collapse at any moment. Yet Lu Han remained undeterred, continuing to unleash the black flames until every zombie before him had vanished. Finally, I've reached these bastards. Lu Han glared fiercely at the familiar door ahead. He recognized it as the entrance they had passed through before. now reduced to a heap of scrap metal by the relentless assault of zombies. Boldly, they strode inside, only to find survivors sprawled on the ground, gazing vacantly at them, unresponsive, as if they were mere walking corpses. Observing the bloody bite marks on these survivors, Lu Han refrained from commenting. In no time, these individuals would transform into zombies. Who the hell is responsible for this? Step forward if you dare. Lu Han's fury ignited as he recalled being schemed against by that old man Situ in his past life. Now, these imbecilic, ordinary people dared to conspire against him? Where is your leader? Lu Han growled menacingly, seizing a survivor and glaring at him with a fierce countenance. Yet the man appeared to have lost his sanity, suddenly bursting into a foolish laugh. So fun. So fun. With exasperation, Lu Han released the man, scanning the surroundings. It was evident that these individuals had been rendered useless, completely devoid of their humanity. Zhang Chong, grant them a release. I'll seek out that scoundrel for answers. Zhang Chong nodded, and Lu Han swiftly made his way down the corridor. Come out. Where are you? Are you too cowardly to show yourselves now? There was still no response. Damn it! Lu Han, in his fury, retrieved a small throne from his pocket and began summoning the parasitic bugs from its space. Countless parasitic bugs surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping across the underground world in all directions. The throne's ability to shrink was something Lu Han had recently discovered. The enchanted throne could absorb itself into a space, leaving behind a smaller replica that functioned identically. Hey, is anyone there? Where are you? As the parasitic bugs swarmed around, they began to eliminate all the zombies that approached Lu Han. Within moments, the nearby zombies had transformed into puppets of the parasitic bugs. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, damn it! How can we fight like this? Just these bugs alone could kill me. You want me to come out? To seek death? Li Bawang raged, overturning the table as he glared at Lu Han on the monitor. He had witnessed the chaotic scene, a multitude of black bugs surging forth. It was beyond mere terror. Hey, is anyone there? Where are you? With Li Bawang's frantic shouts, several men rushed into the room. Kneeling in fear, Boss, what are your orders? Gather all the surviving individuals in the hall. I want to hold a meeting. Understood. As he watched his subordinates hastily leave, Li Bawang smirked, clearly relishing the fear he instilled in others. Meanwhile, Lu Han strolled leisurely through the corridor, observing the performance of the parasitic bugs. Killing a first-tier zombie would yield a first-tier parasitic bug, while dispatching a second-tier zombie would naturally produce a second-tier parasitic bug. These second-tier parasitic bugs boasted greater strength and superior control. Not to mention second-tier zombies. Even ordinary third-tier zombies would fall under Lu Han's command. Ha ha ha. You scoundrel behind me, I know you're watching. Lu Han laughed maniacally, arms outstretched as if to embrace the very sky. Do you see it? Can you perceive my boundless power? Do you wish to test it, you scoundrel? Having spoken, Lu Han's pupils suddenly constricted. Instantly, the hundreds of puppets manipulated by the parasitic insects disintegrated into dust, vanishing beside Lu Han. Ha ha ha. Clean your neck, for I shall soon find you, he declared to that moment. The screen before Li Bawang flickered, and the image of Lu Han disappeared. Chapter 33. Human Shield. Lu Han, with his stubborn black hair, walked forward with an expressionless face. Zombies sporadically lunged at him, only to be consumed by an eerie black flame. Occasionally, a few surviving superhumans cast a fleeting glance at Lu Han before hastily retreating. However, Lu Han caught wind of a particular piece of news from their lips. Why has the boss called for a gathering at such a time? It's infuriating. Lu Han's dark pupils narrowed sharply as he unleashed a surge of black flame to block the path of two individuals. Lead the way to your gathering place, a burly man, scarred and animated, stood atop the hall, fervently gesticulating as he spoke. Although Lu Han did not grasp the core of his message, he could discern fragments of information. Resistance. Invaders. These two are exceedingly brutal. Nearly 20% of our people have been slaughtered. I need your strength. I cannot withstand these two ruffians alone. While Li Bawang often wielded power over his immediate subordinates, the ordinary survivors had never encountered him and thus remained oblivious to his true nature. Consequently, within mere moments, they were stirred by Li Bawang's rhetoric. Our leader has painstakingly guaranteed our safety. Now that he faces troubles he cannot resolve, what shall we do? This old man was merely a pawn hired at great expense by Li Bawang to incite more individuals to join the fight against Lu Han. As this man was animatedly rousing the crowd, he suddenly turned pale with terror upon noticing a black-haired figure approaching. "Look, the invader has arrived." Li Bawang pointed menacingly at Lu Han. Lu Han furrowed his brow. Observing the throng of survivors fixating on him, the hall housed nearly 1,000 individuals, yet about 2/3 were mere commoners. There were over 100 first-tier superhumans, but only 9 second-tier superhumans. What a pitifully weak base. Lu Han lamented internally, struggling to comprehend how these people had managed to survive. Before he could ponder further, the crowd surged toward him, shouting, "Kill him! Eliminate this invader! Defend our homeland!" Lu Han stood dumbfounded, realizing that he seemed to be perceived as the wicked one in this scenario. "Very well, let me first subdue these fools." Gritting his teeth, Lu Han charged forward, meticulously controlling the intensity of the black flames to ensure he merely pushed the assailants away without causing them harm. 10 minutes later, the survivors, panting heavily, collapsed to the ground. Lu Han, however, stood effortlessly at ease. "Great leader, what other tricks do you have? Let them be shown," he taunted, stepping forward with a grin, regarding the man with a face the color of pig liver. "Do not harm our leader." An aged hand suddenly grasped Lu Han's ankle, clinging desperately. Lu Han was taken aback. Were these people truly incapable of discerning right from wrong? Never mind, they are merely blinded by manipulation. He mused, shaking his head as he continued toward Li Bawang. "State your name." "I, Lu Han, do not slay nameless individuals." Li Bawang's face turned the color of a pig's liver as he slowly opened his mouth. Li Bawang no sooner had he spoken than Lu Han's figure flickered and suddenly appeared before him. "Hiss!" Li Bawang, filled with fear, staggered back, glaring at Lu Han, now a coward who dared not utter a word. The previously furious and aggressive demeanor had vanished, replaced by a timid wretch. "Oh, weren't you quite bold earlier?" Lu Han had long felt a palpable aura of murderous intent directed at him. Now, standing in front of Li Bawang, he was certain that the malevolent energy originated from this man, still potent as ever. "Did you not wish to kill me? Come on, I stand right before you." Lu Han regarded Li Bawang with a playful expression. Speaking leisurely, "Ha, what nonsense. As a leader, my sole desire is to protect my people. I implore you, Lu Han, to show mercy." Li Bawang lied without a hint of shame, eliciting Lu Han's contempt. Just moments ago, he had radiated a strong desire to kill Lu Han. Were Lu Han an ordinary person, he might have been swayed by such deceit. Shaking his head, Lu Han summoned a great surge of black flames. "Do not harm our leader. Do not hurt our leader." Just as Lu Han intended to unleash the flames upon Li Bawang, the hundreds of survivors suddenly surged forward, resolutely shielding Li Bawang. "Leader, if we must die, let us die together. If you perish, we do not wish to live." Lu Han gazed incredulously at the determined faces before him, sighing helplessly. These individuals had been shielded by Li Bawang during times of peril, although it was a trivial matter for Li Bawang. For those in danger, it was a life-saving grace. Coupled with Li Bawang's manipulative rhetoric, they had likely entrusted their lives entirely to him. Surveying the resolute expressions surrounding him, Lu Han gradually ascended into the air. Looking down coldly at the survivors, "You have yet to see the truth. If you wish to comprehend it, then grow stronger. Become stronger than I am." With that, Lu Han broke through the ceiling and departed, leaving the survivors in a state of shock, clutching their hearts, and Li Bawang, grinning with a sense of conspiracy fulfilled, on a shaded path. Lu Han strolled leisurely alongside Zhang Chong. "Lu Gu, is humanity truly this ugly?" Lu Han nodded. Much like that leader Li Bawang, his aim in gathering survivors is solely to ensure his own survival. I have witnessed such scenarios far too often and have grown numb to them. Lu Han's military life prior to his rebirth cultivated a habit of aiding the common folk. He would never relent against villains, yet he found it difficult to harm innocent civilians. Meanwhile, as the two ambled along, in the underworld, Li Bawang stood atop a high platform, eyes wild with malevolence, exulting. "Ha, eat, devour with all your might." Below him, a massive cobra was ravenously consuming fleeing survivors. With each swallow, the serpent's pupils gleamed brighter, and its presence loomed larger. Chapter 34. The murderous fiend on board, Lu Gu, Zhang Chong lamented, his eyelids drooping as he trudged along the ground. while Lu Han lounged in an ostentatious manner, legs crossed. Since Su Shuer had departed, Lu Han had dismantled the throne's platform, leaving Zhang Cheng once again in a state of disarray. Lu Han chuckled softly. This, my friend, is the apocalypse, while others are anxiously worrying about whether they will perish in the next moment. You are fretting over boredom? Disregarding Zhang Cheng, Lu Han accelerated, the throne gliding swiftly ahead. The streets lay desolate, with zombies ambling about. Occasionally, a few zombies would take note of Lu Han above, letting out token hisses before being reduced to ash by his black flames. Have all the survivors hidden underground? Lu Han pondered, perplexed. Indeed, the presence of survivors on the streets was scarce. After flying for quite a while, they had only encountered 2 small teams of 7 or 8 individuals. Having been in Zhu Haishir for nearly 2 days, they initially planned to gather supplies and leave. Yet, having experienced a bout of frustration, they had engaged in a massacre of zombies. Following their encounter with the survivors, Lu Han's benevolence had prompted a delay. Points consumed, 477540.it appears I am nearing level 16. He mused. Lu Han instinctively glanced at the system interface, only to suddenly catch sight of the words mysterious lottery. In an instant, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed in surprise, realizing he had completely forgotten about it. What's wrong? Zhang Cheng asked, puzzled, but all he saw was Lu Han slowly closing his eyes. Protect me. I need to handle some matters. With that, Lu Han fell into deep contemplation. Before him, a vibrant roulette began to spin once more. Inside, Lu Han's heart raced with fervor. Sometimes he pondered why this system did not function like those in novels, allowing for the casual exchange of rewards. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that having a system was already a significant advantage. Why be choosy? It must be white, 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 white. In the face of enemies, Lu Han was a ruthless god of death. Yet before his comrades, he was undeniably a complete goofball. White. Zhang Cheng's voice drifted lazily into Lu Han's ears. Lu Han snapped his eyes open in astonishment. Oh, it's nothing. Zhang Cheng shook his head in confusion, a thoughtful expression on his face, then smirked lewdly. White? Heh, Lu Gu, you certainly have a flair for the dramatic. While Zhang Cheng chuckled lewdly, Lu Han's expression turned to one of dejection as he gazed at an item in the inventory. Ah, an infinite energy flashlight? Damn it. 10 minutes later, Lu Gu, where did you get this flashlight? It's incredibly durable. Zhang Cheng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he twirled around Lu Han, brandishing a uniquely designed flashlight, illuminating everything in sight. Stop fooling around. Lu Han weakly pushed Zhang Cheng away, collapsing onto the throne in despair. The two were currently meandering through a smoke shop, adhering to the adage that a smoke after a meal is akin to living like a deity. Lu Han firmly believed in this principle. Lu Gu, what's so special about these cigarettes? Zhang Cheng, being rather straightforward, kicked over a shelf filled with cigarettes, grumbling in discontent. Hey, these are valuable items in the gathering place. They are hard currency. Lu Han quickly intervened, stepping down from the throne with a look of regret, carefully cradling the boxes of cigarettes in his hands. In truth, Lu Han was not fond of smoking. But many were in the apocalypse, people sought to numb their minds, trading temporary pleasure for their sanity. Cigarettes were indispensable. The two busied themselves tossing cigarettes into the throne's space. A sudden, faint tremor resonated. Lu Han lifted his head in confusion. A similar tremor had occurred before. Wait, we shouldn't have encountered giant zombies earlier, right? Lu Han looked at Zhang Cheng, who shook his head in bewilderment. Nope, not a single one. Lu Han's brows furrowed tighter. If it wasn't a giant zombie, then what could it be? Setting the question aside for now, Lu Han resumed his distracted collection of cigarettes until the entire smoke shop was thoroughly raided. Only then did he sit contentedly on the throne. Lu Gu, let me sit too? Zhang Cheng gazed enviously at Lu Han, his face filled with admiration. So incredibly cool. Lu Han merely smiled faintly and flipped Zhang Cheng the bird before hastily leaving. Leaving Zhang Cheng behind, mouth agape in despair. Moments later, the two found themselves on an eerily deserted street. Where's everyone? Goodness, this is too unsettling. Though it was the apocalypse, zombies were merely tangible monsters, so Lu Han did not harbor deep fear towards them. However, the eerie emptiness was indeed chilling. Lu Gu, corpses, Zhang Cheng shouted, prompting Lu Han to swiftly maneuver the throne over. Hiss, Upon seeing the scene before him, Lu Han sharply inhaled. Beneath Zhang Chang's feet lay a sea of corpses, at least 100 headless bodies. What is going on? Did you see the murderer? Zhang Chang shook his head. No, Lu Gu, let us leave. This place is too oppressive. Lu Han ignored Zhang Chang's words, his expression filled with fury as he surveyed the mass of corpses. These bodies had not decayed. Their blood remained vibrantly red. This indicated that all were survivors, brutally slain, and the murderer was not a zombie. Leave? How can you walk away when so many innocent survivors have been killed? Can you bear to let their deaths be in vain? Zhang Chang managed a bitter smile, shaking his head in silence. Lu Han sighed softly. He and Zhang Chang harbored differing ideologies. Lu Han came from a military background. His beliefs shaped by his service, loyalty to comrades, partners, and the people, he had never wavered. Yet Zhang Chang was merely an ordinary citizen, a small supermarket owner before meeting Lu Han, struggling daily for survival. Even amidst the apocalypse, their motivations were entirely different. Lu Han rose silently from the throne, slowly advancing towards the cluster of headless corpses. This is the last time. I will stand firm in my convictions. Lu Han said, his tone gravely somber. The righteous Lu Han he once was had long since perished, slain by the counterattack of the Corpse King. The Lu Han of now was reborn. Huh? Zhang Chang stared blankly at Lu Han. Next time, I will respect your opinion and will not act unilaterally, but this time, we must avenge these people. Lu Han stepped closer to Zhang Chang, locking eyes with him. Is that all right? Zhang Chang nodded vigorously. Yes. Chapter 35. The Serpent King Gaia. Hey, Lu Gu, slow down. Slow down? Hell no. I want to kill. Lu Han, his face a mask of fury, piloted the throne at breakneck speed. Zhang Chang hurriedly chased after him, panic etched on his face. Earlier, they had stumbled upon a massive cobra devouring several survivors. Even the nearby zombies had fallen victim to the serpent's deadly grip. The cobra moved with lightning speed. Each time Lu Han maneuvered the throne to pursue it, he was met only with the sight of its tail vanishing around a corner, arriving just in time to find another batch of victims. Damn it! Is this some kind of joke? Lu Han bellowed once more, dark flames erupting around him, surging towards the direction where the cobra had disappeared. Turn to ash. The black flames absorbed everything in their path, augmenting Lu Han's strength as he gave chase. With each passing moment, his momentum only grew. Ding! Host development progress 1. All skills advanced by 1 level. Unexpectedly, Lu Han's system leveled up again, but he had no time to dwell on it. Consumed as he was by a thirst for vengeance against the cobra. Help! Help! The sound of desperate cries reached Lu Han's ears, and his eyes brightened. He swiftly piloted the throne high into the air. Just in time to witness a massive serpent head ravenously consuming several survivors. This time, however, the cobra struggled to succeed, as those it targeted were all second-tier survivors. By the time Lu Han arrived, only 2 of the 6 survivors had fallen, while the remaining 4 stood resolute, showcasing their abilities to resist the serpent's assault. Die! Lu Han leaped from the suspended throne, his face twisted in a fierce snarl. Unleashing a torrent of black flames upon the cobra, the 4 survivors were momentarily taken aback, hope igniting within them as they intensified their resistance. Under the watchful eyes of all, Lu Han's overwhelming black flames engulfed the serpent entirely. Saved! Hero! Thank you for saving us! The survivors exclaimed excitedly. Yet, Lu Han maintained a grave expression as he regarded the mass of black flames. It's still alive? The 4 survivors stared at Lu Han in disbelief. This monster isn't dead yet? Then why aren't we running? By the time Lu Han registered their words, the survivors had already made a hasty retreat. Shaking his head in exasperation, Lu Han retreated a few steps, casting a serious gaze at the serpent. Can it be that my black flames cannot even harm your skin? As the black flames before him dissipated, the concealed cobra revealed its true form. It was a cobra adorned with a horn at its snout, and several bulges had formed on its abdomen, indicating that a transformation was imminent. After this entire process had unfolded, Zhang Chang emerged from around the corner, exuding an imposing presence as he halted beside Lu Han. Brother Lu. This guy looks formidable, Zhang Chang remarked, his expression devoid of emotion as Lu Han nodded slightly. I already know that without you saying it. In this apocalyptic world, humanity's threats were not limited to zombies. There existed a bizarre and powerful enemy, demonic beasts. Animals had always been favored by nature, and in the aftermath of the apocalypse, this favoritism was exhibited to an extreme degree. While humans struggled to eradicate zombies and obtain crystal cores for evolution, demonic beasts had already begun to absorb the ambient energy in the air for their own evolution, akin to the cultivation seen in myths. "So, are we joining forces this time?" Zhang Chang said with excitement. Lu Han nodded slightly. "Yes, this creature is quite strong." Zhang Chang looked at Lu Han with eager anticipation, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light. All this time, he had stood behind Lu Han, gazing up at his towering figure, but this time, he finally gained Lu Han's acknowledgement. "I'll take the lead, Brother Lu." With that, Zhang Chang dashed forward, leaving Lu Han astonished. "Hey, I haven't finished speaking." Just as the words left his mouth, Zhang Chang was sent flying back as if struck by a truck, clutching his chest in pain. "Ouch, this monster is incredibly strong," Lu Han sighed helplessly. Now, he was left to fight alone. "Well, I suppose I'll have to resort to that tactic again." He retracted the black flames enveloping him. Combat, at times, requires not only strength but also cunning and strategy, both of which are equally significant. Lu Han excelled in one particular approach, striking when the enemy is unprepared. With the advancement of the system's development, the incubation rate of the parasitic worms had dramatically increased, reaching nearly 100%. Every unit slain by Lu Han would yield a multitude of these second-tier parasitic worms. Under Lu Han's command, these parasites surged forth like a tide, encircling the cobra from all directions. "Heh, let us see how you handle this." A colossal unit would inevitably have its weak points magnified, and these diminutive parasitic worms were the perfect weapons to take down such a giant. Lu Han smiled broadly as he watched the cobra besieged by countless parasitic worms, eagerly anticipating its downfall. However, just as Lu Han was reveling in the moment, he was taken aback to see the cobra open its massive jaws and unleash a torrent of green venom. Dissolving all the parasitic worms into lifeless husks, the cobra then inhaled deeply, swallowing a swarm of the parasites that had flown into its mouth, turning them into its sustenance. "This is sheer arrogance." Lu Han roared in fury, preparing to summon the black flames and charge forward, but he quickly reconsidered. It seemed his flames would not breach this creature's defenses. Calming himself, he pondered his next move when suddenly, a haughty voice pierced his thoughts. "Ha ha ha, little brat, are you scared now?" Lu Han looked up to see the familiar face of Li Bawang, the villain he had encountered previously. "So it's you, the worthless one. Slaughtering survivors everywhere." Lu Han sneered coldly, casually tossing a piece of black flame towards him. Li Bawang hastily ducked behind the cobra for cover, but the black flame silently vanished amidst the scales of the serpent. "Ha ha ha, how do you like my pet? This is my superpower, summoning the Serpent King, Gaia." Lu Han scoffed disdainfully. Another sinister character, he thought, recalling how he had encountered many such scoundrels in his past life, exploiting their nefarious skills to commit heinous acts for personal gain. This so-called Serpent King, Gaia, must have consumed numerous survivors to forcibly elevate its rank. With this thought, Lu Han's murderous intent intensified. Chapter 36. Playing with Fire. Fight, Gaia, kill this little brat. Li Bawang screamed from atop the Serpent King, repeatedly urging it to attack. Lu Han attempted multiple times to break through and strike Li Bawang, but each time he was thwarted by Gaia, despite Lu Han's status as a third-tier powerhouse. The Serpent King was on an entirely different level. It was a fourth-tier demonic beast. Zhang Chang, look for an opportunity. Capture the leader first. Understood. The two of them joined forces, relentlessly charging at Li Bawang. Yet they were continually intercepted by Gaia. The Serpent King, focused on protecting Li Bawang, lacked the energy to counterattack Lu Han and his companion, resulting in a stalemate that dragged on for several minutes without a clear victor. "Little brat, you should just surrender. Or perhaps we should join forces to dominate the entire Zhuhai city," Li Bawang said with a malicious grin, boasting about the pleasures of being a tyrant over the land. "Those women, I can take any I desire. Ha ha ha, isn't that magnificent? And there was this guy who refused to let me have his wife. In the end, he became Gaia's meal. Serves him right." Lu Han shook his head, realizing that a power-hungry individual like him was beyond redemption. "Brother Lu, this Serpent King's defenses are too high. We can't seem to damage it at all," Zhang Chang lamented, his face etched with frustration. Lu Han nodded slightly. All right, you should keep your distance for now. Zhang Chang was taken aback but quickly complied, moving far away. Lu Han was not one to joke. If he said to stay back, it meant danger was imminent. Superhuman abilities do not solely enhance through the consumption of crystal cores. Lu Han began to summon black flames around him. More crucially, it involved one's own strength and the manner of utilizing their abilities. The black flames gradually enveloped Lu Han's entire being, forming a layer of armor around him. The sight was eerie and otherworldly. Lu Han, encased in black armor, appeared almost faceless, yet he could clearly perceive his surroundings. My ability is fusion. However, upon reaching a certain level, I separated the fusion power, giving rise to fusion flames. I can also manipulate it into other forms, such as black flame armament. As his words fell, Li Bawang suddenly perceived a dark figure flickering before him. Then a black spike was thrust towards him with great force. Gaia! The Serpent King responded immediately, blocking Lu Han's strike. Yet, the scales that even black flames could not scorch were pierced by nearly 2 centimeters. Li Bawang, basking in his arrogance, was abruptly startled by Gaia's agonized cry, causing it to go into a frenzy. Silence! Li Bawang barely managed to restrain Gaia by pressing his hands firmly on its head. After a considerable time, Gaia finally calmed down. Lu Han cast a scornful glance at Li Bawang and coldly remarked, "Your pet is too powerful. As its master, it seems you can hardly control it." How pathetic! Lu Han had witnessed this phenomenon before. Many summoners overly relied on their pet's might while neglecting their own growth, ultimately either falling victim to enemies or being slain by their own uncontrollable companions. Let me show you what a true pet is capable of. With a commanding shout, a ripple surged beneath the throne, and a cold-faced white cat materialized, accompanied by 15 zombies radiating dark energy. This cat is a beginner-level 3rd-tier pet, while those 15 zombies are merely mid-tier 2nd-tier. Which do you choose? Lu Han said, his gaze playfully challenging Li Bawang, as if toying with him. Shut your mouth. Gaia! Kill him! In this apocalypse, there was no time for idle chatter. Li Bawang, growing impatient with Lu Han's monologue, felt it was merely a display of the victor's superiority. After all, he had yet to lose. With a menacing glare, he poured his control power into Gaia's mind, commanding it to adopt a strategy of trading wounds for damage. A torrent of venom erupted forth as Lu Han dodged and weaved. Narrowly avoiding the onslaught, boom! With a resounding crash, the ground beside Lu Han was struck by Gaia, creating a substantial crater. Swiftly, it burrowed out from the side and resumed its assault. Do you still not understand? Lu Han evaded another of Gaia's attacks, shaking his head slowly. I am not requesting you. The sharp black spikes reformed once more. I am commanding you. With a sickening thud, Gaia's entire body was pierced by the black spikes. Rolling over twice before collapsing helplessly. Is it possible that even you have been defeated? Li Bawang stared in astonishment at the now motionless Gaia, still fervently attempting to exert control. Yet, Gaia remained utterly still. Level does not equate to strength. Lu Han approached Li Bawang with a measured stride. Now do you comprehend? A 4th-tier beast has thus fallen, while Lu Han is merely a mid-level 3rd tier. The disparity in levels is staggering. Nonetheless, the victor remains Lu Han. You may select an opponent now, can't you? Lu Han regarded Li Bawang with an amused glint in his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. 10 minutes later, a fierce battle commenced between one man and one beast. Lu Han and Zhang Chang stood by, observing with keen interest. Brother Lu, I didn't expect us to have grown this strong, Zhang Chang exclaimed, his mood buoyant. Having always followed Lu Han into various desolate zones, he had become increasingly powerful, yet without comparison, he remained unaware of his true strength. It was only when faced with these ordinary superhumans that he realized his own might. Lu Han nodded thoughtfully. There are always people stronger than us, even if we have surpassed these individuals. With that, Lu Han let out a soft sigh as he gazed at Li Bawang, who was engaged in combat with the flickering cat. Brother Lu, why not just eliminate such a creature? Why train it to fight? Lu Han shook his head in response. Do you remember the last time you and Su Shui'er encountered a backlash of superpowers? The mention of Su Shui'er cast a fleeting shadow across Lu Han's eyes. Noticing this, Zhang Chang chose not to press further, merely nodding in silence. This fellow is merely a consequence of that backlash, unable to withstand it, thus becoming a slave to the superpowers, much like the situation now. Zhang Chang nodded in understanding, continuing to watch the struggle between Li Bawang and the flickering cat with rapt attention. "Die, you bastards!" Li Bawang shouted fiercely, throwing a punch that struck the side of the flickering cat. However, the flickering cat merely tilted its body slightly, evading the attack. "Perhaps the flickering cat is still too formidable for you," Lu Han observed, sighing slightly as he decided to switch in a mid-tier second-level ordinary zombie to face him, Li Bawang. Attack? At that moment, Li Bawang's face turned a shade of deep crimson. As a third-tier superhuman, he felt deeply insulted by Lu Han's actions. Though he relied on the crystal cores obtained from the Serpent King Gaia to elevate his rank, his true strength was lacking. Nevertheless, he was compelled to comply. Unable to deny his inferiority, upon hearing Lu Han's command, he gritted his teeth and charged at the black glowing zombie before him. "Huh? What's this?" The black glowing zombie made no attempt to retaliate, resembling a puppet as it allowed Li Bawang to strike. "Continue, kill it." Lu Han watched Li Bawang with an amused smile. Li Bawang's expression turned peculiar. "What does this mean? Is it a trap? How am I to know if this is your scheme?" Lu Han's demeanor shifted, his dark pupils locking onto Li Bawang, a wave of murderous intent crashing forth. Li Bawang's heart trembled. This individual required no elaborate plots to deal with him, with Lu Han's satisfied gaze upon him. Li Bawang ruthlessly pierced through the chest of the second-tier zombie, staring in shock at Lu Han. "Why does it not struggle, even when you command it to its demise? That is the difference between pets." Lu Han replied Li Bawang's pet would instinctively flee when faced with danger, while Lu Han's pet showed no hesitation even when ordered to perish. Lu Han turned away, slowly departing. "Why? Why teach me all this? Are you not going to kill me? I have taken so many lives." Lu Han halted mid-stride, casting a wicked smile at Li Bawang. "Die? That would be too lenient for you." With that, Lu Han erupted into laughter as he left, leaving the flickering cat to sit coldly beside Li Bawang. Chapter 37. The imminent crisis. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, crackling with lightning. Lu Han sat upon his throne, lost in thought, while Zhang Chong wore a grave expression. "Brother Lu, why?" Lu Han was deep in contemplation when Zhang Chong suddenly shouted. "What do you mean, why?" "Li Bawang. He has killed hundreds of people. Hundreds? And what of it?" Lu Han stared blankly at Zhang Chong. "Weren't you the one saving people everywhere before? Why show mercy to this murderer?" Zhang Chong shouted incredulously. "Stop, stop, you're nearly deafening me." Lu Han interrupted impatiently, wearing a sinister smile. "Do you not think that a swift death would be too merciful for this scoundrel?" Zhang Chong paused, bewildered. "Then how do you intend to make him suffer?" Lu Han's expression brightened with a smile as he sat up straight. "If he is to die, there must first be a price to pay. And only then will he meet a swift end." With that, Lu Han erupted into a gleeful laugh, sending chills down Zhang Chong's spine. Since defeating Li Bawang, Lu Han had remained in Zhuhai City for several days. During this time, whenever he encountered kind-hearted survivors, he offered assistance. Unfortunately, Lu Han had not had the opportunity to help, as he had given that chance to Li Bawang. "Hurry up, get your act together." Zhang Chong angrily kicked Li Bawang in the rear, exclaiming, "Die, you wretched monsters." Li Bawang, with a fierce expression, was engaged in a brutal brawl with several zombies, battered and bruised. However, as a second-tier superhuman, he was immune to the viruses of zombies beneath his level, something Lu Han was well aware of. Otherwise, he would not have allowed him to endure such torment. "This guy is attempting suicide again, Brother Lu?" Lu Han's expression hardened as he glared at Li Bawang. Though the Dark Insect King could not control humans directly, it could induce simple hypnosis. Thus, every time Li Bawang felt overwhelmed by despair, Lu Han would provide a suggestion to dissuade him from such thoughts. However, after several hours, the effects of the hypnosis would fade, leaving Li Bawang to recall his actions during those moments, plunging him into deeper despair. Thus, under Lu Han's continuous hypnosis, Li Bawang transitioned from stubborn resistance to numbly exchanging blows with the zombies, ultimately culminating in a furious slaughter of the undead. This cycle persisted for nearly 10 days. At the 58th day of the apocalypse, Lu Han recalled this date distinctly from his previous life. Each transformation of the apocalypse occurred on round-numbered days, a topic often discussed in their military camp, yet no one dared to speak freely, as it resembled the workings of a hidden hand. It seemed that the third wave of otherworldly energy was imminent. Lu Han gazed out at a few distant zombies, lost in thought. Get moving already. Are you looking for a fight? Zhang Chang angrily kicked Li Bawang again, sending him crashing into a horde of zombies, clearly disgusted by such scum. Li Bawang instinctively lunged at the zombies, engaging in battle, his mind now numb to the reality of his situation. Such scenes had repeated dozens of times, and Lu Han felt a sense of helplessness. After all, Zhang Chang was a newcomer who had just experienced the apocalypse. Though his strength had grown under Lu Han's guidance, he had never truly survived alone in this harsh world. Thus, he could not fully grasp the depths of human depravity. Coupled with Lu Han's overwhelming power, Zhang Chang found this apocalypse to be far too easy, leading him to exclaim, "Let me die! Let me die! I beg you, Brother Lu! Oh no, here we go again, Brother Lu! This fool is at it again! Come over here!" As Lu Han, lost in thought, slightly jolted back to reality, he hastily lifted his gaze towards Li Bawang. A wave of mental energy, akin to that of an insect king, was directed at him. Instantly, Li Bawang's movements faltered, and he continued to engage with the zombies in a dazed manner. That's enough for today. It's time to call it a day, Lu Han yawned, gesturing dismissively at Zhang Chang. Strange, why have there been so many more zombies lately? Zhang Chang pondered aloud as he approached Lu Han, having noticed the gesture. Lu Han naturally heard Zhang Chang's musings and cast a silent glance at Li Bawang. The moment of Li Bawang's final reckoning was drawing near. The group casually sought out a place to rest. With Zhang Chang collapsing onto a bed, intending to indulge in a deep slumber. However, Lu Han called him back. What's the matter? Lu Gu? Zhang Chang inquired, perplexed as they sat facing each other in the hall. Are you planning to kill me? Ha ha ha. Go on, do it. In me, get lost. You think dying is that easy? Lu Han retorted, kicking Li Bawang over once more. Zhang Chang, still bewildered, turned his gaze back to Lu Han. Zhang Chang, are you currently at the beginner or intermediate level of the third tier? Third tier intermediate. Why? Are you suggesting a sparring match, Lu Gu? He replied, flexing his biceps with a serious expression. Lu Han shook his head. No, the third wave of anomalous energy is about to strike, and I merely wish to assess your capacity to withstand it. Zhang Chang's eyes widened in shock. The third tier? Indeed, the era of all being at the third tier is imminent. Lu Han felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. This apocalyptic world felt like a relentless train pursuing humanity's evolution. Once the time arrived, those who had not reached the destination would be gradually eliminated. What about Su Shuerer? Zhang Chang began but fell silent. Ha ha, regardless, both of us are at the third tier now. Worst case, we just go find her. Our current strength should suffice to protect her during this phase of universal third tier. Lu Han shook his head again. No, when the third wave of anomalous energy strikes, we will have entered the elite era. Those of mediocre talent, whether they be zombies or superhumans, will become mere cannon fodder. Zhang Chang's expression dimmed instantly. So, in that case, even the strongest will lose their loved ones. Just as Lu Han finished speaking, Li Bawang suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, exactly, well said. They are all cannon fodder. Those weaklings are merely fodder. Ha ha ha. With disdain, Lu Han shot him a glance, flicking his finger. Bong let out a blood-curdling scream, as his teeth were completely knocked out. Lu Gu, if you've pulled out all his teeth, won't he starve to death? How can we punish him then? Lu Han shook his head. The third wave of anomalous energy will arrive in about 2 days. He won't starve to death before I ensure he perishes in the third wave of the apocalypse. Strive to grow stronger. The relentless march of the apocalypse will continue to drive us forward. And pray that our dear ones can also grow strong enough to withstand this crisis. Chapter 38. Dismantling the Supermarket. Lu Gu. What brings you to the sewer this time? Zhang Chang stared incredulously at the cold, dark pipes around him, speaking with reluctance. What do you think? Do you believe that when all second-tier zombies become third-tier, you and I can withstand them? Zhang Chang nodded in understanding. Suddenly, he exclaimed, wait. If so many survivors haven't even reached the second tier, does that mean around 80% of Earth's population will become zombies? Lu Han chuckled at Zhang Chang's thoughts. What are you thinking? By the time of the first wave of anomalous energy invasion, 90% of the Earth's population had already turned into zombies. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Han raised his gaze and spoke to the somber Zhang Chang. However, the strength of humanity in dire straits is boundless. Thus, This crisis is merely a vast plague for us. The human instinct for survival is the most terrifying force. Zhang Chang felt a sense of relief wash over him. The thought of humanity facing imminent extinction had severely dampened his fighting spirit. All right, let's get to work. Under Lu Han's instruction, Zhang Chang resumed collecting steel plates to secure their surroundings. Hiding in the sewer was a necessary tactic to fend off the impending third-tier zombie horde. Lu Han was certain that, barring any fools, 80% of survivors had already taken refuge in secret underground bases. Unless they were powerful enough to entirely disregard the onslaught of high-tier zombies. Like the Bloodbat King, a heavy weight settled in Lu Han's heart. He should have already been marked for death on the Bloodbat King's list, right? Perhaps one day, as he lay asleep, the Bloodbat King would suddenly appear by his bedside and elegantly sever his trachea. Sighing heavily, Lu Han quickened his pace. The prepared steel plates were soon exhausted. The scene shifted. Lu Gu, are you sure you want to dismantle it? Lu Han nodded. Before him stood a colossal steel-structured supermarket, adorned with numerous steel plates. If all were removed, they could effectively seal all underground entrances. Zhang Chang sighed helplessly, grasping the supermarket's steel beams and beginning to exert his strength to dismantle them. What a fine supermarket, reduced to rubble by Lu Ji's mere words. As Zhang Chang lamented, he continued to use brute force to remove the steel plates. Li Bawang, watching from the side, wore a peculiar expression. Shouldn't demolition be done with an excavator? What are you staring at? Careful, or I'll pluck out your eyeballs. Zhang Chang threatened fiercely. Li Bawang only began to smirk. You talk tough, but I haven't seen you truly kill me any day. Observing Li Bawang's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Chang shook his head in resignation, unwilling to engage with such a reckless individual. Summon your PET. Li Bawang was taken aback and looked at Lu Han. Pet, are you sure you want me to summon it? With a playful glint in his eye, Li Bawang regarded Lu Han. Summoning Gaia required a certain incantation time, around 3 minutes, during which he would be easily killed by enemies. Hence, he had never dared to entertain such thoughts. However, unexpectedly, the one who had enslaved him for so long had now permitted him to summon Gaia. After confirming multiple times, Li Bawang excitedly slashed his arm, using his blood to draw a mysterious pattern on the ground. As a plume of ethereal smoke rose, an enormous being materialized before Lu Han. Ha, Gaia, you have grown even stronger. Gaia's presence was now mightier than when it had been injured previously, presumably due to the battles that had allowed it to break through to a higher tier. It was now likely at the intermediate level of the 4th tier. Li Bawang subtly glanced at Lu Han, an inscrutable expression in his eyes. I advise you not to harbor any ill intentions. The fact that I have spared you until today means I possess ample confidence in being able to end you. Previously, if Li Bawang had sought death, now, with Gaia summoned, a fierce will to survive surged within him. For Gaia had become even more formidable. Yet, after Lu Han's words, Li Bawang suppressed his anger once more, obediently turning his face away to avoid looking at Lu Han. Let your snake do the work. Huh? This is the Snake King Gaia. As Lu Han conjured black flame spikes once more, Li Bawang obediently fell silent, allowing the so-called noble Snake King to commence dismantling the steel plates. An afternoon swiftly passed. When Lu Han finally raised his gaze, the dim sky had donned a faintly discernible circular glow. This marked the moon of the dark century. Time to wrap up and head home. The group had collected a substantial amount of steel plates and began their journey back. Although the dark century was perpetually shrouded in darkness, there was still a distinction between day and night. Now, during this twilight hour, the surroundings were engulfed in impenetrable darkness. Even superhumans with keen vision could not discern objects in this gloom. Lu Gu, where's the flashlight? Zhang Chang's reminder prompted Lu Han to recall his unlimited energy flashlight, which he promptly retrieved with a grin. Lu furrowed his brow, eyeing the grinning man before him. Is this really the guy who defeated Gaia? Hey, what happened to your throne and those steel plates that suddenly vanished beneath it? Li Bawang furrowed his brow as he gazed at Lu Han, who awkwardly halted his actions. Even Zhang Chang cast a perplexed glance in their direction. This is bad. I have taken these matters for granted all along, forgetting that others cannot comprehend the actions I undertake. However, Zhang Chang proved to be a true companion. Upon witnessing Lu Han's embarrassed expression, he promptly approached and slapped Li Bawang several times, delivering a few powerful kicks. Do you think you have the right to pry into Lu Ji's privacy? Stay put and behave yourself. Lu Han finally exhaled a sigh of relief, continuing to wield the flashlight as they ventured forward. How fortunate we are, surrounded by darkness, yet equipped with a flashlight for illumination. Accompanying Lu Gu, this apocalypse feels rather comfortable. Zhang Chang reclined on the throne with a contented expression, while Lu Han walked on the ground. Li Bawang silently strode ahead of the throne. The enormous Gaia had also been forcibly summoned into the throne's space by Lu Han. Lu Gu, this throne is far too comfortable. No wonder you always sit here and refuse to get up. Shut up. Lu Gu, why haven't we reached home yet? It's getting late. Are we lost? Silence, Lu Gu. Be quiet. Thus, under the light-hearted atmosphere brought by the loquacious Zhang Chang, Lu Han and his companions successfully navigated another day. Only one day remained until the impending third wave of spatial energy invasion in this apocalypse. Chapter 39. The Fusion of Man and Beast. Lu Gu, are you feeling anxious? Anxious about what? It's the apocalypse, the third wave of spatial energy invasion. When that occurs, everyone will ascend to the third tier, and we will merely be at the bottom. Lu Han shook his head. You still do not understand. Levels do not equate to strength. Do you grasp that? Zhang Chang nodded slowly, as if he were beginning to comprehend. He then leisurely rose and lay down on the adjacent bed. This place was once Li Bawang's underground world, but now it was completely deserted. Li Bawang, after killing so many people, do you feel no remorse? Ha ha ha, remorse? What is there to feel remorseful about? Before Li Bawang could finish, Zhang Chang had already delivered a punch. A purple bruise appeared on Li Bawang's cheek, indicating a broken bone. The atmosphere grew quiet once more. Lu Han silently stared at the ceiling, lost in thought, while Zhang Chang continuously shot angry glances at Li Bawang, who wore a cold smile. Although I do not understand what you mean by the third wave of spatial energy. It seems, according to your words, that a multitude of third-tier zombies will emerge, correct? Li Bawang said, gazing smugly at Lu Han. And what of it? Zhang Chang was already restless, his fists clenched tightly, waiting for Li Bawang to slip up so he could strike. With a strange expression, Li Bawang continued, what I mean is that you will likely need my assistance when the time comes, right? Lu Han's eyes sparkled with amusement, while Li Bawang's expression darkened slightly. What are you laughing at? Do you think the fourth-tier Gaia cannot assist you? Lu Han shook his head and remained silent. Instead, Zhang Chang looked at Li Bawang with growing interest. Just as Lu Han stood up, intending to rest, the ground suddenly erupted with piercing shrieks. Lu Han froze in place. This was the harbinger of the third wave of spatial energy invasion. All living creatures were undergoing transformation into third-tier beings. In mere minutes, every creature upon the ground would forcibly ascend to the third tier, and the survivors would once again find themselves grappling between life and death, just as in the early days of the apocalypse. Ha ha! Has it begun, Lu Han? You better think carefully. Will you allow me to assist you, or will you let me watch leisurely as you fight? Li Bawang's expression was both sinister and deranged, his face twisting into a maniacal grin. Of course, I want you to help. What are you thinking? Lu Han replied, bursting into laughter at Li Bawang's words. Release him. Zhang Chang cast a deep glance at Lu Han, sighing helplessly before unbinding Li Bawang. Ha ha ha, what do you think? Even with your immense strength, you still need my help. Zhang Chang shouted angrily upon seeing Li Bawang's loathsome face, charging forward. His silvery fist met an immovable barrier of Gaia. Li Bawang was merely a short distance away. You shall perish. Zhang Chang's eyes burned with rage, wishing to dispatch the murderous fiend before him. Yet, his strength was far inferior to that of the Serpent King Gaia, and he could not harm Li Bawang. Ha ha ha! So, the enhanced power of Gaia is even more terrifying, isn't it? Lu Han? Li Bawang remarked, casting a knowing glance at Lu Han, but all he saw was a shadow darting by. By the time he realized, a black flame spear was already poised at his throat. Calm down. I have yet to unleash my full potential. Li Bawang's pupils constricted as he hissed softly. He had no doubt that the black-haired youth before him could eliminate him in an instant. Lu Han regarded Li Bawang with indifference before slowly retracting the black flame and turning away, crossing his arms in silence. Li Bawang was not foolish. He quickly navigated through the layers of defenses he had previously set up and emerged above ground. The manhole cover slammed shut with a resounding thud. Gasping for breath, Li Bawang bent over, panting heavily for a moment. He cast a fearful glance at the manhole cover. Damn it! How can there be such a terrifying figure? Just as Li Bawang uttered a curse, a surge of black flames enveloped him. Terrified, he quickly began to apologize and admit his faults. Only then did the black flames dissipate. Anxiously glancing at the convulsing zombies and survivors around him, Li Bawang hastily cut his palm, murmuring incantations. 3 minutes later, a colossal figure emerged amidst swirling smoke. Simultaneously, the surrounding zombies ceased their convulsions. Roar. The zombies' forms became more refined and solidified, a stark contrast to their previously decayed appearances. The current zombies had metamorphosed into an entirely different species. Third-tier zombies were no longer mere mindless corpses but had transformed into a new form of terrifying life, still driven by their insatiable hunger for human flesh. Zhang Cheng listened, bewildered, as Lu Han explained. Growing impatient, he shook his head dismissively. So, they're just monsters that eat people. Lu Han sighed in exasperation. If you must interpret it that way, so be it in essence. They are humanity's greatest nemesis. While the two discussed matters in the underground, Li Bawang stood atop the Serpent King Gaia above ground, facing an onslaught from over 30 third-tier zombies. These zombies had become more streamlined, with their chests beginning to exhibit slight rises and falls. The most notable feature was the human-like expressions in their eyes. What is going on? Do they look down on me? Such infuriating gazes. Li Bawang observed the sluggish zombies around him with a serious expression, as if they did not regard him as a threat at all. Just as the zombies continued to lazily survey their surroundings, the Serpent King Gaia suddenly narrowed its pupils and lunged with its gaping maw toward one of the zombies. To Li Bawang's astonishment, the zombie did not get devoured in one bite. Instead, it grotesquely braced itself against Gaia's jaw, preventing the deadly fangs from sinking in. Gaia! Kill this bastard! Li Bawang shouted furiously, pressing down hard on Gaia at the same time. A mysterious white light emanated from Li Bawang's hands and flowed into Gaia's body. Man and beast fused. With a flash of brilliance, Li Bawang vanished, replaced by a colossal creature with a human head and serpent body. This monster bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Bawang, yet its entire visage retained a distinctly serpentine quality. With dark slit-like pupils and a face covered in scales, even sporting a small horn upon its forehead. Its massive mouth stretched wide in a laugh, and Li Bawang's teeth had transformed entirely into fangs. Ha ha ha! Lu Han, this move is one I have kept hidden. Once I consume enough food, even you will no longer be my match. Prepare to meet your end, Lu Han. Chapter 40. Fusion and Rebirth. Seal it off. Seal it off, Lu Gu. You've opened another rift over there. Lu Han, in a state of panic, clutched a steel plate and pressed it forcefully against the wall. Behind him, a horde of zombies engaged in a fierce competition with Lu Han. Just 2 minutes prior, Lu Han and his companion had felt a tremendous tremor. The ground had collapsed, creating several large chasms. The steel plate barricades Lu Han had previously set up were deformed under the pressure. An overwhelming number of Tier 3 zombies surged forth from the gaping holes, compelling Lu Han to join the fray. Where the hell is that bastard? Lu Han seethed as he obliterated several zombies before him with dark flames. He glanced around but found no trace of the colossal Serpent King. Gaia. It appeared that Li Bawang had made his escape. At this moment, Zhang Cheng was filled with unbridled fury. That scoundrel, Li Bawang, had slaughtered hundreds of innocent survivors and was now free of punishment, roaming about without a care. Lu Gu, this is all your fault. Zhang Cheng glared at Lu Han with resentment, angrily charging up to the surface from the hole. Get out of my way! Lu Han unleashed dark flames once more, incinerating a dozen zombies, and hurriedly leaped to the surface in pursuit of Zhang Cheng. Hey, why are you so angry? I didn't foresee this happening either. Zhang Cheng refused to listen to Lu Han's explanation, stubbornly marching ahead. Zhang Cheng, calm down. I can't calm down. That bastard is still at large while we're stuck here. I've never felt so humiliated. Lu Han fell into silence. He had once attempted the same. Logically speaking, the system was likely a creation of some advanced civilization, and he was its master. Yet, within the consciousness of those parasitic insects, there was nothing but emptiness and the mere image and aura of Lu Han, devoid of anything else. Suddenly, their contemplation was interrupted by a roar. With a sense of resignation, they turned to face the door. Never mind, that issue can be addressed later. Let us first capture that Li Bawang. Lu Han furrowed his brow and stood up, clearly troubled by the matter of the mother insect. However, there was no solution at hand. So he chose to set it aside for the moment. Zhang Chang nodded and silently approached the door. With a sharp clang, a zombie emerged from the shattered door before them, only to be obliterated by a powerful fist in the blink of an eye. Perhaps next time, I should find a more suitable weapon. Hygiene is rather important. Zhang Chang stared at Lu Han in astonishment, then glanced at his own right hand, realizing the truth of the statement. The appearance of the third-tier zombie did not pose a significant challenge to the two, but that did not mean that the third tier was weak. Beast, the man, covered in blood and with a fierce expression, swayed unsteadily, indicating that he had fought until the very last moment. His companion lay pierced nearby, and in front of him stood a dozen well-formed third-tier zombies. The situation appeared grim. These third-tier zombies were unlike ordinary ones. They resembled statues, their surfaces as smooth as marble, with even their facial features beginning to exhibit some semblance of emotion. The third-tier creatures gazed at the man with mocking expressions, as if toying with him. "Come on, kill me!" the man screamed, his body trembling and swelling, preparing for self-detonation. "Stop!" The man on the verge of explosion suddenly heard a cold, detached voice beside him. He turned to see a black-haired man casually conversing with a giant beside him. The man was taken aback. Who was this person, and how could he appear in such a life-or-death situation? Was he here to save him? Did he not fear death? As the man was filled with confusion and doubt, engulfing black flames surged skyward, akin to a waterfall cascading from a cliff, rushing toward the dozen third-tier zombies, in a mere second. The man who had intended to self-destruct knelt weakly to the ground. Disbelief etched across his face. The third-tier zombies before him had turned to ash, leaving not even a trace. Why? The black-haired man raised an eyebrow, gazing quizzically at the man on the ground. The latter hung his head, making it impossible for Lu Han to discern his expression. Why? If you had appeared sooner, then Honor wouldn't he have had to die? The black-haired man, naturally Lu Han, observed the hysterical man before him and fell into silence. Indeed, with his strength, he could have saved them, yet he chose not to. Why? Because it was unnecessary. If billions of people in the world required his salvation, how many could he truly save? How many times could those individuals be saved? Thus, Lu Han's answer was clear: become stronger. When you grow powerful, these weaklings will no longer need your intervention. The man stared in shock at the black-haired figure, suddenly overcome with emotion. Lu Han, witnessing this scene, shook his head in resignation. All right, surviving is more important than anything else. Besides, I have something of greater importance to discuss. Did you see a large snake passing by? A large snake? No, observing the dejected expression on this man, Zhang Chang whispered to Lu Han, if Brother Lu had seen it, this guy would already be dead. Lu Han nodded in sudden understanding. It seemed that inquiring with bystanders would yield no results. For, as Zhang Chang had stated, those who had encountered the Serpent King Gaia were already dead. With no choice but to bid farewell, Lu Han walked silently along the road, sifting through the images in the minds of the parasitic insects. Oddly, things seemed different from before. Lu Han frowned and opened his eyes, eliciting curiosity from Zhang Chang. What's wrong? Lu Han closed his eyes once more, trying to sense something, when suddenly a strange cry erupted. How is this possible? The insects are no longer under my control? In Lu Han's perception, a vague shadow had suddenly appeared in the minds of those insects, seemingly harboring immense hostility toward him. Each time Lu Han attempted to delve into the consciousness of the parasitic insects, that shadow would thrash about wildly. This is bad. This is bad. Get away from those insects, he shouted in alarm, hastily retreating as if he were in urgent need. Zhang Chang, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong, Brother Lu?" Just as he spoke, his expression shifted to one of shock as a vast swarm of parasitic insects surged toward them. Run! Lu Han bellowed, propelling himself off the ground like a cannonball. Zhang Chang followed closely behind. These parasitic insects were created by Lu Han himself, and he was acutely aware of their potency. Should they swarm him? Even if Zhang Chang's skin were as tough as steel, he would be devoured without a trace. A profound fear welled up within Lu Han, a fear that had not surfaced even in the face of a million zombies. The system has betrayed me. Chapter 42. The system's defection. A black-haired man and a towering figure navigated swiftly through the streets. The black-haired man continuously summoned black flames to incinerate the surrounding zombies, while the giant delivered powerful punches to the undead. However, their efforts yielded little result. The third-tier zombies were no longer a mere swarm of ants. They resembled cockroaches, capable of scurrying about even after sustaining fatal injuries. Lu Han felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. Here they come, run! In the midst of their struggle, Lu Han suddenly shouted, and he and Zhang Chang fled their location. Just as they departed, a torrent of black insects surged from around the corner like a river. "What on earth is happening, Brother Lu?" Zhang Chang asked, still shaken. Such scenes had replayed several times already. The parasitic insects that had once served Lu Han seemed to have gone mad, relentlessly pursuing the two. "It's nothing. You can think of it as these creatures betraying me," Lu Han said, bending over to catch his breath, his expression grave and truth. He had more to say. The damned system had defected. How could the system betray him? Lu Han had no answers. It was absurd. He felt utterly helpless, fearing he might be the first victim of the system's treachery. Now, Lu Han found himself in a dire predicament. Each time he eliminated an opponent, parasitic insects would emerge, yet these insects no longer obeyed his commands and viewed him as an enemy. At least when he had controlled them, he had never witnessed such ferocity. Lu Han felt a sense of embarrassment. A significant portion of his current strength stemmed from the system. Without it, he would merely be a useless superhuman, let alone becoming stronger. If this continued, he would soon face a dilemma. As the zombies grew stronger, so too would the parasitic insects. The system would leverage Lu Han to endlessly produce these creatures, ultimately leading to his demise as their so-called host. "Brother Lu, I can't shake this unsettling feeling," Zhang Chang remarked, glancing around nervously. Lu Han couldn't help but chuckle at Zhang Chang's demeanor. "You seem straightforward, yet you're surprisingly astute." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Han turned his serious gaze to Zhang Chang. "Zhang Chang, what we are about to face may differ somewhat from the zombies." "Huh?" Zhang Chang feigned surprise, stepping back. He then playfully punched Lu Han, exclaiming, "This big guy was raised to be intimidating." Lu Han shook his head in exasperation. This giant did not comprehend the crisis that lay ahead. The number of parasitic insects would only increase at that point. Not just Zhang Chang. Even Lu Han himself would struggle to cope. "Never mind. Just follow me. The more hands, the more strength." Zhang Chang cast a puzzled glance at Lu Han, not taking the remark too seriously. The two continued their banter, walking from the northern part of the street to the south, then from the northern edge of the city to the southern. Along the way, they encountered countless zombies and numerous survivor victims. Yet, when faced with the pleading gazes of those survivors, Lu Han merely regarded them with cold indifference before leading the visibly moved Zhang Chang away from the scene. "Let us take action," he said, standing resolutely before a veritable tide of zombies that loomed like mountains. His lips parted slightly as he spoke. Meanwhile, Zhang Chang charged forward like a colossal beast, surging toward the mountainous horde before him. Despite the plight of the victims, Lu Han found himself unable to intervene. In his former life, he was a soldier, and watching passively was not the conduct expected of one Zhang Chang, with his tall and imposing stature. Shattered the zombie barricade before him, turning his head slightly as if to say, "Thank you, Brother Lu." The scene resembled that of a deity descending upon mortals, with Zhang Chang standing majestically before thousands of survivors. He held his head high, gazing up at the sun obscured by dark clouds. In their eyes, he was a god, the one who had granted them a second chance at life. "Let us go. I truly cannot persuade you otherwise." Lu Han felt a tumult of emotions within him as he grappled with the rebellion of the system. Yet, in the face of those beseeching eyes, a voice echoed persistently in his mind. "Lu Han, what is our mission? Our mission is to fight. To not fight is merely a means to execute our mission. Our true calling is to be pioneers of humanity, whether in the depths of the sea or amidst raging flames. We shall use our flesh and blood to shield against all adversaries, our families, our loved ones. We shall protect them with our lives." "Brother Lu, why are you crying?" "Huh." The scene before him suddenly flickered, revealing a simple, earnest face. Lu Han let out a resigned sigh, casting a sidelong glance at the large man beside him. "Are you satisfied now?" he quipped, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he glanced at the thousands of survivors not far away. Zhang Chang, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head and chuckled. Suddenly, his expression shifted. "Wait a minute, Brother Lu, were you just crying?" Lu Han turned away, ignoring the foolishness beside him, his gaze drifting toward the distant sky. Despite the darkness that enveloped it, within his heart burned a unique radiance. Such scenes unfolded across various streets as survivors scoured for supplies, oblivious to the impending frenzy of the zombies, unaware that the third wave of the undead was about to descend upon them. "Hurry, Zhang Chong," Lu Han urged, furrowing his brow as he searched for Gaia's silhouette. Lu Han now faced two threats: the menace of Serpent King Gaia and the backlash of the system. However, the immediate priority was to deal with Gaia first. "Where the hell has he gone?" Lu Han lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration, his steps growing erratic. The feeling of unease became increasingly palpable. Zhang Chong looked at the agitated Lu Han in confusion. What could have happened to make the usually formidable brother Lu so anxious? He could not fathom that the man before him was a reincarnated being, much like the protagonists of novels. Endowed with a system, and now, the system had begun to take action. Development progress. Level 30, qualification trial commences. Notification. The system will temporarily detach from the host. Defeat the system to gain qualification for its legacy. Failure results in death. A peculiar smile crept onto Lu Han's face. It seemed the true nature of the system was just beginning to surface. Chapter 43. The first battle with the system. A deafening explosion erupted. Zhang Chong almost lost a layer of skin from the shockwave. "Brother Lu, what is happening? Run first. We'll talk later." The two scrambled out of the explosion zone in a chaotic tumble. Zhang Chong, still shaken, glanced back to see a sign for a gas station engulfed in roaring flames. Damn it! This guy doesn't he play by the rules? Lu Han instinctively believed that the recent explosion was the system's attack on him, especially after the recent notification of the trial's commencement. "Zhang Chong, you go ahead. This is aimed at me." He quickly assessed the surrounding terrain, which was well suited for large-scale combat. Lu Han could unleash his power without reservation, but only if he was free from concerns for his safety. "I want to leave. If I go, what will happen to you, Brother Lu?" Zhang Chong stood firm, his eyes reflecting a hint of incredulity. Lu Han was not one to abandon his comrades, and thus, a significant crisis loomed ahead. Lu Han wished to shield him from this impending danger. "Quit the nonsense. Just get out of here." Zhang Chong was no stranger to Lu Han's ways. He understood that Lu Han had his reasons. Gritting his teeth in resignation, Zhang Chong turned and ran without hesitation. Lu Han let out a soft sigh, waving at Zhang Chong, who kept glancing back. Before disappearing around the corner, the first wave had arrived. Lu Han stood alone in a square, silently observing the throngs of corrupted insects approaching. Once, these creatures had been his loyal subordinates. Now, they stood before him as formidable foes. "Come on, let me see how strong you've become since breaking away from me." Drawing a deep breath, Lu Han's body began to envelop itself in dark flames, a black fire that seemed poised to consume everything in its path. The surrounding corrupted insects surged like a tidal wave, their numbers approaching nearly 100,000. Lu Han was taken aback. When he had utilized the system, he could summon at most 10,000 units of corrupted insects. To encounter a horde of nearly 100,000 was unexpected, as the relentless tide of insects bore down upon him. Lu Han felt like a solitary leaf in a river, on the verge of being engulfed. Devouring flames, scatter. The dark flames around him erupted like fireworks, creating large gaps in the advancing army of corrupted insects. Thousands were swiftly obliterated. If this continued, victory seemed imminent. "Ha ha ha! What a thrill!" Lu Han exclaimed with exhilaration. It appeared that all the corrupted insects were of the third tier. Having just consumed a large swath, Lu Han felt a significant surge in his strength. If this continued, he would surely soon reach the advanced third tier. "Get away from me!" With a stern expression, Lu Han unleashed the devouring flames once more, causing the surrounding corrupted insects to dissolve as if they were snow in boiling water. However, just as he eliminated over 10,000 insects, his expression darkened upon noticing a group of beasts approaching, specifically, a pack of leopards. These leopards seemed to have undergone an evolution, their ranks no lower than the third tier. Lu Han sensed a hint of danger in their presence. Roar! The leopards, as if escaped from a zoo, bore golden fur that shimmered in the dim light, prompting Lu Han to frown slightly. Such magnificent pelts would be a shame to spoil. However, the leopards did not wait for Lu Han's benevolence to manifest. In a matter of moments, they vanished into the swarm of corrupted insects. These cunning creatures were particularly adept at ambushes. It seemed Lu Han had become a target of their predatory instincts. "Damn it, Are you playing hide and seek with me? Lu Han chuckled mockingly. In his previous life, he had battled against hordes of zombies numbering in the millions. A mere 100,000 corrupted insects posed no threat to him. Moreover, to engage in a game of hide and seek with the god of slaughter Lu Han amidst such widespread chaos. These leopards were simply out of their league. Get away from me. Lu Han let out a thunderous roar, channeling every ounce of his strength to unleash the black flames. The towering inferno enveloped the street above, casting a shadow that obscured the SUNIT then spread outward, enclosing Lu Han within its fiery embrace. The entire street gradually became suffused with the black flames, causing the pestilent creatures to lose sight of Lu Han, who was now shrouded in chaos and confusion. Retreating in a frantic disarray, they formed a circle, surrounding a central mass of black flames, within which Lu Han remained motionless, hidden like a specter in the swirling mist. The surrounding pests writhed restlessly, while the leopards gradually emerged from their concealed state. Yet, Lu Han remained ensconced within the black flames, refusing to reveal himself, as the system detected the host's refusal to engage in the trial. It initiated the destruction protocol after a countdown of 10 seconds. Lu Han's expression faltered, and he bellowed in frustration. What kind of cursed system is this? Is this how you operate? However, acknowledging the gravity of the system's directive, Lu Han knew he must regard it with seriousness. After all, the presence of a system fundamentally altered the stakes. Come on, bring it on, he shouted defiantly, as he reluctantly dissipated the black flames, exposing himself boldly to the oncoming swarm of pests. The pests surged forward like a relentless tide, and Lu Han gritted his teeth, once again summoning the black flames to strike at the encroaching horde. Yet this time, he had to be wary of the threat posed by the leopards, creatures under the system's control. This meant they benefited from a power enhancement that made them at least twice as formidable as ordinary Tier 3 beings. The pests pressed in upon Lu Han, a palpable, ominous presence drawing closer. Instinctively, he gathered the black flames around himself, prepared to annihilate the approaching leopards. Suddenly, a chill coursed through him. He instinctively turned to see the source, only to find himself aghast. These leopards could turn invisible. Get away from me, Lu Han roared, channeling all the black flames toward the transparent shadow before him. Yet, with a swift motion, the leopard evaded his strike. Anger surged within Lu Han. The battle-hardened fury that had long been simmering now erupted. Die, he howled, pursuing the leopard with a ferocity that sent the black flames billowing around him like thick smoke. As he moved, a dozen rippling forms surrounded him, vaguely resembling leopards. The impending clash was imminent. The shifting silhouettes suddenly lunged at Lu Han. Enveloped in the black flames, he easily discerned the hidden leopards. In a bizarre twist of fate, they charged directly into his fiery domain. Under normal circumstances, Lu Han would have reveled in surprise, as any enemy touching the black flames would be obliterated. However, his vigilance remained unyielding, for he sensed that these leopards were eluding the flames with uncanny agility. Could anyone truly evade the shroud of smoke? The answer was an emphatic no. Yet, these leopards had managed to do exactly that. Fascinating creatures indeed, Lu Han mused, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. For him, slaughter was not the most exhilarating aspect. The thrill lay in battling an equally matched opponent. Chapter 44. Lu Han is no longer Lu Han. How intriguing. Leopards that can become invisible. What a terrifying notion. Lu Han had encountered combat with special units before, but in his previous life, his powers had been overwhelmingly potent, often resulting in foes being vanquished before they could even retaliate. Thus, he had never accurately gauged his own strength. Begone! The black flames enveloped everything in an instant, the air crackling with explosive sounds. Yet, the invisible leopards remained undeterred, basking in the black flames. Lu Han was left astounded as the transparent figures danced through the fire, drawing ever closer. 0.3 meters, 0.2 meters, 0.1 meter. Suddenly, the air exploded around him as a robust golden leopard materialized before Lu Han. He remained unperturbed, simply unleashing a tremor that sent the black flames scattering, repelling the surrounding leopards. However, these leopards possessed some unique and uncanny ability, for Lu Han's black flames could not inflict even the slightest harm upon them. What was happening? This was exceedingly peculiar. Had these leopards transcended the laws of energy conservation, achieving a state of complete intangibility? That seemed implausible. As this realization struck him, Lu Han began to conjure black flame spikes. If the mist could not harm these leopards, then surely solidified forms could. As the leopards charged, he thrust the spikes toward them experimentally. With a sickening squelch, a massive blood hole erupted in the air, gradually revealing the invisible golden leopard. A wicked grin spread across Lu Han's face as he laughed maniacally. "Welcome the wrath of the god of death, little ones." His figure darted around, blood flowers erupting from the surroundings. In mere seconds, the ground was littered with severed limbs. Suddenly, the dark tide of pests halted, confusion etching their grotesque features. Lu Han sensed a faint yet ominous sound whispering in his ear, followed by an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping him. This presence was a formidable threat, far superior to Lu Han himself. Engaging it head-on was not an option. Panic surged through him as he dodged frantically, but the feeling of menace clung to him like a parasite. Enraged, Lu Han bellowed, "Damn it! I refuse to be a victim here." Typically, Lu Han was not prone to fits of rage, but when faced with life and death, he transformed into the fearsome god of death. "Die!" he snarled, his teeth clenched as he unleashed a massacre upon the surrounding pests. No longer concerned with conserving energy, waves of black flames surged forth, incinerating the pests into ash. "Lu Gu, what is happening?" Just as Lu Han reveled in his slaughter, Zhang Chong suddenly burst forth from a nearby corner. "What are you doing here?" Lu Han glared at him, his face a mask of murderous intent. Zhang Chong felt the oppressive aura of death locking onto him, causing his complexion to pale as he trembled in fear. Terrifying? He knew Lu Han was powerful, but he had never experienced the chilling sensation of being targeted by Lu Han's murderous gaze. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Chong felt as if he had brushed against the gates of hell. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Han finally managed to rein in his emotions. "You need to leave. I have unfinished business." He turned his head, making it difficult for Zhang Chong to discern his expression. Yet, Zhang Chong stood resolutely behind Lu Han. "I want to leave. Whatever happens, I will face it with you." Lu Han turned back, fury flickering in his eyes, but he suppressed his anger. "You can't help me with this." Zhang Chong remained unmoved. Shaking his head, Lu Han struggled to extricate himself from the bloodthirsty state he was in. He patted Zhang Chong's shoulder, a gesture of camaraderie. Before he could finish, Lu Han's expression shifted to one of alarm and fury as he glanced behind Zhang Chong. "Get down!" Zhang Chong was taken aback as Lu Han, in a fit of rage, swung a punch at him. Instinctively, Zhang Chong dodged, but a sharp pain suddenly struck the back of his head. Time seemed to slow as he fell to the ground. Realizing too late that a monstrous creature stood behind him, its face twisted in malice. Zhang Chong's lips parted in shock, but no words escaped as the world around him faded to black. "Zhang Chong?" Lu Han had just punched the grotesque creature away when he turned to see Zhang Chong lying motionless, his eyes vacant and mouth agape. "No?" Lu Han felt a surge of despair as he sensed his strength waning. His mouth opened to speak, but no words formed. The blackness in his eyes began to fade, his body levitating as a sinister grin spread across his face, translucent wings unfurling behind him. The dark insect god. Zhuhai City has fallen victim to an unprecedented calamity. A man, endowed with a pair of wings and engulfed in dark flames, roams about, mercilessly slaying all forms of life. Zombies, aberrant creatures, and survivors alike. None are spared. On Luan High Street, a colossal cobra is devouring the survivors, growing larger with each consumption, its presence increasingly menacing. Surrounding it are over 100 survivors, tattered and trembling, huddled amidst a heap of flesh and blood. Astonishingly, this serpent can articulate human speech. "Line up. Are you all blind?" In the face of such a bizarre scene, the survivors remain oblivious, their faces devoid of expression as they lower their heads in silence. Without a shred of communication, occasionally, a few famished zombies approach, only to be effortlessly dispatched by the serpent's tail, reduced to mere fragments. Ha ha ha. The power flows ceaselessly. Suddenly, one survivor erupts, dashing away in desperation. This individual turns out to be a superhuman, moving with such speed that he leaves behind a blurred afterimage, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The cobra momentarily pauses, then vanishes, reappearing before the fleeing survivor, devouring his head amidst his terrified expression. "Run? Do you think Lord Gaia is a vegetarian?" The serpent slowly turns its head, an expression of sinister glee upon its face, revealing a visage reminiscent of a human, complete with arms. Chapter 45. I am the dark insect god. Devouring to become stronger. I am the invincible Lord Gaia. Ha 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 ha. The serpent, bearing a human-like face, laughs maniacally, while the surrounding survivors sit in the bloodied remnants, their eyes filled with astonishment and fury. Suddenly, the boisterous laughter of the serpent halts. The survivors, puzzled, lift their gazes to see a black-haired man with wings hovering in the air, coldly observing them. What on earth is this creature? The survivors stare in disbelief at the suspended figure. Simultaneously, the motionless serpent king, Gaia, begins to tremble. With a splat, it melts into a puddle of murky water. Hiss. All survivors widen their eyes. They are all second-tier superhumans, some even third-tier experts. Yet, despite their numbers exceeding 100, they could not inflict harm upon a single scale of the serpent king Gaia, and this black-haired man has effortlessly annihilated the monster in an instant. Terrifying. Am I dreaming? You are not dreaming. We are saved. The survivors suddenly erupt into cheers. However, someone senses a discrepancy. Wait. This fellow is not here to rescue us. This remark captures everyone's attention, and they finally notice that the black-haired man, now hovering in front of them, is approaching with a murderous intent etched on his face. His pale pupils evoke a chilling dread, as if he were a heartless demon. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Become nourishment for the dark insect god. This black-haired figure is none other than Lu Han. Yet, at this moment, he proclaims himself as the dark insect god. If Zhang Cheng were present, he would surely exclaim in astonishment. Isn't this the shadow that appeared behind Lu Han before? Run. Get away while you can. Faced with the Serpent King Gaia, they could still maintain their composure and devise a strategy. But in the presence of Lu Han, they are rendered incapable of thought. Run. The sole thought is to flee. The 100+ survivors scatter like frightened birds. However, Lu Han, with his wings, is even swifter. Don't run. None shall escape. Lu Han's voice is sharp and eerie, unsettling the survivors. Strangely, a few of them actually heed his command and obediently halt. Ha ha ha, good children. Come, let us merge into one. In an instant, the halted superhumans are reduced to ashes. Concurrently, the black flames surrounding Lu Han surge with even greater intensity. Ha ha ha. This human body is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Lu Han, no, he can no longer be referred to as Lu Han, should be called the Dark Insect God. After consuming a few survivors, he tilts his head back and laughs heartily before continuing his pursuit of the remaining survivors. Stop, don't run. With the utterance of these words, the surrounding survivors seem to lose control, halting their flight. Capture the others. As Lu Han speaks, the survivors indeed begin to attack their companions, seizing them and hurling them toward Lu Han. With each act of consumption, Lu Han's aura grows ever more formidable, the black flames around him swelling to a grandeur akin to the evening glow. Die. Ha ha ha. Just as Lu Han prepares to slay the next survivor, a pale figure suddenly materializes behind him. Human. Without hesitation, the pale figure lunges forward, its sharp claws aimed at Lu Han's neck. Ha! An ambush on this deity. Lu Han lets out a manic chuckle, swiftly turning to seize the incoming strike. Gazing at the pale figure before him, Lu Han's expression shifts to one of perplexity. Undead? What are you doing here? The pale figure displays a hint of confusion, but relentlessly extends its other hand toward Lu Han's forehead. Lu Han's fury ignites. At this moment, his consciousness is overtaken by the system, evidently aware of matters beyond Lu Han's knowledge. He emits a piercing scream. Undead. One day, this deity shall return and bring ruin upon your entire race. Upon uttering these words, towering black flames erupt from Lu Han, cascading down like the mighty Yangtze River upon the pale figure. Human companions. The pale figure howls enraged, in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of third-tier zombies emerge from every corner of the street, roaring as they charge toward Lu Han. Surrounding survivors fall victim to these sudden appearances, devoured into oblivion. What is happening? Why are there so many zombies all of a sudden? Help me! Someone save me! No one pays heed to the survivors' cries. At this moment, Lu Han's consciousness, commandeered by the system, harbors an overwhelming desire to annihilate, rather than save them. Witnessing the swarm of zombies, Lu Han emits a peculiar laugh. Soaring into the sky, the pale figure roars in frustration. Die? Lu Han, looking down from above, commands the black flames that billow like dark clouds, crashing down upon the ground. The pale figure screams in fury, while hundreds of third-tier zombies quickly surround it, restlessly bouncing around, driven by their insatiable thirst for flesh. Human? The pale figure seems only capable of repeating this phrase. Lu Han disregards the words of the pale figure, erupting into maniacal laughter as he dives downward, accompanied by the overwhelming force of the black flames. Boom! The ground erupts in a thunderous explosion, with the black flames cascading like torrential rain from the sky to the earth. When the flames dissipate, a horrifying sight emerges. A circular pit, approximately half a meter deep, appears within a 100-meter radius, with all the zombies vanished, even the pale figure reduced to nothingness. Meanwhile, in a mysterious, shadowy realm, an enraged voice reverberates through the empty space. What? The fifth-tier corpse king is dead? And was instantly slain. Without the slightest chance to retaliate, the two remain silent. After a long pause, the furious voice resounds once more. Tell the doctor to increase the dosage. Create even more powerful aberrations. Lu Han, oblivious to these events, is solely captivated by the alluring power he now possesses. I am the dark insect god. No, I am Lu Han. No, no. Lu Han's expression oscillates between madness and confusion, muttering incessantly to himself, no, no. Who am I? Lu Han feels a disarray in his memories. He envisions commanding countless insect units sweeping across the universe, while simultaneously recalling familiar figures around him. Laughing and celebrating, I am Lu Han. I am Lu Han. He repeats this mantra, his gaze shifting between black and white. Suddenly, a swarm of dense, black parasitic insects spills forth from the circular pit in the ground. Upon seeing these terrifying creatures, a wicked and eerie smile reappears on Lu Han's face. Indeed, I am the dark insect god. Chapter 46. The eerie man. Ouch, that hurts. A hulking man rises from the ground, stepping slightly out of the shadows. Standing at 2 meters tall with a hearty face, it is none other than Zhang Chong. Where is Lu Gu? Zhang Chong, somewhat perplexed, scratched the back of his head. Suddenly, he let out a bizarre "Why did I that it?" Indeed, Zhang Chong astonishingly survived after having his skull pierced, in merely a day's time. He astonishingly restored his skin to an immaculate condition akin to that of a newborn. Good heavens! Zhang Chong mused for a moment before scanning his surroundings on the bustling street. His expression gradually morphed into one of astonishment. Everywhere he looked, there lay the bodies of survivors and zombies alike. Who could possibly have slain such a multitude of third-tier zombies? The act of exterminating zombies naturally implies being their mortal enemy. So why, then, would one choose to annihilate so many survivors? A chill ran down Zhang Chong's spine. A figure emerged in his mind. Serpent King Gaia. Bastard. With no time to ponder why Lu Gu was not by his side, Zhang Chong furiously charged towards the direction of the bodies. He twisted and turned through countless streets and corners, ultimately discovering a creature with a human head and serpentine body. Gaia, prepare to meet your end. Zhang Chong leapt ferociously, his massive frame unleashing a force akin to a battering ram. The body of Serpent King Gaia shattered into fragments like mere foam upon impact. A look of bewilderment crossed Zhang Chong's face. Had the Serpent King already perished? Filled with questions, he drew closer to the remains of Gaia. The creature, now riddled with wounds, bore signs of having been burned. Even though Zhang Chong had just reduced it to pieces, to Zhang Chong's eyes, those marks seemed eerily familiar. Lu Han. It appears Lu Gu had long been here. Casting a puzzled glance at the street, devoid of any signs of battle, a flicker of fervor ignited in Zhang Chong's eyes. Lu Han has grown even stronger. In Zhuhai City, on Changhong Avenue, a black-haired man with wings sprouting from his back was incessantly summoning a multitude of black flames to obliterate the zombies before him. These zombies, seemingly endless, surged from all directions. Ha ha ha! Kill! Become nourishment for this divine being? Lu Han inhaled sharply, causing the surrounding ashes to coalesce into luminous particles swirling around him, merging into his black flames. With maniacal laughter, Lu Han's wings flared, propelling him 10 meters away where he seized a pale figure. Ha ha ha! Another fifth-tier undead. Does the undead truly regard me with such importance? Lu Han's arms morphed into claws reminiscent of a demon, and his wings turned a pitch black. He appeared as a creature from ancient tomes of evil. With a crack, the pale figure was instantly crushed in half. Lu Han continued his frenzied laughter as he slaughtered more zombies. Meanwhile, in a shadowy, unknown chamber, a dark figure paced anxiously. What? Another instant kill? It's impossible. This is merely the third tier. How could there be someone capable of contending with fifth-tier zombies? After listening, a subordinate stammered. Report, I fear that individual is not human. The dark figure's pupils constricted, and his complexion paled. Could it be those monsters? At that moment, Lu Han was rampaging through the streets, mercilessly slaughtering all living beings in sight. Be they survivors or zombies, however, compared to the scant number of survivors, the majority of those who fell to Lu Han's hands were zombies. Damn it! These wretched human bodies are utterly feeble. Lu Han roared in frustration. He occasionally summoned black flames to incinerate the zombies before him. Yet, as the battle progressed, Lu Han began to sense a decline in his stamina. With a cold gaze, he surveyed the approaching third-tier zombies. Suddenly, he retreated, vanishing into the shadows, eyeing a distant command room. A report came through. The target has vanished. At this juncture, Zhang Chong was aimlessly wandering the streets. Survivors were exceedingly rare. The streets were overrun by third-tier zombies. Meanwhile, the surviving humans generally remained at a second-tier level. If they were to engage in large-scale combat with the zombies, it would undoubtedly be the survivors who perished first. Hey, this can't be right. The more Zhang Chong walked, the more unsettled he felt. Along his path lay numerous third-tier zombie bodies, and he even spotted a white zombie. By his estimation, that white zombie was at least fourth tier. This indicated that a mysterious force was actively exterminating zombies, and the lines between friend and foe were blurred. What if such a powerful group posed a danger to Lu Gu? Zhang Chong furrowed his brow. Glancing at the towering buildings nearby, with determination, he violently grasped the iron framework of a building and ascended. The view from above provided a far broader perspective than that from below. Zhang Chong began to calm himself, seeking Lu Han's figure amidst the ant-like miniature landscape below. Lu Han's distinctive characteristic was his black flames. As long as he could spot the black flames, he would find Lu Han. Eureka! Zhang Chong's eyes sparkled as he fixated on a distant blaze of black flames. Without hesitation, he leapt down from the building, utilizing the friction of his arms against the iron structure to land safely. With a powerful push from his feet, he shot towards the source of the black flames like a cannonball. Lu Gu. In mere seconds, Zhang Chong barreled toward the fiery spectacle. Everywhere he passed was left in ruin. Even small shops were demolished by his forceful advance. Lu Gu! Zhang Chong exclaimed in delight as he beheld the tall, black-haired figure before him, eagerly rushing over. Yet, as he grasped the arm of the figure, his expression shifted to one of shock. Oh no, I mistook you for someone else. The black-haired man was not Lu Han, but rather a pale-skinned superhuman. Realizing his error, Zhang Chong turned to leave, only to be suddenly seized by a pale hand gripping his shoulder. What are you doing? Zhang Chong, on high alert, turned around, muscles swelling and gleaming like metal. The pale-faced man before him smirked ominously, his fingers grazing Zhang Chong's shoulder, causing a trickle of blood to seep forth. Zhang Chong gasped in horror, clenched his fist, and struck downwards at the man's head. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted as a massive crater formed beneath him. Simultaneously, Zhang Chong swiftly retreated, his eyes scanning for the whereabouts of the eerie man. In that fleeting moment, a sense of impending doom surged within Zhang Chong. He felt an acute premonition. If he did not evade, he would die. Chapter 47. The greatest tragedy. Zhang Chong sprinted desperately. The pale-faced man hot on his heels, he found himself in a dire situation, his body marred with countless wounds. The two had engaged in a fierce battle, yet Zhang Chong couldn't even graze the enigmatic man. After several exchanges, not only had he failed to make contact, but he had narrowly avoided losing both arms. A closer inspection would reveal that Zhang Chong's arms hung limply at his sides, as though the tendons had been severed. Bastard! Zhang Chong seethed with rage. This was the first time he had encountered such a sense of helplessness. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had met Lu Han, and thereafter had faced little in the way of obstacles. He had effortlessly overshadowed other survivors in terms of strength. Yet today, this pale-faced enigma had imparted a sobering lesson. There are always greater powers and beings beyond one's own. Behind him, the strange man continued to utter bizarre phrases, resembling a deranged lunatic. What on earth is he doing? Engaging in a fight. Zhang Chong, gritting his teeth, fled when he suddenly spotted 3 survivors rummaging through a small truck by the roadside. Help! Quickly! Help! Zhang Chong, not entirely sure why, called out to them instinctively. To his relief, the survivors indeed responded, moving toward him. Hey! Killing zombies is one thing, but we humans need not turn on each other, right? It was evident that these individuals had some decency, as they began to admonish the pale-faced man behind Zhang Chong. However, the reply he received was the sickening sound of liquid splattering. Turning around, Zhang Chong was aghast to witness 3 severed heads suspended in midair, their eyes still burning with the anger of the living, as if they had yet to realize they were no longer whole. Mother! Help! Zhang Chong was nearly brought to tears by fear. Although he had ascended to the ranks of a 3rd-tier advanced ability user, he had never once faced a situation that required him to fight for his life. At that moment, he realized that without Lu Han, he was utterly insignificant. Lu Han? Such a familiar name. But first, let me savor the delightful taste of you. He laughed soon as he finished speaking. A chilling sound of slicing air resonated behind him, causing his expression to shift to one of terror. And his body began to tremble. Lu Gu, save me! With a clang, Zhang Chong heard a sharp collision, and then he felt his body lighten as if he were being swept away. Am I going to die? He wondered in astonishment, gazing at the swirling scene around him. The houses spun wildly, and the 3 severed heads danced in his vision. Suddenly, he spotted a man with black wings and flowing black hair, surrounded by eerie black flames, grinning wickedly at a pale-faced individual. Zhang Chong's eyes lit up, clarity returning to his mind. Lu Gu? Lu Han turned his head with a smile to glance at Zhang Chong. But then his vision was engulfed by the soaring black flames. The battle raged on for nearly 5 minutes. Zhang Chong paced anxiously outside the inferno of black flames, desperate to assist. Yet, the flames forbade him from approaching. Even a slight proximity resulted in a searing sting on his skin. After what felt like an eternity of 1 minute, the black flames finally began to dissipate. Simultaneously, a battered Lu Han was hurled out from within. Lu Gu! Zhang Chong rushed forward to catch him and then witnessed a shadow vanish in an instant, leaving behind a large pool of inky black blood. How are you, Lu Gu? He gently laid Lu Han down and scanned their surroundings warily. It appeared that the bizarre man had already departed, and judging by the substantial pool of black blood on the ground, he had sustained considerable injuries. Lu Han looked feeble, his lips pale, and his body riddled with countless wounds. Without prompt medical attention, even a simple loss of blood could claim his life. Lu Gu, hold on. I'll help you. Zhang Chong cradled the gravely injured Lu Han as he hurried through the streets. However, the hospitals had all closed, and even the basic medical supplies had been scavenged by survivors. Unless he resorted to fighting those survivors for resources, it was futile to seek supplies at this moment. Let this divine being kill zombies. As Zhang Chong ran, he furrowed his brow, puzzled by Lu Han's self-proclamation. Yet, Lu Han's insistence on slaying zombies left Zhang Chong even more bewildered. What nonsense, you're on the brink of death. Lu Gu? Lu Han gritted his teeth, feebly reaching out to grasp Zhang Chong's collar. You bastard. Let this divine being kill zombies. Otherwise, this divine being will truly perish. Zhang Chong was momentarily stunned but soon clenched his teeth and set out to find a horde of wandering zombies to incapacitate, allowing Lu Han the opportunity to slay them himself. Miraculously, the more zombies Lu Han dispatched, the quicker his wounds healed. After an unknown number of kills, Lu Han even began to energetically slaughter zombies himself. After 20 zombies had fallen, Lu Han appeared completely unscathed, not a single wound remaining. Zhang Chong could only watch in resignation as Lu Han exuberantly dispatched zombies, letting out a slight sigh. Indeed, a freak. While Zhang Chong observed Lu Han, he suddenly turned with a wicked grin. Ha ha ha, young one, thank you for saving this divine being. Zhang Chong was taken aback. This divine being? What does that mean? But before he could gather his thoughts, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and he looked down in shock at the arm that had impaled him. Lu Gu, why? The person who had pierced his chest was none other than the one he least expected, Lu Han. Why? Zhang Chang felt his strength ebbing away, gradually collapsing to the ground. Ha ha ha, Lu Gu, you've mistaken me. My name is Dark Insect God. Countless black parasitic insects surged forth from the corners around them. Accompanied by a multitude of strange beasts and zombies, Lu Han, like a king, summoned the Dark Throne, elegantly seating himself and lazily gazing down at Zhang Chang from above, his gaze akin to that of a predator surveying its prey. The tens of thousands of parasitic insects swarmed around Zhang Chang like an oncoming tide, while hundreds of strange beasts and zombies stood as loyal sentinels beneath Lu Han's throne, bowing in reverence to their most honored king. Chapter 48. Rampaging King. Quick, 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 assemble. In Zhuhai City, the highest command center of the War Department was in a frenzied state as nearly 10,000 camouflaged soldiers gathered urgently. If one were to observe closely, they would realize that these individuals were almost entirely superhumans, and third-tier superhumans at that. What on earth had happened to incite such fury from the commander? Rumor had it that a certain race had appeared on Earth, and the commander was well aware of the saying. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope. Amidst this turmoil, Lu Han had already commanded hundreds of thousands of subordinates to sweep through the entirety of Zhuhai City. Every zombie and human within sight was marked for annihilation. The city was filled with wails of despair, with even the previously underground gathering places unearthed by Lu Han's insects, leading to their complete destruction. As the battle unfolded, the insects birthed from the corpses were not merely of a single type. Parasitic insects, armored insects, spiked insects, fire insects, venomous insects, various new breeds of insect units began to emerge. Survivors whispered among themselves that the insect race from the movies had descended upon them. How much longer would it be? 1,000 men clad in camouflage traversed the terrain without leaving a trace, having received the highest order. Eliminate the insect king. What was going on? Why such an uproar? The soldiers could not help but wonder. Even during the initial zombie outbreak, the military had not mobilized with such vigor. Now, merely the appearance of a man capable of controlling insects had prompted such a drastic response from the commander. However, as ordinary soldiers, they were not privy to further details, and thus, they executed their orders filled with unanswered questions. As Lu Han reigned over Zhuhai City, becoming a formidable threat, a colossal force quietly mobilized with the intent to eradicate him. 10 minutes later, while Lu Han commanded his insect army in a sweeping rampage, he suddenly noticed shadows darting around him. Who dares to provoke this divine being? Lu Han glared at the shifting shadows, his body engulfed in black flames, which surged towards a nearby skyscraper. Suddenly, a stern-faced middle-aged man materialized before him, exuding an aura of wrath and murderous intent. You shall perish. At that moment, Lu Han was entirely dominated by the dark insect god. His power only amplifying. Instantly, he intercepted the man's lethal strike. Indeed, this was a worthy opponent from that race. How intriguing! The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with fervor as his form began to swell, transforming into a colossal fire giant. With a mere stomp of his foot, the ground beneath Lu Han shattered into fragments. Casting a cold glance at the molten footprints left behind, Lu Han let out a piercing shriek. Simultaneously, the parasitic insects, armored insects, spiked insects, fire insects, and venomous insects rallied to his side. Ha ha! Finally, you are showing your true prowess. The commander had previously emphasized that the greatest asset of the insect race lay in their sheer numbers. Having witnessed this, it was evident that the insect race lived up to its reputation. As the Centurion of Zhuhai City's War Department, they were acutely aware of every development. Yet, upon investigation, they discovered that this young man with black hair had only arrived in Zhuhai City a few days prior but had already amassed such a vast insect army. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Today, we have already established a military decree. Should we fail to eliminate you here, we shall face military justice. The fire giant grinned menacingly at Lu Han before swinging its massive arm towards him. In just a few breaths, Lu Han was left battered and bruised. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Is it not time for this divine being to retaliate? The fire giant observed Lu Han's relaxed demeanor, and an intense sense of danger surged within him. Run! This was his only thought. Damn it. The flame giant made a swift decision, instantly retreating several meters. However, behind him, Lu Han chuckled heartily, already manipulating a dense black flame that surged toward the flame giant. A hint of human-like derision flickered across the flame giant's face, attempting to counter poison with poison. Could it be that this so-called insectoid possesses a flawed intellect? Shaking his head in resignation, the flame giant halted his flight and turned to face Lu Han with an expression of disdain. Kid, you. Before he could finish, before the remnants of his words had even settled, the flame giant's form was abruptly engulfed by the black flames. To everyone's astonishment, the flame giant, a being of fire, was ignited by the very black flames. In mere seconds, the crimson flames adorning his body transformed into a pitch-black hue, and then with two sharp cracks, he disintegrated into a pile of debris. The Centurion is dead. The 1,000 men in camouflage, who had just emerged, gazed in horror at the shattered remnants of their leader, crying out in terror. They may not have understood the implications, but they were acutely aware of what a Centurion represented, an entity capable of facing 100 foes. All of them were third-tier superhumans. To ascend to the role of Centurion among them was to be deemed a dragon among men. The flame giant was a formidable figure among them, boasting fourth-tier superiority. Panic erupted among the superhumans. Moments later, a petite middle-aged man stepped forward. What's the commotion? Calm down. With his appearance, the soldiers' frayed nerves began to settle. A wave of murmurs began to circulate. The rampaging king. It's the rampaging king. What is he doing here? I heard this guy can even take out his own men when enraged. The Centurions were classified into 5 tiers, ranging from 100 to 500, each representing a stage. Both the Flame Giant and the Rampaging King were Centurions commanding 500 men. This deployment comprised 10,000 troops, hence there were a total of 20 Centurions present. The Rampaging King was particularly renowned among them. Rising, upon spotting Lu Han, the Rampaging King wasted no time. His figure trembled rapidly, moving with the speed of a fast-forwarded film. In contrast, Lu Han's movements appeared almost snail-like in their sluggishness. Ha! So these black flames are what killed the King of Flames. What a pity, for in my presence, these flames are simply not swift enough. The Rampaging King was especially adept at super speed. When he activated his super speed ability, the surroundings seemed to slow down in comparison. If his power reached a certain level, achieving a state of relative time stoppage was not beyond possibility. What an intriguing ability, Lu Han thought, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Then, under the astonished gaze of the Rampaging King, he enveloped himself entirely with the black flames. This prompted an exclamation of disbelief from the Rampaging King. What the hell? Is this young man disregarding martial ethics? How can we fight like this? The Rampaging King's plan was straightforward: to eliminate Lu Han before the black flames could envelop him. However, with Lu Han now completely shrouded in the black flames, the Rampaging King's strategy became utterly futile. Do you think that this means I, the Rampaging King, am powerless? He bellowed. Producing a specially crafted military dagger from his pocket, he vanished from the street with a swift motion. Surrounding soldiers buzzed with excitement, recognizing the familiar scene unfolding before them. The Rampaging King is about to unleash that technique. Chapter 49. 17 Centurions. Lu Han watched with cold eyes as the Rampaging King suddenly disappeared, then unfurled his wings and soared high into the air. Quick, get out of the way. Huh? What do you mean? Are you foolish? The Rampaging King's ultimate move 1T distinguish between friend and foe. What will you do if you lose your life? The throng of third-tier superhuman soldiers fled in haste, leaving Lu Han alone in the center of the street. Ha! I'm eager to see what tricks this little ant has up his sleeve. The street fell eerily silent, as if Lu Han were the sole occupant of this space. Seconds later, he curiously gazed toward a rising cloud of dust in the distance. Suddenly, his expression shifted to disbelief as he looked down at his abdomen. The entirety of his lower body had vanished, sticky blood and organs dangling from the wound. Heh, do you see now just how formidable I, the Rampaging King, truly am? Speed is power. The Rampaging King had utilized his unparalleled speed to amplify his momentum, instantly defeating Lu Han. You're not dead yet. The Rampaging King was aware of the insectoid's tenacious vitality but was taken aback to see Lu Han floating in the air. Unfazed, enraged, the Rampaging King began to hurl insults at Lu Han. Yet, Lu Han paid little heed to his verbal assaults. That moment, Lu Han's eyes sparkled with intensity as he summoned a plump insect from the depths of his space. If Lu Han were fully conscious, he would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. The insect was the so-called waste insect he had won in the system's lucky draw. He had not deployed it until now due to its utter ordinariness. Lu Han let out a shrill screech, and then countless hidden swarms of insects surged forth. In an instant, the rampaging king found himself surrounded. A trivial insect trick, the rampaging king scoffed, instantly vanishing from the scene. When he reappeared, he was already a kilometer away. However, Lu Han remained unfazed, simply smiling coldly. He casually dispatched several nearby insects, and his injuries began to mend gradually. Meanwhile, dozens of fourth-tier beasts launched themselves in pursuit of the rampaging king. Roar! Once all the beasts had departed, a small creature with 4 horns, wings, and scaled skin suddenly howled beside Lu Han. Lu Han affectionately stroked this little creature, which resembled a kitten, and grinned wickedly, saying, "My dear, it's not your time to shine just yet." 3 minutes later, the rampaging king, bloodied and battered, was returned by a 4th-tier golden leopard, unceremoniously tossed at Lu Han's feet. A smirk crept across Lu Han's lips as he commanded the previously summoned maggot-like insect to burrow into the rampaging king's body. With a piercing scream, the rampaging king's form withered into a desiccated husk. The maggot then reluctantly crawled out, having increased in size, still in its larval stage. Truly a foolish human, Lu Han cursed vehemently, then suddenly shuddered, his expression shifting to one of rage. "Damn it! Get out of my sight!" Lu Han's expression oscillated between fury and mockery, as if he were conversing with himself. "Foolish humans, to be chosen by me is your privilege. Begone, disgusting, vile insects. Get out of here at once. Ha! You cannot contend with me. You are merely a puppet, a prelude to my resurrection." With those words, Lu Han's countenance returned to a chilling demeanor, and he let out a sinister chuckle. "Humans will forever be enamored by external assistance, which is why they offer me such opportunities." Just as this scene concluded, Lu Han abruptly looked up to see the flickering black shadows rapidly approaching him. "Ha! Can't contain yourselves any longer, can you?" Lu Han laughed heartily as the swarming tide of insects surged forth. Skyscrapers, buildings, and sewers were all filled with the terrifying black tide. The 1,000 soldiers in camouflage gazed at the unfolding scene, their scalps prickling in fear. However, they had already signed a military pledge: victory or death, charge. Just a bunch of crawling insects. There's nothing to fear. Each superhuman employed their unique powers: acid, flames, frost, dark energy, summoned beasts, gravity, lightning. A plethora of horrifying natural forces erupted on the bustling street. Lu Han sat upon his throne, a wicked grin on his face as he observed the chaos below. Hundreds of thousands of insects clashed with the human army of 10,000, both forces of 3rd-tier strength. Yet, the combat prowess of the humans was evidently superior to that of the insects. Various uniquely potent abilities detonated on the battlefield, rendering the street a scene of utter devastation in an instant. "Clear the way!" Thunder descends, with a thunderous roar echoing through the street. The fighting soldiers hastily cleared a space. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, half a meter thick, struck down from the sky, crashing into the tide of insects. The lightning wreaked havoc among the insect horde, currents surging wildly die in mere seconds. Over 10,000 insect units had been reduced to charred remains. Another centurion has arrived. "Everyone, intensify your assault." A total of 20 centurions had been dispatched. Yet 2 had already fallen before the battle had even begun. Now, the 3rd had arrived, the man known as the King of Thunder. Annoying flies. Lu Han's eyes betrayed a hint of impatience as he waved his hand, summoning a torrent of black flames that swiftly extinguished the figure standing atop the building. A gasp escaped the lips of all present, their shock palpable as one centurion after another was obliterated in an instant. The soldiers began to lose faith in this battle. The fastest among them, the rampaging king, a colossal fire giant encased in molten lava, faltered under the onslaught of 2 4th-tier masters, unable to endure for even a mere 10 seconds. Could their entire 3rd-tier legion contend with this formidable foe? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The relentless tide of insects surged towards them. The Ice Age, the Sea of Fire, a cacophony of diverse skills and effects erupted across the battlefield. Lu Han hovered above, seated upon his throne, coldly observing the chaos below. Where had the undead suddenly vanished to? Lu Han furrowed his brow, pondering this question. Why had the undead in this place vanished without a trace? Instead, a throng of humans had launched an offensive against him. Just as confusion clouded his mind, a ripple suddenly erupted beside him. There was but one chance. Up, a group of 17 appeared behind Lu Han. Some wielding swords, others brandishing guns, and a few empty-handed yet coalescing a mysterious sphere of light. An aura of threat enveloped him. Lu Han's expression turned to one of horror as he prepared to turn. But it was already too late. Chapter 50. Let us depart together. Joint technique, demonic dance. A terrifying wave of energy surged towards Lu Han like a torrent. Simultaneously, a swarm of demonic phantoms fluttered around him. Lu Han instinctively extended his arm to block, but as soon as he did, it disintegrated into a cloud of dust. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to conjure a sphere of black flames as a shield before him. But it dissipated almost immediately. Push harder. This monster is on the brink of death. The 17 Centurions' eyes gleamed with murderous intent, eager to spill Lu Han's blood on the spot. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber far away, the commander spoke. Commander, the situation is nearing its conclusion, yet I remain curious. The elder named Commander waved his hand dismissively. You are still young and do not comprehend the events of that time. With that, he fell silent, a flicker of deep-seated fear crossing his gaze. That incident had nearly led to the world's destruction. Come forth, foolish worms. My power flows endlessly. Ha ha ha. Lu Han grinned wickedly, suppressing the 17 Centurions before him. They trembled, struggling to withstand his assault. What to do? This fellow is too strong. The Centurion growled through clenched teeth. To confront him, the commander had dispatched 1,000 third-tier superhumans and 20 Centurions. Initially, they had thought it an overreaction. But now they realized the commander was not exaggerating. A man may be killed, but he must not be humiliated. I shall fight to the death against you. The tide of corpses reached its third stage. Survivors had undergone a purging, with the timid and cowardly eliminated in large numbers. One of the 17 Centurions roared and charged towards Lu Han, accompanied by a blaze of radiant light. In an instant, he exploded into a shower of fragments, and half of Lu Han's body was blown apart in the process. A prime opportunity. Go. The remaining 16 Centurions' eyes lit up, disregarding their fallen comrade's demise as they swiftly formed a formation to assault Lu Han. A massive surge of energy obliterated everything around him, even the ground vanishing from sight. Lu Han was left alone, suspended in the air, his severed half dripping blood. The 16 Centurions bore a frenzied glint in their eyes. This was the perfect chance to eliminate Lu Han. However, after Lu Han dispatched a few insects, the Centurions' expression soured drastically, as if they had consumed something foul. Lu Han's missing half began to regenerate at a visibly slow pace. Despair enveloped the Centurions as they abandoned all hope for this battle. They realized they could not inflict any harm upon this creature before them. How many remain? Report, fewer than 600, came the reply. The 16 Centurion spirits plummeted. 1,000 third-tier warriors had dwindled to under 600. Lu Han regarded the 16 Centurions with a bemused expression, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he summoned all the insects toward him. Simultaneously, nearly 100 fourth-tier aberrations encircled him, letting out a collective roar, kill, with a single command. 100,000 third-tier insects and 100 fourth-tier aberrations surged forward in unison. The Centurions and third-tier warriors turned pale, scrambling desperately for the corners to escape. Yet, the tide of insects was merciless, and the aberrations even more so. Lu Gu? No. Lu Han furrowed his brow momentarily, recognizing the familiar voice. However, he paid it no heed, continuing to command the insect swarm to attack the third-tier warriors. Stop! Lu Han glared at the towering man before him, perplexed. How are you still alive? The man was none other than Zhang Chong, who not long ago had been impaled through the chest by Lu Han, now under the control of the dark insect god. Yet, this simpleton persisted in living. Lu Gu, you mustn't kill anymore. Zhang Chong resolutely positioned himself before Lu Han, who frowned in displeasure. Annoying fly, die. Zhang Chong gritted his teeth, staring defiantly at Lu Han. He had lost count of how many times he had died in recent days. What did it matter if he died once more? Lu Gu, wake up. As Zhang Chang's desperate cries echoed, the sharp spike poised to pierce his chest quivered violently. Lu Han clenched his jaw, his facial muscles twitching. Zhang Chang, you shall not take this body. I will slay you all. The surrounding centurions and third-tier warriors observed this farce, watching the terrifying black-haired man converse with himself, yet no one dared to move. Their orders had been to eliminate the Insect King. But how could they possibly win against such a powerful foe? Do you think you can contend with me? No, you rely on me. Without my power, you are utterly worthless. Lu Han frantically tugged at his hair before suddenly fixing a steely gaze upon Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang, convince them to kill me, now. Zhang Chang's expression turned pained, caught in a dilemma. Dio, as I say, or you will all perish. With that, the cold demeanor on Lu Han's face vanished, replaced by that of a maniacal grin. Ha ha ha, foolish humans. You shall not escape my grasp. Zhang Chang bit down hard, casting a helpless glance toward the distant warriors. With a crack, a spark of fury ignited on Zhang Chang's face as a severed head rolled to his feet. Its eyes wide open, staring at him. Zhang Chang stood dumbfounded. Lu Gu had been overtaken by some mysterious force. What to do? Zhang Chang was oblivious to the events transpiring within Lu Han, utterly at a loss for a solution. If left unchecked, who knew how many innocent survivors Lu Han would slaughter? Damn it, do it! Zhang Chang's heart twisted in pain. Lu Han had guided him to his current strength, only for it to culminate in such a tragic end. He despised that mysterious force for ensnaring Lu Han. He resented Lu Han for never confiding in him, leaving him bereft of any means to resolve this crisis. Lu Gu, forgive me. Zhang Chang's muscles swelled as he rushed forward, seizing Lu Han's arm and hurling him into the air. The madness on Lu Han's face flickered to life before suddenly trembling, morphing into his signature cold expression. Zhang Chang, now? Lu Han was a reincarnator. He had once aspired to achieve many things. He sought vengeance. He wished to protect everyone he held dear. Yet now, he felt utterly powerless. Kill me, Zhang Chang. Lu Han uttered these words with a calmness that rendered death merely a pair of syllables. Tears welled silently in Zhang Chang's eyes as his body began to emit a metallic glow, enveloping Lu Han in confinement. Lu Gu, if we are to depart, then let it be together. Chapter 51. Paths diverged. No alliance to be made. The centurions and third-tier warriors watched in agitation as the tall figure made his move, and the so-called insect demon was firmly restrained. The centurions dashed forward like ravenous wolves, eager to exact vengeance for their fallen brothers. The remaining 600 third-tier warriors and 16 centurions charged towards Lu Han, their faces contorted with rage. Today, either Lu Han would perish, or they would meet their end. A grand momentum surged forth, enveloping all in its wake. Lu Han emitted continuous roars, yet Zhang Chang held him in a firm embrace, rendering him immobile, compounded by the incessant interference from Lu Han's true consciousness. He found himself inexplicably suspended in mid-air, motionless. Kill! Resounded the collective cry of hundreds. Joint technique, dance of the demons. Countless shadowy figures of gray and black demons lunged toward Lu Han, instantly piercing through his form. And Zhang Chang's body was similarly impaled. 1. 2. An innumerable host of demon apparitions penetrated their bodies, causing Lu Han to wither as if he were shrinking, ultimately transforming into a desiccated corpse. Zhang Chang's head hung low, his eyes clouded. Joint technique, meteoric destruction. The sky appeared as if stars were plummeting, with countless particles of light crashing down upon the two. When the tumult subsided, both Lu Han and Zhang Chang lay battered and broken. Is it finally over? The warriors stared, dumbfounded, at the silent figures before them, panting as they exclaimed, "The commander truly underestimated 1,000 men. There are barely 600 left." The 16 centurions glared coldly at Lu Han, their expressions rife with malice, eager to further torment his lifeless body. At a sudden, discordant sound shattered the stillness. The soldiers and centurions were instantly struck with dread, their eyes widening in horror as they turned toward Lu Han. What is happening? Lu Han, bewildered, surveyed his surroundings, noticing a group of soldiers watching him with icy glares. Lu Han paused, struck by realization, and suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling the recent events. If he had regained consciousness, it must mean he had passed the System S trial. He scanned the vicinity before fixing his gaze upon Zhang Chang below him. Zhang Chang, Lu Han hurriedly seized Zhang Chang's collar, seeking to gauge his vital signs. After a moment of frantic examination, Lu Han gradually exhaled in relief. Had he delayed any longer, Zhang Chang might have truly perished. Fortunately, the fellow possessed an extraordinarily robust constitution, despite his organs being utterly devastated. He clung to life. Moments later, Zhang Chang slowly opened his eyes, staring vacantly at Lu Han. What the hell? His immediate reaction was to shove Lu Han away and scramble to escape. Hey, I've regained consciousness. Don't run, Lu Han called out helplessly. Only then did Zhang Chang turn, eyes filled with disbelief, glancing back at Lu Han. Seriously, can I not be cautious? I nearly met my end at your hands twice. Once assured of Lu Han's regained awareness, Zhang Chang finally relaxed. He then surveyed the predatory soldiers around them. Everyone, there's no need for concern. The crisis has passed. Lu Han stepped forward, forcing a smile. The centurions narrowed their eyes, sensing the change in Lu Han. However, their orders were to eliminate him, regardless of his regained awareness. What to do? This guy seems weaker now. Yes, I can sense it, and he seems different from before. Perhaps he has broken free from the control of the insectoid race. Should we still kill him? Of course. We've already received orders. Do you wish to die? Just as Lu Han approached the centurions with a smile, he suddenly sensed a faint killing intent encircling him. His steps halted abruptly, and he regarded the centurions with a frigid gaze. Seems you are not inclined to let this go, Lu Han remarked, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the scattered corpses around them. These are all my doing, he sighed softly, casting a glance at Zhang Chang, who sported a look of excitement, seemingly naive enough to believe that his regained consciousness would mend relations with the soldiers. Let us go. The centurions grew increasingly restless, even beginning to harness their supernatural abilities. Lu Han turned and briskly walked away, patting Zhang Chang on the shoulder as a signal to follow. Huh? Why is Lu Gu suddenly leaving? Lu Han frowned slightly, eyeing Zhang Chang. What other choice is there? Zhang Chang looked back at the multitude of corpses with a conflicted expression. Lu Han's countenance turned cold, and he ceased speaking. The two walked in silence for a while, the centurions trailing behind them. Zhang Chang slowly grasped the gravity of the situation, sighed deeply, and vanished into the shadows. Lu Han turned to cast a fleeting glance at the soldiers before disappearing as well. Where did they go? The centurions exchanged perplexed looks. Should we pursue? This sentiment resonated among the other centurions. The terror instilled by Lu Han had deeply etched itself into their souls, a fear they would likely carry for a lifetime. The group fell into a heavy silence, then, disheartened, dispersed into the shadows. Lu Gu, is there something on your mind? Lu Han remained silent, aware of Zhang Chang's thoughts. Was life in the apocalypse truly like this? Massacres, conspiracies, oppression, an iron fist ruling over all. Zhang Chang followed Lu Han, walking slowly and gazing vacantly at the corpses strewn along the streets. Nearby, zombies gathered, their famished faces filled with hunger, yet they hesitated, remaining several meters away. As if wary of some unseen force, Lu Han tilted his head to gaze at the moon obscured by dark clouds, then turned to Zhang Chang with a stern expression. Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang looked at Lu Han in astonishment. You have grown powerful, yet at the same time, you remain exceedingly vulnerable. Zhang Chang bowed his head in silence, puzzled by Lu Han's words. To him, he had always felt weak in Lu Han's presence. They walked on without uttering a word, both lost in their tumultuous thoughts. Lu Gu? Lu Han turned coldly to face Zhang Chang. If this earnest simpleton could not conquer his inner turmoil, their paths would inevitably diverge. I wish to venture out on my own for a while. Very well, go ahead. Without a backward glance, Lu Han turned and walked away, as if they had never been companions. Zhang Chang watched Lu Han's retreating figure, noticing the resolute steps he took, and opened his mouth slightly before turning away, forlorn. Our paths diverge. We shall not conspire together. Chapter 52. The Great Cataclysm. No. A sudden awakening. As Lu Han opened his eyes, he found himself enveloped in the tranquil embrace of night. A few fireflies flickered around him. Lu Han's gaze fell upon the empty room, a sense of something missing weighing heavily on him. Before he could delve into contemplation, a violent tremor erupted around him, and a horde of third-tier zombies appeared unexpectedly. Their grotesque faces, devoid of features, rendered them exceedingly terrifying. Annoying flies. Lu Han's expression remained cold as he surveyed the scene, summoning forth a surge of black flames that obliterated the foes in an instant. The sensation of controlling his own body felt exquisite. A mysterious smile crept across Lu Han's face. The prior experience of being controlled lingered deeply in his mind. Even a momentary lapse in focus would send chills down his spine, instilling fear. At times, he could not discern whether it was he acting or his body acting autonomously. Opening the system interface. Lu Han frowned slightly. The system is under maintenance. Please check back later. With a resigned sigh, an unusual feeling welled up within him. Just a short while ago, he had been under the system's command, rampaging through foes. Now, he was expected to continue fighting alongside it. Lu Han paused momentarily, glancing at the unfamiliar surroundings. Zhuhai City.it seemed to hold many unpleasant memories for him. With a leap, Lu Han ascended onto the dark throne, gradually vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, at the highest command center of the Zhuhai City War Department. Report. The target has departed Zhuhai City. An elderly man with silver hair furrowed his brow. Immediately disseminate this information. Alert the other city war departments to heighten their vigilance. The insectoid race poses a threat to the very existence of humanity. The soldiers were taken aback. The commander had never spoken in such a despondent tone before. Even when 90% of the population had succumbed to the zombie infection, he had refrained from uttering such dire words regarding humanity's status. Who would have thought that such an ordinary black-haired man could provoke such fear in their commander? Commander, may I inquire why you harbor such trepidation towards this seemingly ordinary individual? I concede that he possesses a degree of power. However, the commander interrupted the man with a dismissive gesture, his eyes betraying a profound sense of trepidation. You are likely unaware of the battle that transpired 50 years ago, during which our technology was woefully inadequate. The nations of Earth were fragmented, each ruling as a sovereign entity, by a stroke of chance. The most formidable nation in the West intercepted a mysterious transmission. After decryption, a single line of text sent shockwaves through all who read it. The blue star is on the brink of annihilation. Prepare for war. This revelation stunned the Western powers. Driven by fear of the unknown, they disseminated this information to the upper echelons of their governments. The calamity arrived with startling swiftness. Within merely an hour of receiving the news, chaos erupted. Countless wormholes manifested across the earth, unleashing a horde of grotesque and terrifying creatures throughout urban and rural landscapes. As those demonic entities emerged, Earth fell into despair. When that malevolent horde departed, one of the fiends laughed maniacally from the sky, proclaiming, "Remember the name of this deity, the dark insect god." No one comprehended the purpose of their arrival, yet it was evident that these monsters possessed the capability to obliterate the earth with ease. There was no room for doubt, and what transpired thereafter? The man inquired anxiously, gazing at the commander. The commander shook his head in anguish. What happened next? Humanity finally comprehended the terror of being prey. Thus, the United Nations of Earth commenced its formation. Subsequently, the monstrous invaders never returned, yet unexpectedly, they have reappeared. Their conversation reached an impasse, and the news of the insectoid invasion spread like wildfire, circulating globally within a mere 10 minutes. What? The insectoid horde has finally arrived. We have prepared for 50 years, and now we must face this day. Will we repeat the past or mend our shattered fate? Destiny has already been predetermined. Delegations from nations around the world enacted the same scenes. Mobilize the armies. Prepare for Tier 1 combat readiness. On an uncharted island, 5 enigmatic elders convened within a meeting room. It seems the farce of the undead is ripe for conclusion. Let us make a decision. Perhaps the fate of Earth hinges upon this moment. Thus, let it come to an end. No sooner had the words left their lips than covert bases worldwide suddenly sprang into action. Technologically advanced cannons rose skyward, and orbs of brilliant blue light shot into the heavens. Boom! The azure hue engulfed the entire sky. The somber shroud above began to dissipate, giving way to a cerulean expanse. An inexplicable deluge commenced, and all undead touched by its rain dissolved into pools of murky water. The undead calamity was thus concluded. With the utterance of those 5 elders, it all came to a swift resolution. Meanwhile, on an unknown street, Lu Han furrowed his brow at the corpses dissolving beside him, then raised his hand to scrutinize the blue rain cascading down. Similar scenes unfolded across the globe, the undead. Annihilated, is this truly the end? On the uncharted island, the five elders lounged languidly around a table, casually observing the monitor. Report to the five kings. The crisis has ended. The five elders, referred to as kings, displayed an air of indifference, entirely oblivious to the enormity of their words that had brought an end to the horrifying era of the undead. As they prepared to terminate the call, an urgent, frantic roar erupted from the other end. This is bad. We have been deceived. What? The five elders' expressions suddenly hardened. Deceived? What does this mean? Hello? What is happening? Speak. But only an echo of emptiness responded from the other side. Meanwhile, Lu Han witnessed the surrounding undead gradually transforming into viscous sludge, only to be startled as that sludge began to writhe, coalescing into humanoid figures with skeletal visages. What in the world? Lu Han frowned. Instinctively retreating a few steps, as these creatures took form, they lunged toward Lu Han with unrestrained ferocity. Yet, although Lu Han lacked the overwhelming power of a system-imbued entity, he was still a Tier 4 advanced superhuman. How could he be bullied by these undead? Summoning a surge of dark flames, Lu Han turned his back on the monstrous figures. However, just 2 seconds later, a look of alarm crossed his face as he suddenly dove to the side. At that moment, a razor-sharp claw sliced through the air where he had just stood. What? Is it unharmed? Lu Han gazed incredulously at the creature. It appeared entirely unscathed, devoid of any signs of injury. Lu Han was astounded, not afraid of the devouring flame. This was the devouring flame released by Lu Han, a Tier 4 advanced ability capable of annihilating all. Yet the reality was merciless. These monsters not only remained unscathed but even regarded Lu Han with mocking gazes. Chapter 53. Holding back figures darted back and forth along the street, one of whom, with indistinct features, even sneered at Lu Han. Truly a formidable adversary. Lu Han had clashed with these few undead for several rounds. Yet a victor had yet to be determined. Once more, he unleashed a wave of dark flames, which merely swirled around the undead before dissipating. Lu Han frowned. Just moments ago, the undead on the street had transformed into sludge, only to reconstitute into the very beasts before him. After some contemplation, he resolved there was no need to continue battling these creatures. Stepping back a few paces, Lu Han vanished from the street in a flash, leaving behind the bewildered undead, who continued to howl in confusion. Similar scenes unfolded worldwide. Regrettably, the surviving superhumans capable of reaching Tier 4 comprised only about 5% of the population. 20% were Tier 3. While the remainder were all Tier 2, such paltry combat prowess could hardly sustain humanity's survival. The likelihood of annihilation stood at a staggering 90%. Damn it! Those treacherous scoundrels, on the uncharted island. Within the gathering place of the five kings, Fire King admonished, "Calm down." It was anticipated that those scoundrels would act in bad faith. The elder remained silent, but then exhaled deeply. Had we not taken precautions, humanity might have truly faced annihilation. Meanwhile, 500 soldiers engaged in battle against a horde of Tier 3 undead stared in disbelief at their own bite marks. I am not infected. I have not become undead. Similar cheers erupted from others. This was the so-called precautionary measure of the five kings. While their adversaries schemed against them, they were far from lambs awaiting slaughter. What is going on? Lu Han frowned as he observed the beleaguered survivors before him. These undead seemed to have grown ferocious overnight, while the strength of human survivors remained woefully inadequate. Lu Han could not ascertain the cause of this phenomenon. He only knew that the undead could no longer infect humans. Humph! It appears that those high-ranking officials are once again at play. Lu Han smirked disdainfully, immediately recalling the military's upper echelons. Only they could orchestrate such large-scale upheaval. The undead era had concluded, leaving humanity with 90% of its population transformed into undead, nearly 1 billion souls. Ah, let us fight back. Countless survivors rejoiced at the realization that they were immune to infection. Emerging from their subterranean hideouts, they battled the undead. With the threat of infection lifted, the undead were merely formidable beasts. No longer a cause for concern, humanity's standing was once again restored. Lu Han strolled down the road, casting cold glances at the battling survivors, a smirk playing upon his lips. Had they fought with such ferocity from the beginning? Humanity might not have found itself in such a passive predicament. Yet, it was not too late. Go forth, little ones. Countless black insect swarms crawled forth from beneath Lu Han's feet, rapidly enveloping the entire street. Ever since the system had occupied his consciousness, Lu Han had uncovered many secrets regarding the system. The most crucial revelation was that this so-called system was not an inanimate object but the cosmic insect king known as the Dark Insect God. During the period of consciousness occupation, Lu Han glimpsed fragments of memories related to the system. Among these, the most significant was the fierce rivalry between the Undying and the insectoid races, and the Undying, referred to now, were the very undead wreaking havoc on Earth. As for the rest of the details, Lu Han could glean no further insight. The system's consciousness only retained fragmented memories, a consequence of Lu Han's insufficient access rights. Should he continue to develop the system, he might uncover even more information. Hurry, hurry! There's more over here. As Lu Han tentatively engaged the undead, attempting to gauge their strength, a sudden commotion drew his attention. Turning to look, he was astonished to see a squad of soldiers clearing the streets. Lu Han's jaw dropped in disbelief. Are we on the verge of concluding the undead era and returning to a semblance of normalcy? According to conventional wisdom, in the event of a significant disaster, the first step is to stabilize the populace, followed by deploying troops to address the crisis, and ultimately, reorganizing the community to resume productive activities, thereby restoring normalcy to society. Yet, the ensuing events left Lu Han feeling as though he had overthought the situation. No, don't kill me. A troop of over 20 soldiers, weapons drawn and yet to fire, was immediately met with a horde of over a dozen third-tier zombies, which swiftly tore them to shreds. With a resigned sigh, Lu Han reminisced about his former self, who would have readily risked his life at the mere sound of a command. Devour! In an instant, Lu Han unleashed his devouring flame, ensnaring the throng of third-tier zombies. Although, ever since these undead creatures underwent an inexplicable mutation, Lu Han's dark flames could no longer vanquish them with ease. Yet his fourth-tier prowess was not to be underestimated. Even without harnessing the devouring power of his dark flames, he could effortlessly dispatch these creatures, which were a tier below him, with a swift thrust. Lu Han pierced through one of the third-tier zombies, proceeding to methodically eliminate the others. Just as he was reveling in his slaughter, he caught a glimpse of a few individuals nearby, their expressions vacant as they watched him. What is the matter? Lu Han regarded them with a cold stare. The individuals bore numerous wounds, their bodies smeared with blood, evidently having just survived a skirmish with the undead. Brother, how about we form a team? Otherwise, these bastards won't be easy to handle. A sardonic smile crept across Lu Han's lips. They sought to leverage his strength for their safety. Though such an impulse was typical of any sensible person, Lu Han had no inclination to babysit. No, he replied curtly, turning his back and walking away, leaving behind their disdainful remarks. Humph, what a pretentious act. If he doesn't want to join, so be why this time. Lu Han had distanced himself, oblivious to their words. As he traversed further, the now non-infectious zombies posed a significantly diminished threat to humanity. Increasing numbers of survivors began to realize this and bravely ventured forth to confront the undead. It seemed the situation was improving. Perhaps it is time to have a word with those individuals, Lu Han mused, narrowing his eyes as he approached a group clad in military attire. The sound of bullets being chambered echoed ominously. The dark muzzles of firearms were instantly aimed at Lu Han. In this apocalyptic world, order had disintegrated. No one was a defenseless weakling. A smirk played upon Lu Han's lips as he vanished in a blur, leaving only an afterimage before reappearing before an officer. Chapter 54. An unexpected delight. You dare show up again? Aren't you afraid I might kill you? Lu Han scoffed coldly. Just you? The simplicity of his reply left the officer's face flushed with rage, forcing him to silence. They were well aware of who stood before them. Facing a single individual who had single-handedly vanquished a legion of 13,000 third-tier superhumans and 24 captains, they understood the futility of their position. This mere squad commander was acutely aware of his own limitations. Aren't you afraid of me? Lu Han feigned disinterest, though he was intrigued by the officer's demeanor. Previously, when Lu Han's consciousness had been overtaken by the system, he had single-handedly fought against an army of 13,000 third-tier superhumans and 24 captains, emerging unscathed. Did this officer truly remain oblivious? Yet, from his words, it appeared he was not entirely ignorant if he knew. Then why was he unafraid? A smile crept upon Lu Han's face as he took a few steps closer to the officer. The soldiers around them readied their weapons, but Lu Han merely chuckled. Mere bullets could not harm him. The officer stood his ground, unyielding, a smirk of bravado adorning his face, which only amused Lu Han further. Did he truly believe that his military status conferred righteousness? Lu Han was acutely aware of the lengths to which officers had gone to survive. "What is your name?" Lu Han inquired, his tone commanding. The officer met his gaze without flinching, undeterred by the monstrous presence before him. "Situ Nanfeng, Situ Nanfeng, Situ Nanfeng, Situ Nanjing." Lu Han's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Did a connection exist between the two? "What relation do you have to Situ Nanjing?" Lu Han's visage darkened, the atmosphere thickening with tension as soldiers encircled him, ready to fire at any moment. Yet, the young officer remained unperturbed. "Situ Nanjing is my father." "How do you know him?" Lu Han was momentarily struck dumb, his mind racing for nearly a minute until the officer's growing impatience snapped him back to reality. Suddenly, Lu Han burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha! What a serendipitous stroke of fortune!" The young officer stood bewildered by Lu Han's erratic behavior. What was happening? He had previously received orders to eliminate a man named Lu Han, complete with a description, yet he had no idea who Lu Han truly was until this encounter revealed him to be a madman. "What do you intend to do?" the officer asked, his disdain palpable. Unfazed by the monstrous figure before him, he was not afraid of death. Lu Han regarded Situ Nanfeng with a cold expression, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "I will ensure your demise." The soldiers around him immediately opened fire, a cacophony of gunfire illuminating the street. Once the bullets ceased, the soldiers stood in shock. The black-haired man remained unscathed. "You monster!" Situ Nanfeng's face darkened, clearly shaken by Lu Han's overwhelming power. "What? Now you feel fear?" Lu Han taunted, a gleam of amusement in his eyes. Situ Nanjing was a figure of great military prowess, yet his son, Situ Nanfeng, appeared nothing more than a naive youth. Lu Han shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. His priority was to seize this individual and uncover Situ Nanjing's whereabouts. "I apologize for the inconvenience, but you will accompany me." As the soldiers prepared to make a move, they were abruptly repelled by Lu Han's dark flames. The current Lu Han was no longer the one whose consciousness had been overtaken by the system. He had no intention of senseless slaughter. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded. A black-haired man sat regally upon a dark throne. Suspended in midair, while not far from him, a young man shouted incessantly, "Let me go! Where are you taking me, you monster?" Lu Han grinned wickedly. "We are going to find your father." Situ Nanfeng froze, realizing they were indeed heading to see his father. His father was a key military figure in the Earth United Nations. Did this man truly fearlessly approach him? If Lu Han had known Situ Nanfeng's thoughts, he would have found it utterly laughable. Lu Han was a fourth-tier superhuman, and with his high mobility in combat, he could easily evade any military forces. Situ Nanfeng continued to shout, but Lu Han paid him no mind, instead observing his surroundings. "Are you really planning to see my father? But let me be clear, if he doesn't team-eat me, I want to be held responsible." Lu Han regarded Situ Nanfeng with a peculiar expression. "Considering the irony, your father sacrificed countless superhumans to pave your way to success. Do you truly believe he wouldn't come to your aid?" What a joke. Ignoring the young man's protests, Lu Han accelerated his throne, sending a gust of wind that left Situ Nanfeng feeling queasy. Lu Han smirked in satisfaction. Within a radius of 10 kilometers in Zhuhai City, Lu Han traversed the area in mere minutes, crossing into the jurisdiction of Guan City. "Are you certain your father is here?" Lu Han questioned, skepticism creeping into his voice. His greatest aim since his rebirth had been to eliminate Situ Nanjing and exact vengeance for his fallen comrades. Yet, he had not anticipated such swift progress. All he needed was to locate Situ Nanjing, and he was confident in his ability to annihilate him instantly. The long-awaited revenge was nearly within his grasp. "I am certain, but are you truly prepared to die?" Lu Han was taken aback. Die? He had never entertained such a notion. Shaking his head, he replied stoically, "If we cannot locate your father, your death will yield the same outcome." The warriors who perished under Situ Nanjing's schemes number no fewer than 8,000, and they were all elite fighters. What a formidable force capable of overturning the very tides of an era. One can only imagine the perilous plight of humanity in that world after the demise of Lu Han and his companions, driven to the brink by the relentless horde of zombies. Perhaps the remnants of humanity in that realm have already met their extinction. Lu Han's words echoed in Situ Nanfeng's ears, rendering him pale and trembling. He harbored no fear of death. However, the murderous intent emanating from Lu Han instilled an undeniable dread within him. "We are nearly there. I advise you to prepare yourself," Situ Nanfeng said, furrowing his brow as he cast a concerned glance at Lu Han. "Your reminders are unnecessary," Lu Han retorted with a cold huff. Choosing to remain silent henceforth, as they approached a looming mountain, Situ Nanfeng's complexion suddenly drained of color. He pointed shakily at the mountain before them, exclaiming, "There lies the Situ Nanjing you seek." Chapter 55. The Tiger's Venom. Consuming its offspring, the atmosphere plummeted to a frigid stillness. It was at this moment that Situ Nanfeng recognized that the man before him was not merely a monster. He was akin to a primordial beast. Situ Nanjing? Lu Han's eyes sparkled with a terrifying madness. The cold, stoic faade he once bore vanished abruptly. He sat upon his throne, his body trembling uncontrollably, his face paling with fury, as if a malevolent spirit had descended from the depths of the abyss. Devouring flames, let them perish. The refined, composed Lu Han was suddenly supplanted by a vengeful specter, simmering with the grudges of millennia. Situ Nanjing. Come forth. In an instant, Lu Han stood before the concealed entrance at the mountain's base, causing the ground to nearly crack underfoot. The two guards stationed at the entrance had never witnessed such a spectacle. With a mere roar from Lu Han, they collapsed to their knees, trembling. "Spare us! Spare us!" Faced with the terrifying visage of Lu Han, these soldiers instinctively sought mercy. What a bitter irony! "Get out of my way!" Black flames surged forth, incinerating a substantial portion of the mountain. Lu Han had no desire to waste words on such insignificant minions. He sought only the true target for his vengeance. Intruders are approaching. The mountain trembled as countless cannon barrels emerged from its depths. Enormous armor-piercing artillery unleashed a barrage upon Lu Han, yet he evaded every shot effortlessly. "Get lost?" Lu Han's eyes blazed with the fire of retribution. At that moment, he cared for nothing but the death of Situ Nanjing to quell his pent-up rage. "Conceal yourselves, the enemy is formidable. Mobilize the superhuman task force." Even in this apocalyptic world dominated by superhumans, a significant number of ordinary individuals still managed to survive. While strength was undoubtedly vital, intellect proved equally, if not more, crucial. Hundreds of warriors surrounded the mountain, firing at Lu Han from every vantage point. Alas, for someone of his caliber, the cumbersome heavy firepower posed no threat whatsoever. "Get lost!" A wave of black flames engulfed the area, and several hundred soldiers vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, they found themselves hundreds of meters away. "I seek only Situ Nanjing. This is of no concern to anyone else. Do not compel me to unleash a massacre." The soldiers stood dumbfounded. What had Commander Situ done to provoke such a terrifying demon? Observing the situation, it was evident that this black-haired intruder possessed the capability to annihilate the command center's entire combat system. Yet, he refrained from doing so. Instead, he merely brushed past them without inflicting harm. The soldiers hesitated. They understood full well that they could not harm this man. However, the soldiers' duty was to obey orders. All personnel, obey orders. Eliminate the intruder at any cost. Situ Nanfeng's expression darkened ominously. Any cost implied that even the life of his own hostage was expendable, did it not? People hailed his father as an exemplary soldier, and Situ Nanfeng shared this belief. Yet, he had never considered his father a competent parent. "It seems Situ Nanjing has forsaken you," Lu Han remarked, deflecting the incoming artillery shells with a wave of his hand, while turning to Situ Nanfeng. "You are correct," Situ Nanfeng replied, seemingly unfazed. He cast a dispassionate glance at Lu Han and, to Lu Han's astonishment, produced a self-destruct device. "You fail to understand one crucial point. While I am indeed Situ Nanjing's son, I am also a formidable warrior." With conviction, Situ Nanfeng charged at Lu Han, intent on a mutual demise. "Fool! Lu Han's expression hardened as he swiftly enveloped himself in black flames, then kicked the self-destruct device from Situ Nanfeng's grasp. Situ Nanjing had not yet revealed himself. Situ Nanfeng must not perish. Boom! A violent explosion echoed, propelling Situ Nanfeng through the air. A spray of crimson blood danced in the atmosphere. Situ Nanjing, you scoundrel, do you care not for your own son? Lu Han was utterly astonished. Situ Nanfeng's words were indeed true. Even as his own son was used as leverage, that wily old fox might still refuse to meet him. Lu Han's roar reverberated throughout the valley. Yet the surrounding firepower was overwhelmingly dense. Lu Han found it impossible to approach the entrance. Hurry, hurry! The superhuman task force has arrived. Ordinary combat personnel, retreat swiftly. Upon hearing these words, Lu Han's eyes brightened with hope. As long as the scale of the heavy weaponry diminished, he could still disregard its potency. Perhaps the arrival of the superhuman task force would present an opportunity, in the blink of an eye. The heavy firepower had retreated, replaced by a band of burly brutes. This is the superhuman task force? Lu Han had envisioned superhumans as enigmatic beings with diverse abilities, yet suddenly, a horde of muscle-bound men had appeared. Were they not merely bodybuilders? As Lu Han stared in disbelief at the newcomers, the so-called superhuman task force launched their assault. Fire array! Hundreds of brutish men suddenly flushed with color, spewing forth searing flames from their mouths. Lu Han chuckled disdainfully. They dared to believe that such trivial flames could defeat him. It was nothing short of a dream. Devouring flames. A torrent of dark flames erupted forth, engulfing all the fiery assaults directed at Lu Han. He smirked, gazing mockingly at the advancing superhuman task force, as if to say, "Is this all you've got? You think you can best me?" The initial wave of attacks was easily thwarted. Yet the superhuman task force appeared undeterred. As though this were a perfectly ordinary occurrence, Lu Han, indifferent, dug at his ear, awaiting the next wave of onslaught. However, in that moment of relaxation, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within Lu Han. "Duck!" he shouted urgently at Situ Nanfeng, then leaped high into the air. Simultaneously, Situ Nanfeng, caught off guard, was engulfed by flames that erupted from the ground. The earth ignited in a circle of fire, with no apparent source of ignition, as if the flames had spontaneously ignited. What a formidable fire array, truly living up to its name! Lu Han gasped in astonishment. The so-called fire array was not merely a fire attack, but had outright transformed the battlefield's environment. As he surveyed the inferno that consumed an expanse of several hundred meters, Lu Han's expression turned cold. His hostage, Situ Nanfeng, had been subjected to indiscriminate assault by his own wretched father. What a treacherous Situ Nanjing! Who would have thought he was capable of such malice at this juncture? Thousands of Lu Han's comrades had perished due to Situ Nanjing's treachery. Moreover, in that dire situation, all of Lu Han's fallen comrades were top-tier superhumans. They represented the pinnacle of power on Earth. Setting aside the implications of their demise on the world's trajectory, the enmity of countless lost souls was more than enough to compel Lu Han to eliminate Situ Nanjing at any cost. Chapter 56. Lying down to when the sky shifted ominously, the formerly azure expanse now cloaked by a swarm of aircraft. Intruders detected. Please evacuate non-combat personnel immediately. Repeat. Please evacuate non-combat personnel. Lu Han seethed with fury as he beheld the approaching forces. With a powerful flap of his wings, he materialized beside Situ Nanfeng. Do not blame me for not warning you. If your father does not emerge to rescue you, today you shall surely meet your end. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Lu Han regretted his statement. It was evident that Situ Nanfeng was not one to fear death. In that brief exchange, the sky grew dark with the encroaching warplanes. Akin to a swarm of locusts. Are you truly forcing my hand? Lu Han's face flushed with rage. He had come solely to confront Situ Nanjing. Yet these mindless soldiers launched an assault upon him with reckless abandon. Was that wretched creature truly so vital? Get lost. Since Lu Han's consciousness was overtaken by the system, he has acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding his combat skills. This revelation has left him utterly astonished. The system appears to possess a deeper understanding of his own body than he does. Whether it concerns the neglected mother worm or the sudden emergence of the twin wings on his back, Lu Han has come to a staggering conclusion. At least 60% of his potential remains untapped. Get away from me, he commanded, dispatching all of his corrupted worms, which swarmed forth like a dark tide. In that moment, Lu Han recognized the disparity between himself and the system. Previously, when his consciousness had been usurped, he summoned a myriad of insectoids, with numbers nearing the million mark, alongside a variety of rare and exotic beasts. During that time, he had resembled a terrifying demigod. However, now he found himself reduced to an ordinary version of himself. While he was undeniably powerful among humans, he felt woefully inadequate compared to the Lu Han who had been under the system's control. If he were to confront those 13 third-tier warriors and 20 centurions with his current strength, it was likely he would be defeated in less than 3 exchanges. Mobilize the troops. Expand the scale of battle. Repeat. Expand the scale of battle. As the corrupted worms continued to emerge, aircraft and turrets began to proliferate throughout the mountains. Anyone observing from a distance would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, "This is no ordinary battle. This has escalated to a level of warfare." Lu Han, meanwhile, was frantically attempting to infiltrate the mountains, but the surrounding aircraft and turrets unleashed a torrent of firepower, akin to a deluge. Even though he could block the bullets with his dark flames, he dared not recklessly engage. His psychic abilities might withstand heavy fire, yet his body remained that of an ordinary human. A single bullet could incapacitate him in an instant. Moreover, he no longer possessed the formidable regenerative capabilities he had enjoyed while under the system's control. The corrupted worms were being obliterated by the relentless barrage of fire, and Lu Han found himself unable to summon more of them. He could barely muster a few tens of thousands, with the surrounding aircraft numbering in the hundreds and the turrets amounting to thousands, all aimed at him and firing continuously. He was filled with dread. "Damn it!" Lu Han exclaimed. "Damn it! Have I truly fallen into a trap?" Lu Han gritted his teeth, his gaze seething with fury as he fixed it upon the radiant components illuminating the face of Situ Nanjing. "I've already stated it. You have succeeded, though I am still alive." A silence lingered for 2 seconds. "So, tell me, why do you wish to kill me?" A cold smirk graced Lu Han's lips. The enmity from a previous life should not have carried over into this one. Yet, what is the essence of rebirth? It is, of course, to rectify past regrets. What constitutes regret? The demise of Situ Nanjing. It seems today I am utterly trapped. At this juncture, can you reveal how you evaded my assassination? With that, Lu Han resignedly closed his eyes. Situ Nanjing chuckled helplessly. "Your performance is commendable, but the confidence lurking in your eyes cannot deceive me. Even now, you possess the capability to eliminate me, hence I shall not disclose my whereabouts." Lu Han's expression remained unchanged, yet inwardly, he cursed Situ Nanjing's entire family multiple times. Just as Lu Han's demeanor darkened, contemplating how to pursue his vengeance, a throng of soldiers suddenly surged around them. This time, the soldiers were no longer armed with ordinary firearms but wielded biological weapons emanating an aura of advanced technology. "Halt! Do not make futile sacrifices." Situ Nanjing's robotic doppelganger intervened, halting the soldiers' advance. It then turned, its damaged visage forming a semblance of a smile. "If your target is me, then from this moment forth, you have already failed. What do you intend to do next?" Upon finishing, Situ Nanjing adjusted his glasses. Lu Han cast a reluctant glance at him, but the glare reflecting off the lenses obscured his expression. "I wish to know one thing. Can you truly abandon everyone?" Situ Nanjing paused, then shook his head with a light chuckle. "I am unsure what you mean, but please, leave, dark insect god." Lu Han's eyes flickered. It seemed his previous actions had been completely exposed to the United Nations of Earth. In their eyes, he was now an alien. The dark insect god manipulating the insect race. There was no turning back. "Since my objectives cannot be fulfilled, I must resort to killing your son." Lu Han shook his head in resignation. Situ Nanjing, maintaining a stoic expression, adjusted his glasses coldly. "What did you just say?" No sooner had he spoken than Lu Han vanished. When he reappeared, he was holding a bloodied young man aloft. "Feng." Situ Nanjing stared blankly at Lu Han, speechless for a long moment. "Well, you." Before he could finish, the doppelganger of Situ Nanjing suddenly exploded, leaving Lu Han and a group of military personnel standing there. "Bastard!" Lu Han furiously kicked the desk in front of him, then hoisted Situ Nanfeng high. "A father's debts shall be repaid by his son. You shall die in your father's stead." With that declaration, black flames erupted around Lu Han. He then hurled Situ Nanfeng to the ground. A surge of black flames followed, and the moment they made contact, Lu Han was confident he could reduce Situ Nanfeng to ashes. No. Get away! Situ Nanfeng, sensing the impending black flames, frantically shoved aside the soldiers beside him and charged directly into the flames. Major! No! The soldiers shouted in desperation. Seeing this, Lu Han's expression morphed into one of rage. Hypocritical kindness, die! The black flames instantly enveloped Situ Nanfeng. The surrounding soldiers, disregarding their own safety, rushed into the inferno, attempting to rescue their major. Get back! That is an order. Do you wish to defy military command? Situ Nanfeng stood tall, his body ablaze with black flames, turning his back to the soldiers trying to save him. He slightly turned his head. Coldly bellowing, Lu Han! Lu Han, overwhelmed with irritation, clenched his fists tightly, then, with a swift motion, he extinguished the black flames. Huh? Situ Nanfeng looked on in astonishment as the flames vanished. While I have not changed my mind. Leave immediately! Lu Han averted his gaze, refusing to look at Situ Nanfeng. The latter was not foolish. He hesitated for a second before turning to leave, casting a deep glance back at Lu Han. I, Situ Nanfeng, will repay this debt of enmity. One day, I shall return. Leave. Situ Nanfeng retreated, tail between his legs, amidst the flurry of anxious soldiers. Because of this incident, Lu Han had completely captured the attention of the United Nations of Earth. The insect race, the zombies, this world was growing increasingly tumultuous. Chapter 58. The mysterious armor system, please respond. Lu Han, resembling a simpleton, tilted his head closer to the mother insect before him. Can you hear me? The mother insect showed no reaction, merely lazily shifting its position. Lu Han furrowed his brow. This cannot be. When the system took over my body, it allowed this creature to infiltrate the rampaging king. Extracting its genes. Why is it unresponsive now? Skeptically, Lu Han poked the plump insect, eliciting only an annoyed whimper. The system had mentioned that this little creature was merely in its larval stage, meaning it could grow. Lu Han vividly recalled the system's words. He could not accept the notion of being gifted a useless creature. Thus, he firmly believed that this little insect must possess its own unique significance. Quickly, discover the target. Lu Han focused intently on the mother insect, only to be startled by a cacophony of noise. Damn it! Lu Han gritted his teeth in frustration, hastily retreating with the mother insect in tow. This was the consequence of the system's actions. He had become the public enemy of the United Nations of Earth, the nemesis of humanity and the universe, the insect race. Just as Lu Han made his escape, a barrage of gunfire erupted behind him. Turning back in alarm, he saw the ground had been reduced to a massive crater. Had he not fled swiftly, he would have likely been reduced to ashes. Is it really this ruthless? Letting out a faint sigh, Lu Han quickened his pace. The desolation of the apocalypse felt even more profound now. Following the recent events, humanity had ceased to fear the zombie virus, resulting in an intensified carnage on the streets. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies lay scattered everywhere. Lu Han glanced helplessly at the survivors battling around him, swiftly dispatching a few Tier 3 zombies. What a formidable fellow! The rescued ability users exclaimed in a WEIT had taken their combined efforts to barely defeat a single zombie. Yet this black-haired man had annihilated 3 in an instant. May I ask, brother? Before anyone could finish their question, Lu Han vanished in a flash, leaving behind an impression of strength and mystery. An hour later, before a dilapidated grand door, the remnants of a portal that had been repaired numerous times, Lu Han discerned signs of human habitation. If his guess was correct, beyond this door lay a refuge for surviving humans. The matter of vengeance could wait. A moment's respite was more prudent. With this thought, Lu Han strode through the door. Indeed, as soon as he entered, a group of mysterious individuals appeared before him. Who are you? Lu Han smiled slightly. The leader of this gathering place seemed competent, having employed such tactics to conceal their location. This meant he could remain here, completely evading the attention of the United Nations forces. I am merely a traveler seeking rest. I hope for your understanding. Lu Han flicked his finger, producing several large crystal cores that caused the guards' eyes to light up. Since you are here to rest, we naturally welcome you. The leader nonchalantly accepted the crystal cores, then resumed his post as if nothing had happened. Lu Han then confidently strode deeper into the inner sanctum. The world within was a stark contrast to the chaos outside. It seemed some enigmatic figure had set up an illusion to shield the gathering place, preventing passers-by from detecting its existence. Second-tier beast skins. Second-tier beast skins. We assure fair dealings. Prices are reasonable. Mutated curved blades, poison crossbows. Brothers in need, hurry and make your bids. The bustling marketplace before Lu Han elicited a smile from him. This was the sensation of humanity. A long-lost era of prosperity, brother. How much for that armor? Lu Han approached the stall of a cloaked vendor. 0.5 Tier 3 crystal cores. Lu Han frowned. 0.5 Tier 3 crystal cores was quite an exorbitant price. In this Tier 3 era, global ability users were predominantly at the Tier 3 level, with a considerable portion still remaining as weak Tier 2 individuals. Tio achieved the exceptional Tier 4 level. As Lu Han had positioned him among the elite of humanity, fewer than 1,000 worldwide. Is this armor truly unique? Lu Han stared incredulously at the vendor, only to have the irritable stall owner brusquely shove him aside. If you don't want it, then leave. Don't waste my time. Lu Han felt a flicker of anger as he stepped forward, deftly avoiding the clanking sound of the armor. There were 6 crystal cores. There was no need to search further. He coldly tossed aside a remark. Grasping the armor, Lu Han turned to leave. What he could least tolerate was the disdain of others towards him. Yet, the figure in the black robe remained unfazed. Not even casting a glance at Lu Han's crystal cores, nonchalantly, he tossed the cores into a basket and continued to hawk his next item. How peculiar that such strange armor could command such a high price. Lu Han possessed an abundance of second-tier crystal cores. While ordinary survivors engaged in the arduous task of hunting zombies and aberrant beasts, Lu Han had already reached the capacity to command countless subordinates for hunting, amassing a wealth of crystal cores for himself. After days of accumulation, it was conservatively estimated that there were around 100,000 crystal cores in Lu Han's possession. The armor before him appeared unremarkable. Yet it emanated a subtle, oppressive aura that Lu Han found intriguing. This was precisely why he chose to purchase from this vendor. The armor was undoubtedly extraordinary. Its ancient material boasted exquisite craftsmanship. Lu Han instinctively dismantled the armor and donned it. To his astonishment, the armor vanished. Huh? It disappeared? Lu Han was caught off guard. Could it be some form of invisibility technology? Lu Han touched his surroundings. Finding nothing but emptiness, as if it did not exist at all, stunned, he approached a passerby. You strike me? Huh? Are you out of your mind? I'll give you a crystal core. Just hit me down. Oh, all right. The punch landed, yet Lu Han felt nothing at all. That blow hadn't even grazed his body. Using his powers? But there's a rule in this gathering place against unnecessary harm. I'll give you 2 second-tier crystal cores. A fiery explosion erupted against Lu Han's chest, leaving a glowing red mark from the intense flames. However, Lu Han still felt no sensation. Was he truly so fortunate? Lu Han found himself bewildered. As a staunch atheist who believed in science, he had always tried to rationalize the apocalypse through scientific lenses, merely spatial transference, quantum entanglement, and biotechnology. But what of this armor? What scientific explanation could account for it? He stood there, dazed, until the passerby, now drenched in sweat from exertion, roused him from his stupor. Damn it. I told you to hit me. Not to keep hitting. Lu Han, feeling a pang in his chest, realized he had sustained no harm and breathed a sigh of relief. Shouldn't I compensate you for all this time spent? He shot a disdainful glance at the greedy smile before him. Veins bulged on his forehead. Get lost? Chapter 59. Meeting the boss. Are you sure this kid is a bug? The shadow frowned slightly. Are you doubting me? No, I'm not doubting you. I merely think we have no need to oppose this fellow. The shadow pondered for a moment, then suddenly widened his eyes. Are you implying precisely? A sinister laughter echoed in the dim room, and thus, a conspiracy against Lu Han began to unfold. Book me the finest room and procure 2 sets of clothing. Lu Han sniffed the foul-smelling garments and tossed a few second-tier crystal cores to the woman before him. He followed the beaming woman upstairs. Upon entering the room, Lu Han nodded in satisfaction. The pristine, upscale environment was a stark contrast to the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Though the world had descended into chaos, the lives of the wealthy remained largely unaffected, and now he was one of them. In an era where crystal cores served as hard currency, those with strength were kings. Hello, your 4th-tier crystal core allows for a month's stay. Do you require any additional services? Lu Han shook his head, mentally awarding the woman a perfect score for her service. The professional skirt, black and white, clung to her legs, making Lu Han involuntarily glance a moment longer. If you need anything, feel free to call the hotel. Lu Han's eyes brightened slightly. This was a clear invitation. Yet, he had no such inclinations. He simply responded casually and retreated into his room. Nearby, several female attendants cast envious glances at the woman who had received Lu Han. Their eyes filled with jealousy. Goodness, if only I could serve such a handsome and powerful man. He is indeed handsome, but powerful. Where do you see that? Fool, didn't you see him hand over a 4th-tier crystal core? That signifies he has slain a 4th-tier beast. After a moment's pause, the attendant continued. If that 4th-tier crystal core was hard-won, typically, one would not squander it, but rather use it to enhance their own power. Yet, this man nonchalantly offers a 4th-tier core. Do you not comprehend what that signifies? He is a terrifying individual capable of effortlessly slaying 4th-tier monsters. As her words fell, those around them gasped in astonishment, realizing that this man was indeed formidable. What are you all doing? Gathered here without working. Do you wish to quit? A scarred man barked at the gossiping attendants, who quickly returned to their posts, visibly intimidated. The boss has something to report. The scarred man, referred to as the boss, widened his eyes in alarm. What s with the nonsense? Speak quickly. The man leaned closer to the boss's ear and whispered a few words. Instantly, the boss's expression darkened. Damn it, do they think I'm their pawn? Ignore them. If they want someone, let them come and capture them themselves. With that, the scarred boss snorted coldly and stormed out of the hall. Inside the guest room, Lu Han lay on the pristine white sheets, wrapped in a bath towel, relishing a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Lu Han instinctively leaped from the bed, his back unfurling a pair of demonic wings. Who is it? Hotel service, complimentary gifts from the hotel. It was a woman's voice. Lu Han scoffed. He was well aware of her intentions. No, you can leave. Once the sound at the door faded, Lu Han sighed and returned to the bedi in this apocalyptic world. Such women were abundant. He couldn't help but reminisce about the independent women of the peaceful era in a hazy reverie. Lu Han suddenly saw a tall figure. Huh? Zhang Chong? The expressionless Zhang Chong stared at Lu Han, blood oozing from his orifices before turning to ashes. Zhang Chong. Lu Han lunged forward, desperate to grasp him but only clutched at air. Lu Han, you are so heartless. It was Su Shuer, her visage now akin to a demonic fiend glaring at Lu Han. Su Shuer? You? How cruel. Why did you abandon me? Lu Han's eyes widened as he watched Su Shuer. Like a vengeful spirit, lunging towards him, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Su Shuer, stop. A series of knocks interrupted, and the scene before him vanished. Dazed, Lu Han surveyed his surroundings, realizing it had merely been a dream. He truly was exhausted. Who is it? Sir, your clothes have arrived. Shall I bring them in now? Lu Han rubbed his aching forehead as he approached the door to receive the garments. Just as he was about to close the door, the woman outside sweetly asked, Sir, could you do me a favor? The youthful and vibrant appearance stirred something within Lu Han. No, I'm quite busy. With a decisive click, he shut the door without hesitation. He was a devoted man. He owed Su Shuer an explanation and could not entertain feelings for another woman so casually. After a quick shower and changing into the newly acquired clothing, Lu Han felt refreshed. The comforts of modern living were indeed delightful. That night, sleep eluded Lu Han as he drifted in a half-dream, half-awake state. The scenes before him blurred the lines between reality and illusion. When he finally furrowed his brows and opened his eyes, the sunlight streamed through the window, warming his face. Sunlight? Lu Han gazed outside in surprise. Indeed, it was sunlight. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head in resignation. How odd that the dark clouds had suddenly dispersed. Frustrated, Lu Han ran his fingers through his hair. This sense of being controlled was utterly displeasing. The abrupt changes, the zombies' mutations, the sudden clearing of the skies, were all mysteries to him, leaving him feeling like an outsider looking in. I must seize control. Lu Han clenched his fists tightly. After the incident with the system's embodiment, he had come to a profound realization. He possessed the potential to stand against all of humanity. What was a mere small army? One day, he would sweep through the universe like the dark insect god from his memories. Never mind, killing Situ Nanjing is of utmost importance. The ultimate villain of the universe can wait. Shaking his head, Lu Han dismissed the impractical thoughts swirling in his mind. With a swift leap, he sprang from his bed, splashed some water on his face, and stepped out of his room. There were still other matters to attend to today. In preparation for his impending vengeance against Situ Nanjing, as he opened the door, he was taken aback by the sight of 3 burly men squatting outside. "You must be Mr. Lu Han, right?" Lu Han furrowed his brow. Had they already investigated him? "Yes, what can I do for you?" The 3 men exchanged anxious glances, nervously swallowing their saliva. "Our boss wants to see you." Chapter 60. Navigating the labyrinth. I advise you not to play any tricks. I could eliminate you in a heartbeat. Lu Han maintained a stoic expression as he followed the 3 men. The trio of sturdy men nodded, their faces drenched in cold sweat. After all, he was a man whom even the base leader feared. After traversing a winding path, Lu Han entered a resplendent chamber with the 3 men. The dazzling gold and silver treasures within nearly blinded him. "Is this the room of your boss?" The 3 men looked tense. "Yes, the leader is inside." Lu Han wasted no time and strode directly into the room, his disdain for such vulgar tastes evident. In this day and age, who still held a fondness for gold and jewels? As he scrutinized the ostentatious decor, a man with a scarred face approached him with a grin. Lu Han's gaze did not shift towards the scarred man. Instead, he frowned at the disheveled woman sprawled on the bed. "You summoned me to witness this?" Anger radiated from Lu Han. He considered himself no saint, yet such base indulgences were intolerable to him. "Haha, of course not. The reason for today's meeting is of greater significance." The scarred man signaled, and the woman on the bed hurriedly sat up. Several cups of tea and plates of snacks were quickly arranged. "Brother, please sit and share your thoughts." Lu Han frowned but complied. Curious about the man's intentions, if trouble was brewing, he wouldn't mind offending yet another faction after already antagonizing the military. "Brother, let's cut to the chase. Who exactly are you?" With the question posed, Lu Han felt there was little left to discuss. "That is none of your concern." With that, he stood to leave. "What kind of person is Situ Nanjing?" Lu Han felt a tremor run through him as he turned to glare at the scarred man. "How do you know?" A faint aura of murderous intent enveloped the room, creating a palpable tension. "Calm down. I am not your enemy," the scarred man replied, his complexion paling. No wonder the leader valued him so highly. It turned out he was a formidable figure. Lu Han gradually relaxed, remaining seated to hear what the scarred man had to say. "Our leader wants me to kill you, but I am no fool." "Oh, what do you intend to do?" Given the customs of the post-apocalyptic world, Lu Han had already surmised the man's ulterior motives. "Though I am not the leader of this gathering, my influence rivals that of the Hu family." "Get to the point." The scarred man chuckled, realizing that this formidable figure was quite astute. "I have conducted my investigation on you. You dared to single-handedly assault a 13-tier military corps and a 24-tier centurion, and you emerged unscathed. Your companion was a man named Zhang Chong." The scarred man looked at Lu Han with a sinister grin. "Does this suffice as proof?" Lu Han remained silent, turning away. "Yuan. 1 hour from now, come and collect the head. An underhanded deal was struck, and a smirk crept across Lu Han's lips. "Situ Nanjing. I look forward to our next encounter." Extra, extra, breaking news. The insectoid overlords invade human society. Major headline, major headline. As Lu Han walked down the street, he noted that such news was no longer novel. It seemed that the military's actions had fully permeated the lower echelons of society. He donned a sports cap and slightly raised the collar of his casual jacket, making his way toward the tallest building in sight. Patrol soldiers lined the streets, yet none noticed the exceptionally ordinary Lu Han. Moments later, a sly smile graced Lu Han's face as he gazed at the building before him. "Yuan, do not blame me." With a sudden jolt, his wings unfurled behind him, and he soared into the air. Crashing through the glass, "Enemy attack! Guards!" A shout echoed from somewhere within. Lu Han frowned and hastened inside. Just as he entered the corridor, a horde of burly guards charged toward him. "Target spotted, you little brat. How dare you intrude?" the guards shouted, only to be incinerated by a surge of black flames in the next instant. "Where is Yuan?" Lu Han, standing at a height of 6 feet, was more than capable of overpowering the guards before him. Not to mention his overwhelming strength on the top floor, enveloped in black flames, the remaining guards were swiftly reduced to ashes. He harbored no sympathy for these men. A good leader would never allow the gathering to become a place where women were treated as slaves. Lu Han raised his head slightly, his wings flaring as he burst through the rooftop, reappearing on the 16th floor. Where is Hu Wan? This floor was no longer a series of cubicles but a grand hall. Resembling a living room. Kill him, a man with a sword commanded coldly. Halian Gang, the third most powerful faction within the gathering place, poses a significant threat to the leadership of Hu Wan. Arrogant and disdainful, he becomes neurotic with rage upon hearing of the annihilation of the top-ranked faction, the Longxue Gang. Speak. What should we do? Where is the murderer? What is his name? Are you all utterly useless? The leader of the Halian Gang, in a state of fear, clutches his hair and paces back and forth. That individual is evidently intent on assassinating all gang leaders. My life hangs by a thread, and I have wasted my efforts on you inept fools. Still, silence reigns. The conference room is suddenly engulfed in an oppressive quietude. The leader of the Halian Gang stands frozen, his expression peculiar, as if he is listening intently. What is that sound? Someone inquires. The answer comes in the form of a dense black flame. Who is the leader of the Halian Gang? A chilling voice resonates throughout the meeting hall. Following the sound, a dark-haired man stands by the window, surveying them with a puzzled expression. Several of his subordinates, visibly apprehensive, point in unison at their leader. Is he? Lu Han smiles faintly. These individuals are quite perceptive. Let us eliminate them all. Devour. The black flames silently creep up from their heels. By the time they realize what is happening, their lower bodies have already turned to ash. You are a pitiful soul. I can grant you the choice of your demise. Lu Han Ri, Hu Wan was unaware of who Situ Nanjing was. However, he did know one thing. Lu Han was a formidable being capable of single-handedly battling against 13 third-tier warriors and 24 Tier 4 captains. Anyone who could capture Lu Han's attention was undoubtedly not to be trifled with. Situ Nanjing, in an instant, Lu Han seemed to transform into a different person. His once amiable demeanor morphed into that of a vengeful spirit from the netherworld, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. Suddenly, wings unfurled from Lu Han's back, and with a powerful thrust, he vanished before Hu Wan's eyes. Hu Wan gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Could it be that this individual was truly not human? Lu Han moved with remarkable speed. While those within the room were still in shock, he had already breached the barrier of the gathering place and was sprinting across the fields. After nearly an hour, Lu Han finally located Situ Nanjing's secret base, guided by the note from who WAN.IT appeared to be merely a mountain, leaving Lu Han with a puzzled expression. Did Situ Nanjing truly prefer residing in the mountains? Dismissing such trivial thoughts, Lu Han grinned malevolently as he surveyed the secret base below. Having learned from his previous experience, Lu Han did not approach the base directly this time but rather descended from the skies. Since the dark clouds had dispersed, the age of darkness had come to an end, allowing Lu Han to soar freely. With the wings that had suddenly sprouted upon merging with the system, he was as comfortable as a fish in water, floating effortlessly without the need for the throne's assistance. From a distance, the patrol soldiers below appeared as insignificant as ants. Targeting one, Lu Han's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing beside his chosen prey. With a swift crack, the soldier was knocked unconscious. Lu Han quickly donned the uniform of the fallen soldier. This time, he intended to employ cunning rather than brute force. Clad in military attire, Lu Han swiftly concealed the unconscious soldier and casually approached the main entrance. Please show your identification. A soldier stationed at the door obstructed Lu Han's path. Frowning, Lu Han thought. Identification? What nonsense is this? Driven by instincts honed from years of combat, Lu Han instinctively prepared to strike. The soldier, also hailing from a military background, quickly recognized the telltale signs of an impending attack and heightened his vigilance. However, before the soldier could utter another word, Lu Han unhesitatingly knocked him out. Supporting the soldier's falling body, he positioned himself to obscure the surveillance camera, employing the angle to confuse the onlookers. After this maneuver, the door swung open, allowing Lu Han to enter swiftly. Yet, as the soldier collapsed, alarms suddenly blared. Intruder alert! Quick, quick, quick. We have an enemy incursion. Lu Han gritted his teeth in frustration. He hadn't anticipated that his actions would raise an alarm so swiftly. Nevertheless, he dashed deeper into the base eye in the blink of an eye. Lu Han found himself standing before Situ Nanjing's command center. Situ Nanjing. Lu Han's excitement surged, as if the time for revenge had finally arrived. However, just as he reveled in this moment, a chorus of gunfire erupted around him. Don't move. Lu Han was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the dozens of soldiers encircling him. Impossible. How could Situ Nanjing possibly react so rapidly? Despite his disbelief, Lu Han pressed forward with his assault. Yet, he had underestimated the situation. Beast souls manifested. Dark magic was unleashed. The soldiers surrounding him turned out to be superhumans, as Lu Han launched his attack. They each activated their unique abilities. Merely a trivial skill, Lu Han furrowed his brow tightly. These soldiers were innocent warriors, mere shields for Situ Nanjing. Yet, Lu Han felt powerless. In warfare, obedience was paramount. Even if they realized they were being used as pawns, they would unflinchingly sacrifice their lives for Situ Nanjing. Such was the essence of a soldier. This was the spirit of the military. The battle was fiercely contested, yet none of these soldiers proved a match for Lu Han. After tearfully incapacitating the last soldier, he cast a grim gaze towards Situ Nanjing's command center, letting out a venomous roar. Situ Nanjing. Chapter 63, Despair. Situ Nanjing. I'm here to find you. This kick embodied all of Lu Han's fury. Shattering the door in an instant, before him stood a cold, composed man of wisdom in his middle years. You haven't fled? Have you resigned yourself to death? Situ Nanjing adjusted his glasses. I am quite perplexed. What deep-seated grudge do we share? Saying this, Situ Nanjing sank into the sofa, regarding Lu Han with curiosity. You need not know the specifics. You only need to understand that today marks your demise. Situ Nanjing chuckled. If that is the case, why not make your move? Lu Han laughed heartily, instantly appearing behind Situ Nanjing. His hands clamped down on Situ Nanjing's neck like iron pincers. No need to rush. I'll send you to meet the King of Hell now. Situ Nanjing's face turned crimson. With just a bit more force, Lu Han could snuff out his life. Yet, he refrained. Situ Nanjing smiled faintly. If you have any hidden truths, feel free to share them with me before you end my life. It is not too late, is it? Veins bulged on Lu Han's forehead. Faced with this mentor who had guided him for nearly a decade, he found himself unable to strike. Why? Situ Nanjing furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Lu Han. Continue speaking. Why can you abandon everyone, even those closest to you, without hesitation? The question seemed to drain Lu Han of all strength, causing him to bend over, gasping for breath. Oh? So you hail from another dimension? Lu Han abruptly lifted his head, staring in astonishment at Situ Nanjing. Perhaps my counterpart in that dimension is irredeemable. Thus, how about I share my current thoughts with you? Lu Han's expression calmed. He nodded slightly. Although he harbored deep-seated animosity towards this individual, he could not deny his talent. Otherwise, he would not hold the position of commander over a million-strong army. Situ Nanjing pondered for a moment. Do you know the hidden truths of this apocalyptic era? Lu Han's expression turned bewildered. Upon seeing this, Situ Nanjing smiled subtly. It seems you are quite uninformed. So you are one who was abandoned by my counterpart in that dimension? The atmosphere suddenly thickened. Unperturbed, Situ Nanjing continued. Since you come from another dimension, it matters not to tell you. This is all the handiwork of the United Nations of Earth. Shock, Lu Han's eyes widened like saucers. He could hardly believe his ears. Are you implying that the zombies are a product of the United Nations of Earth? Situ Nanjing rarely displayed a pained expression. Indeed, based on space intelligence, the cosmic overlord, the insectoid race is poised to enter the Milky Way, yet Earth's technology is utterly incapable of countering them. The only means of resistance lies in the power of mutation. Lu Han was taken aback. The power of mutation? So the entirety of humanity on Earth is merely experimental subjects? The atmosphere in the room grew tense once again. Situ Nanjing shook his head slightly. Anger resolves nothing. I suppose my counterpart in that dimension abandoned you because you failed to see the bigger picture. Reform inevitably entails sacrifice. If you continue to interpret the tides of change through a personal lens, your obsolescence is unavoidable. Lu Han was rendered speechless. He had heard such sentiments more than once. All those in power possessed the mindset of the powerful. Life was but a series of numbers. If sacrificing 800 could save 400, they would not hesitate to make that choice. Are you finished? Situ Nanjing stared at Lu Han in astonishment, gradually setting down his teacup. I am finished, then die. The head was crushed. Situ Nanjing's indifferent visage remained unchanged, as if he cared little for his own demise. Is it over? Lu Han gazed at the vacant, lifeless head of Situ Nanjing. That expression of detachment seemed to mock his ignorance. The shadow of being controlled had indelibly etched itself into Lu Han's very soul. The world around him felt eerily hollow. All the people and things here seemed unrelated to Lu Han, as if he had stepped into a cinematic realm. Everything was vividly real, yet to him, they were merely characters in a movie, figures that did not exist. Lu Han pushed open the door, and a blinding light engulfed him. He could see nothing. Quick, 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 the target is here. Lu Han remained motionless. Staring blankly at the sea of soldiers surrounding him, he was taken away to a place filled with white machinery. Personnel in white coats moved about, casting disdainful glances his way. Lu Han gently parted his lips. Where is this? No one responded. The only sound he could hear was his own echoed. No. Lu Han suddenly snapped to attention, sitting up abruptly, only to collide with a layer of glass, the devouring flames. Lu Han was taken aback. Even the black flames could not ignite this glass. Suddenly, a mocking laughter echoed. Don't waste your effort. This glass is specially made, impervious even to the acidic blood of your insect race. Lu Han gazed over to IT was a rather arrogant researcher. Insect race? Are they referring to me? Lu Han mumbled to himself in a daze. I will count to 3. Release me, he declared, secretly summoning the insect army connected to his mind. 3 seconds passed. Lu Han stared in disbelief at the empty room. IT was utterly devoid of life. Don't waste your breath. As I said, everything here is specially designed to counter your insect kind. The man before him erupted into a frenzied laugh, as if Lu Han were nothing more than a joke before him. Impossible, Lu Han stammered. Suddenly, he slammed his fist against the glass. A hairline crack appeared. A flicker of panic crossed the man's face as he hurriedly pressed a button. A surge of electricity coursed through Lu Han, blurring his vision, and then he lost consciousness. Time passed indistinctly. Lu Han felt a fleeting sense of control over his body, only to be abruptly overwhelmed by a sharp pain. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered his body riddled with a multitude of tubes. Damn it! Let me go! Lu Han roared, instantly tearing away all the tubes. Yet, another wave of electricity struck him. Lu Han's world plunged into darkness once more. Thus, it repeated. How long had it been? Lu Han could no longer recall the duration of this cycle. He only knew that 3 different individuals had alternated visiting him 7 times. How long? You need not concern yourself with the duration, for you shall remain here for eternity. Ha! Eternity! Perhaps he will perish in just a few days. In that final moment, Lu Han heard a thunderous cacophony of laughter before succumbing to unconsciousness again. Chapter 64. The Dark Insect God. Despair, silence, illusion. Complex perceptions flooded Lu Han's mind. Let me go! He screamed once more. He found himself engulfed in darkness. Then, his consciousness shattered. What is happening? The man in the white coat was cutting into Lu Han's kidney when he suddenly noticed Lu Han's eyes glazing over, followed by a chilling laughter. Administer the anesthetic. Immediately the essence of all living beings can be harnessed, transforming the gene of the Dark Insect King. Chapter 65. Revival. All personnel, assemble. Yang Aigua, a former high-ranking official of Huagua, has proven himself by swiftly galvanizing the faith of the warriors in Guanqing. Huagua is a mysterious realm. However, ever since the establishment of the Earth United Nations, the world has lost its national distinctions, now divided instead into various regions. Under the prevailing tides, Huagua has also dissipated. The Earth United Nations is dominated by the technologically advanced Western races. Yang Aigua gazed passionately at the warriors below, his eyes nearly ablaze with fervor. Revival requires bloodshed and sacrifice. This revival must commence with us. From birth, these warriors have received uniform education under the Earth United Nations, and thus their understanding of the term Huagua is limited. Yet, upon learning of the intention to establish a nation of Easterners, they were astounded. It was a yearning rooted deep within their bloodlines. Lu Han observed this scene from the shadows, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The enigmatic Eastern nation, that alluring Eastern realm, was soon to be resurrected by his hand. With a sweeping motion of his wings, Lu Han vanished from sight. He had another crucial task to undertake: to negotiate a peace treaty with the Earth United Nations. Otherwise, they would continue to be subjected to their assaults. The square of Guanqing's second command center. The soldiers stood in a state of high alert. Thousands of troops formed ranks, poised for action. Their target, the insect king Lu Han. Just as the commander delivered an impassioned speech, a dark silhouette suddenly soared into view from the horizon. The commander, perplexed, turned his head to glance. Suddenly, his complexion paled as he shouted, "Target acquired! Everyone, take cover!" In an instant, thousands of warriors scattered, vanishing into the surrounding terrain. Such an exaggerated reaction was prompted merely by the presence of Lu Han. Could I truly be so fearsome? Lu Han mused as he instinctively touched his horned, calloused face. Perhaps I am rather intimidating. Lu Han swiftly approached, while the warriors below concealed themselves with palpable tension, none daring to reveal themselves. Lu Han's infamous reputation had reverberated throughout the Earth United Nations. Originating from their encounters in Guanqing, Tio claimed they were unafraid would be a falsehood. "You need not be anxious. I come merely to negotiate," Lu Han declared as he descended into the midst of the gathering. The atmosphere fell silent, no one daring to engage in conversation. Lu Han sighed in exasperation as a sphere of black flames coalesced in his hand. "I will count to 3. Have your commander step forward for dialogue." As he began to count, a rustling from the nearby bushes interrupted, and a resolute figure emerged. "We cannot make any compromises with outsiders. If you seek battle, we shall oblige." Lu Han placed a hand on his forehead. Feigning exasperation, "You misunderstand. I harbor no such intentions. I merely wish to inform you to refrain from provoking me for the time being, as I am quite occupied. I am in the presence of these warriors of Eastern blood." Lu Han's patience was boundless. He did not wish to delve into explanations. Rather, he aimed to win their trust through action. With that, Lu Han turned and took flight into the horizon. The surrounding soldiers, bewildered, emerged from their hiding places. "Damn it, I was ready to open fire. Who knew that bastard would escape? Ha! You cowards still dare to shoot. That would make me a god of war," the soldiers jested. Yet only the commander maintained a grave countenance, watching Lu Han's retreating figure. He then activated his communicator point. 10 minutes later, Lu Han found himself standing in Hu Wan's office. "What manner of person is Situ Nanjing?" Hu Wan queried, scratching his chin as he regarded Lu Han. Lu Han waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. I have completely lost all human emotions, and I harbor no interest in Situ Nanjing." Lu Han was aware that Situ Nanjing was his nemesis. However, after enduring extensive experimentation and genetic modification, he had become a being that was neither human nor ghost, resulting in the loss of basic human sentiments. Revenge? Ha! It holds no allure. Hu Wan frowned as he scrutinized Lu Han. The previous incarnation of Lu Han, upon hearing that name, would have been akin to a vengeful spirit, consumed by malice. Why had he now become so indifferent? "What do you intend to do next?" Having had minimal interaction with Lu Han before, Hu Wan keenly sensed that revenge against Situ Nanjing had been Lu Han's sole objective. Now, stripped of that goal, what could Lu Han possibly desire? Power, influence, control. Lu Han's eyes burned with a fervent longing. At this moment, nothing could enchant him more than these 3 pursuits. "Yang Aigua, it is imperative that you disseminate my ideology to every Eastern race." Lu Han instructed Wan, "Using this base as our starting point, we must extend our influence across the entirety of the Huaxia continent. Please ensure that all preparations are made." Wan and Yang Aigua exchanged puzzled glances. "And what will you do?" Lu Han's eyes ignited with a blazing fire. "I shall locate Situ Nanjing and bring our conflict to a definitive conclusion." Hu Wan and Yang Aigua were unsure what Lu Han meant by a final resolution. All they knew was that when Lu Han spoke those words, his fists clenched tightly, nearly drawing blood. They exchanged a knowing smile as they watched Lu Han crash through the window and depart. Within mere moments, Lu Han had infiltrated numerous secret bases established by the Earth United Nations near Guanqing. These bases served as logistical hubs for military supplies. Lu Han captured all the officers, searching among them for a familiar figure, Situ Nanjing. This man was undoubtedly still alive. As Lu Han approached the last figure, clad in a mask and white lab coat, the man removed his mask. It was indeed Situ Nanjing. So, you have found me again. Go ahead, make your move. Situ Nanjing closed his eyes, expressionless, awaiting Lu Han's merciless execution. However, the anticipated demise did not materialize. He opened his eyes, puzzled, and asked, "Do you have any questions?" Lu Han shook his head. "I no longer wish to kill you, nor am I interested in why you are still alive. I simply wish to know one thing. How can we put an end to this apocalypse?" A flicker of confusion crossed Situ Nanjing's face. "End? Why would we want to end it? If that were to happen, true annihilation would follow." Just as Situ Nanjing was about to launch into a lengthy discourse, Lu Han turned and shattered the wall, soaring away. Moments later, Lu Han seized a young man and reappeared. "Situ Nanfeng. Now, can you tell me the method?" Situ Nanjing fell silent, astonished that Lu Han would resort to threatening his own son. "How about we make a deal? You tell me how to end all of this, and I will release your son." The two remained silent, while the surrounding medical and research personnel watched with pale faces. Before them stood the man known as the Insect Race. As a high-ranking commander of the Legion, what choice would their commander Situ make? Chapter 66. Iron-Blooded Legion. Situ Nanjing's expression was cold, as if the hostage before him were not his own son. Lu Han smiled that it appeared he was not the only one cast aside by Situ Nanjing. This man was willing to abandon even his own child. "I can tell you," Situ Nanjing declared. Lu Han was taken aback. The outcome was not as he had anticipated. Situ Nanjing was actually willing to speak. "Satan. It is the original experimental subject and the root of everything." With that, Situ Nanjing ceased to speak, regarding Lu Han with indifference. As if awaiting death, Lu Han smiled slightly. "Satan, is it? I shall locate him." With a cloud of dust, Lu Han departed from that place. Hours later, he reappeared at the Huan base, descending from the sky like a deity. Within the base, thousands of soldiers were engaged in training. Upon seeing Lu Han's arrival, they offered respectful gazes. "We welcome the arrival of the Divine King." Lu Han looked quizzically at Huan, who was laughing heartily. "What is this title? Do they perceive me as some malevolent entity?" Lu Han frowned. "Do not call me Divine King. I am, like you, an ordinary human." This statement, however, fell on deaf ears. The crowd continued to gaze at Lu Han with fervor until suddenly, someone began to howl and bite at a nearby comrade. Lu Han furrowed his brow deeply. The phenomenon of superhuman backlash was about to manifest on a large scale, in the third stage of the apocalypse. All superhumans were gradually converging towards a universal third tier. Many first and second tier superhumans had begun to evolve rapidly, resulting in some failing in their evolution and transforming into zombies. Fortunately, I was prepared. Lu Han casually tossed Huan a small vial and a dossier. Huan, puzzled, inquired, "What is this?" "The secret of genes. We need no longer fear becoming zombies. This is the data that Lu Han previously stole from the Research Institute. It clearly indicates the chemical reactions that transform humans into zombies." Lu Han even managed to pilfer the immune serum. He turned to glance at the Crimson Legion behind him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Huan, I will be departing for a while. The base is in your capable hands." Upon hearing this, Huan pouted in discontent. Hasn't this base been under his command from the very beginning? Yet, he still responded cheerfully. After Lu Han finished speaking, he flapped his wings and vanished into the vast sky. The surrounding clouds rushed past his wings as he furrowed his brow, lost in thought. What manner of creature is Situ Nanjing? Could he possibly not be human? Lu Han had slain him 3 times, yet each time, another Situ Nanjing inexplicably emerged. If Lu Han's speculation is correct, those beings must be clones. With such musings, Lu Han descended from the sky, selecting a combat base at random. The soldiers nearby merely felt a violent tremor before witnessing a fleeting silhouette. By the time they comprehended the situation, the base's entrance had been reduced to a gaping hole. Alarms blared as security personnel rushed in to apprehend the intruder. However, upon bursting into the command center, they found only an empty hall. The captain's face turned pale as he trembled in rage, shouting, "The Supreme Commander has been abducted." While chaos erupted within the base, Lu Han held Situ Nanjing suspended in the air. "You are a clone, aren't you?" A glimmer of light flashed in Situ Nanjing's eyes, yet he remained silent. "I have killed 3 of you. You shall be the 4th." Lu Han casually glanced at the miniature version of the scene below. Falling from 2,000 meters would surely be exhilarating, wouldn't it? Situ Nanjing still said nothing. Lu Han's grip slackened slightly, and Situ Nanjing began to descend slowly, only to suddenly speak. I am indestructible. If you kill one of me. There are others. Lu Han chuckled darkly, finally admitting it. A clone? Situ Nanjing adjusted his glasses. We have already acquired all your information. Your demise is merely a matter of time. Lu Han, filled with rage, laughed mockingly. Is that so? But you may find yourself dead before I am. Situ Nanjing did not refute this but suddenly remarked, if it were me now, I would similarly choose to abandon you, for you are an unstable pawn. Unstable? Lu Han's skin twitched. What does stability mean? To become an emotionless machine, like you? A robot that only knows how to obey? Lu Han tightened his grip, feeling a peculiar sensation. Though he did not consciously feel anger, his body yearned to eliminate this individual. It seems the vengeful obsession of the insectoid genes cannot be easily extinguished. Lu Han sighed softly. Enough of this futile argument. If I have issues, I will seek out other versions of you. He loosened his fingers, and Situ Nanjing plummeted at an accelerating speed. His face bore no fear. He simply adjusted his glasses and gazed coldly at Lu Han before gradually merging with the earth below. The only useful information I have is about this Satan. Who exactly is he? Coupled with the enigmatic Situ Nanjing, the situation appears far more complex than I had imagined. Lu Han, expressionless, stroked his chin. Suddenly, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Why does my recently cold demeanor resemble that of Situ Nanjing? The entire eastern region seems to be on the brink of action. The military has amassed its strength, preparing to encircle Lu Han. Compared to zombies, the insectoid threat, which can proliferate endlessly, poses a far greater danger. Upon learning of these developments, Lu Han remained indifferent, as if they were of no concern to him. How many zombies remain? Lu Han asked Hu Wan, who stood behind him, while surveying the thousands of corpses. Approximately 8,000, Hu Wan replied, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and squinting. Lu Han pondered for a moment before abruptly inquiring, By the way, how has Yang Aigua performed? At the mention of this, Hu Wan's lips curled into a proud smile. Do you see these well-trained warriors? They possess faith, strength, and unparalleled cohesion. They are a sharp blade that strikes with precision. Pride radiated from Hu Wan's face. This is the power of red belief, transforming these brave men into an indomitable steel legion. Lu Han nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the 5,000 soldiers are predominantly ordinary men, with superhumans comprising less than 20%. However, Lu Han took note of these warriors' formidable qualities: ferocity, tenacity, iron will, and wisdom, all present in abundance. Excellent. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I will assist you in resolving all issues. Lu Han had grown weary of the oppressive tyranny of the United Nations on Earth. In this era dictated by supreme authority, he aimed to overthrow it personally and restore the prosperous and powerful Huagua of a century ago. Chapter 67. The First Exchange. In the 120 days of the apocalypse, Yang Aigua had successfully nurtured a true cohort of red warriors. They were resilient, fearless, and driven by belief, aspiring to carve out a new realm, one free from the hegemony of tyrants. I have given you the key. From here on, it is up to you. Lu Han stood before the 5,000 members of the Legion, his expression devoid of emotion. I am leaving. You are now me. Go forth and create a new world. With these parting words, Lu Han vanished. Subsequently, these 5,000 initial members of the Red Legion searched frantically but never uncovered Lu Han's whereabouts. The pioneer with wings and unmatched power would not return. In the blink of an eye, all the zombies had vanished. Higuan City had found peace. Who exactly is Satan? Lu Han soared through the sky, his mind swirling with thoughts of Satan, yet he remained frustrated by the lack of answers. Eventually, he abandoned his musings, contentedly directing his gaze towards his system interface. Name: Lu Han. Identity: Dark Insect God Level, Tier 5 Beginner. Achievement Points: 125, 390. Before departing, Lu Han traversed the entirety of Higuan City, exterminating every last zombie. Now, dealing with the Tier 3 zombies felt akin to slaughtering chickens or dogs. Lu Han hovered in midair, browsing the options available for exchange in the system. The Descendant Sunbow. The sun-chasing boots of the ancient god Qua Fu, the 7 Series Ferrari Infinite Energy Refrigerator. What on earth are these? Lu Han's thoughts had begun to align closely with the insectoid perspective. These fearless items seemed to him mere trinkets. Let me restore my normal state first. Lu Han recalled his previous condition, nearly identical to that of Situ Nanjing, and hurriedly searched the system exchange interface for similar items. The gene fusion agent, which can assimilate designated genes while retaining the compatibility of both, was precisely what Lu Han needed. Moreover, the price was reasonable. It seemed to be 100,000 achievement points. Wouldn't that deplete all my savings? Lu Han understood well how hard-earned his 12,000 achievement points were. It took him 3 days and nights to scour Higuan City, slaughtering all the zombies that appeared to amass such a fortune. Yet, influenced by the insectoid genes, although Lu Han felt it was not worth it, he experienced no significant sense of despair. With a detached expression, he clicked to confirm the payment. Exchange successful. Would you like to use it immediately? Yes. Gene fusion in progress. The host will revert to human form while retaining the abilities of the dark insect God.as. His body began to contort. Lu Han felt the changes occurring within him. He quickly spent a few achievement points to exchange for a mirror. Gazing into the mirror at his restored human form, Lu Han burst into joyous laughter. I've transformed back into a human. Ha ha ha. With the restoration of his human form, Lu Han regained his emotions, reigniting the flames of hatred towards Situ Nanjing within him. This old fellow must have employed some nefarious means. Could they all truly be clones? Clones were not uncommon even before the apocalypse. However, due to societal norms and moral constraints, no corporation dared to produce them. Coupled with the looming threat of the colossal United Nations, all entrepreneurs adhered strictly to the directives of top leadership. As Lu Han contemplated this, he suddenly sensed a wave of danger approaching. What is happening? His honed battle instincts propelled Lu Han to pivot sharply, narrowly evading a sharp, oval object. However, a flash of white light erupted, and an overwhelming force slammed into Lu Han's entire body, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Damn, tactical shell. With a gasp of astonishment, Lu Han found himself in a state of semi-consciousness. Suddenly, he experienced a jarring sensation of free fall. Gritting his teeth, he bit down on his tongue to regain awareness. Instantly, his wings unfurled behind him, propelling him skyward. At that moment, several oval-shaped objects surged towards him once more again. Lu Han exclaimed in alarm, hastening his escape into the distance. Yet, as a mere mortal, how could he possibly outrun such advanced weaponry? In an instant, a pure white tether caught up to him, followed by a deafening explosion. The shockwave slammed into Lu Han's chest, searing him, yet he felt no pain. Could it be Lu Han suddenly recalled the mysterious armor he had purchased earlier? It turned out that this enigmatic armor had mitigated the damage from the shockwaves. With a shudder, Lu Han glanced down at his chest. Had it not been for this armor, he would surely have been grievously injured. He quickly fled the scene, ascending towards the clouds. Although he had returned to a human form, the genes of the insectoid race still resided within him, allowing him to fly freely even in the oxygen-deprived heights. After some effort, Lu Han finally evaded the relentless pursuit of the weaponry. Seeking refuge atop a mountain nearly 1,000 meters high, damn it! Lu Han cursed vehemently. One misfortune after another had befallen him, and now he had become the sworn enemy of the entire United Nations. He would face an unending pursuit. As the saying goes, evil cannot prevail against righteousness. In the eyes of the UN, Lu Han was now the embodiment of that very evil. Standing atop the peak, Lu Han's keen eyesight allowed him to survey the ground below, a gift from his insectoid genetics. Below, a horde of mindless zombies congregated. Simultaneously, a pale figure stood at the forefront of the undead, silently howling. Was that the Undying? The moment the thought crossed his mind, Lu Han was taken aback. The Undying? What was that? How did he come to utter such words? In his dismay, Lu Han exchanged for a historical manual on the insectoid race and the Undying. This revelation plunged him into profound skepticism and shock. The insectoid race was akin to parasites of the cosmos, a highly differentiated advanced species, far removed from the filthy vermin imagined by humanity. They adhered strictly to a pyramid structure, relentlessly plundering cosmic resources and assimilating neighboring planets. Wherever the insectoids wreaked havoc, life could not survive the onslaught. At the apex of this hierarchy was the dark insect god. Did this entity have any connection to my system? Lu Han pondered, lost in thought. All signs pointed to an inextricable link between his system and the dark insect god. For instance, during the time Lu Han was possessed by the system, he had once referred to himself as the dark insect god, chapter 68. A frantic escape, both the Undying and the insectoid race were inherently aggressive. However, according to information Lu Han had gleaned from the system, it appeared that the insectoid king had fallen, and Lu Han was the fortunate heir. The insect god had been slain by the zombie king, who in turn had met his demise at Lu Han's hands. Consequently, Lu Han rightfully inherited the identity of the insect god, so it was because of the zombie king I killed before my rebirth. There was no doubt that the Lu Han of his past life had been a formidable being, an extraordinary human who had transcended the limits of humanity. Just how powerful he had been was unclear, but Lu Han distinctly remembered that he could annihilate everything in his path, including humanity itself. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, Lu Han reminisced about the immense power of his previous life. It was a strength that looked down upon all living beings. Satan, could that be the name of the zombie king? The name Satan particularly caught Lu Han's attention. Since it had been uttered by Situ Nanjing, it must belong to a formidable figure. In his current state, he likely lacked the power to confront such an adversary. With this thought, Lu Han clenched his fists with determination. He needed to elevate his strength. If he could swiftly regain the power he had possessed before his rebirth, he could soon put an end to this farcical control by the United Nations. With a powerful beat of his wings, Lu Han vanished from sight, landing amidst a horde of over 100,000 corpses. Roar! Lu Han found himself amused as he observed the zombies nearby. Once, these creatures had posed a significant threat, but now they seemed nothing more than buffoons. Inferno of Devouring. The black flames incinerated the entire horde of zombies, spreading rapidly with every contact among them. Lu Han stood still, and hundreds of zombies fell to the black flames. The system notifications rang in his ears. Achievement points 3. Achievement points 3. The third-tier zombie horde yielded 3 corresponding achievement points. Judging by the scale of this horde, Lu Han estimated he could amass nearly 400,000 achievement points after the slaughter. A smile of delight spread across his face. He thought, if this pace continues, coupled with my black flames, the day I exchange for those divine items will not be far off. Lu Han soared through the air, reveling in the sight of the zombies turning to ash. A sudden wave of danger washed over him. It seems these creatures are not as weak as I had imagined. Lu Han turned just in time to see a creature resembling an animal charging towards him. This being was moving rapidly on all fours, and had Lu Han not been a fifth-tier superhuman, he might have struggled to keep pace. Hiss! Accompanied by a sound akin to a hissing snake. Lu Han felt a warm liquid on his cheek. He had been injured. The peculiar zombie-esque figure began to slowly dissipate not far from Lu Han. An afterimage. An aberrant zombie? Zombies are the grotesque byproducts of humanity's failed evolution, and thus they can continue to evolve. The term aberrant zombie refers to the mutated variants of the undead. Lu Han's expression darkened. This creature had managed to injure him stealthily, indicating it possessed strength no less than the 5th tier. Black flames enveloped Lu Han in an instant, forming a protective shield, which then coalesced into black armor, encasing him completely. By the time Lu Han completed this, the aberrant zombie sensed the impending danger and let out a furious shriek towards him. As expected, Lu Han felt another wave of impact. Yet, the aberrant zombie remained rooted in place. Damn it, teleportation? Or invisibility? Lu Han detested dealing with these aberrant zombies, as their abilities were bizarre and exceedingly troublesome. He attempted to strike at the afterimage, but his attack met only air, and once again, his neck came under assault. An illusion? Lu Han frowned, beginning to sense the danger. As he narrowed the range of the black flames, zombies began to swarm towards him incessantly, completely surrounding him. Scatter! Lu Han commanded, dispersing the black flames, intending first to eliminate the surrounding zombies. However, the moment he did so, his neck was attacked again. The protective capability of the dispersed black flames was insufficient, and Lu Han felt a sharp cut across his neck. Damn it! Withdraw? Lu Han hastily retracted the black flames, reforming the black armor around him, and quickly dispatched several zombies with his bare hands to heal his injuries. The system's functions proved remarkably useful. After taking down a zombie, Lu Han's neck wound healed instantly, returning to the smoothness of a baby's skin. There was no choice. Retreating temporarily was the only option. Lu Han's face paled as he surveyed the encroaching horde of corpses. If he allowed such a multitude of zombies to assault his black flame armor, it would not withstand for long. Yet, if he unleashed the black flames to massacre the zombies on a grand scale, he would be vulnerable to the aberrant sneak attacks. He must seize the opportunity to exchange for protective gear. Although the wound on his neck had healed, Lu Han still felt a lingering sense of dread, as if the pain still resided within him. Turning to glance at the horde of zombies of varying shapes and sizes closing in around him, Lu Han sighed softly. With a powerful flap of his wings, he prepared to depart. Ascending high into the sky, the horde of corpses below began to shrink, dwindling to the size of ants. Lu Han sighed again, just as he was about to leave, when suddenly he felt a jolt. One of his wings had snapped. Oh no! Lu Han plummeted, only able to exclaim "oh no," before beginning to free fall rapidly. The horde of corpses below loomed ever larger, and Lu Han was on the verge of crashing to the ground, destined for a fate of being torn asunder. Inferno of Devouring. Lu Han, disregarding his surroundings, instantaneously dispersed the black flames, intending to eliminate a few zombies to mend the injuries to his wings. Simultaneously, as the black flame armor dissipated, the unidentified mutant commenced a ferocious assault. Lu Han was compelled to simultaneously control the black flames to devour the zombies while fending off the mutants' attacks with his bare hands. After several exchanges, Lu Han was left with numerous wounds. However, with the demise of the zombies, he gradually healed. Remarkably, the mutant could not shake Lu Han's resolve. His wings had fully restored, allowing him to ascend once more. Damn it! Lu Han's complexion turned pale, engulfed in profound dread. The mutant's assaults were utterly insurmountable unless he summoned the black flame armor. Had the mutants shown a little more audacity during their earlier encounters, Lu Han's head could have easily been severed. At that moment, only one thought occupied Lu Han's mind: to flee. No sooner had this notion crossed his mind than he soared into the sky. Appearing as a desperate, cornered rat, Chapter 69. Restoring honor. What transpired? Why did the horde suddenly become agitated? Within the confines of an office at a military base in Guan City, an elderly man was shouting incessantly. Investigate. Discover the cause behind these traitors' agitation. At this moment, the atmosphere within the office was rife with anxiety. Their supreme commander had expended considerable effort to corral a horde of 100,000 into a valley, employing special methods to ensnare them. Yet before they could execute a large-scale extermination, the horde had erupted in turmoil. Their endeavors were on the brink of failure, while the base was steeped in panic. The instigator of this incident, Lu Han, was leisurely soaring through the AI art. No wonder the apocalypse I read about in novels differs. It appears someone is orchestrating events behind the scenes. Lu Han had long been curious about why. Despite the world's collapse, military bases remained intact. It seems there was indeed a hidden agenda at play. As Lu Han glided through the sky, a sudden sound of rushing air reached him. He quickly turned, evading several incoming projectiles. Damn it, this is utterly intolerable. Veins bulged on Lu Han's forehead. Such relentless provocation pushed even his normally placid temper to its limits. With a powerful flap of his wings, Lu Han vanished, only to reappear beside several launch silos emitting vapor. You scoundrels, just wait until I find you. I shall flay you alive. Lu Han seethed. Meanwhile, within the large base beneath him, a group of individuals stared at the monitors. Their faces etched with fear. One of them exclaimed, "What do we do? That bastard has indeed come for us. What else can we do? Surrender. Do you wish to meet the same fate as the other bases? Damn it. If only we had a replica of Commander Situ, we wouldn't be so helpless." Upon hearing the name Situ, the others fell silent. Alas, the betrayal of that undead faction was anticipated, much like the fate of our nation when it was consumed by the United Nations. Without strength, one is subject to manipulation. As the few deliberated, Lu Han had already penetrated the ground near the launch silos, making his way toward the underground base. Bastards. Just because the tiger doesn't roar doesn't mean I'm a sickly cat. Come out and face your demise. Though Lu Han was typically amiable, it did not imply he was someone to be trifled with. Quickly, retreat into the bomb shelter. Don't let him find you. Where's the negotiator? Hurry and come out to negotiate with that monster. What? He fled. The base erupted into chaos. Lu Han had breached the alloy shell of the base and entered, coldly observing a few soldiers packing their belongings. "What are you lot doing?" The entire Earth United Nations had witnessed Lu Han's solo battle against 13 third-tier warriors and his overwhelming defeat of 24th-tier centurions. These soldiers were no exception. We re-escaping? Lu Han chuckled. "Oh? So now you realize my might." The two soldiers regarded Lu Han as though he were a demon, trembling uncontrollably, their complexions pale as paper. "Spare us, we didn't attack you. We can guide you, that guy hasn't left yet. I can take you to him." Lu Han shook his head. The ethos of the Earth United Nations, under the influence of the Western races, had devolved into one devoid of faith and courage, selfish and self-reliant, even possessing that ridiculous notion of individual independence. In their eyes, personal gain outweighed national interests. The young men from Huagua before him had been corrupted and assimilated in an environment dominated by Western ideologies. Lu Han shook his head helplessly, his resolve to revive Huagua only growing stronger. "I am not here to kill you." The two soldiers were taken aback. If the devil doesn't kill, then what else could he want? Moreover, the figure before them was not a so-called demon but a far more terrifying insectoid. "Take me to your commander." The fear Lu Han instilled had deeply penetrated the soldiers' souls. They complied without resistance to his orders. 5 minutes later, Lu Han coldly surveyed the more than 3,000 soldiers assembled below. He then projected an image of Situ Nanjing's distinctive face onto the screen for all to see. "Since you hail from another time and space, it's only fair to inform you that this entire situation is the handiwork of the Earth United Nations." "Are you implying that the zombies are products created by the Earth United Nations?" "Indeed. According to cosmic intelligence, the cosmic overlord, the insectoid race, is about to encroach upon the Milky Way. Yet Earth's technology is utterly incapable of countering it. The only means of resistance lies in the power of mutation." The dialogue between Lu Han and Situ Nanjing replayed on the large screen, causing an uproar among the soldiers present. Some even shouted in anger, "It's you damned higher-ups. I always wondered why the zombies only targeted civilians. It turns out you instigated everything." The commander's expression darkened. This matter had practically ceased to be a secret. Aside from some lower-ranking soldiers, those with even a modicum of rank were already aware of the hidden truths. But what of it? The current zombie tide had escaped the United Nations' control. Otherwise, such information would never have reached the ears of their lower-tier leaders. The true apocalypse, a completely uncontrollable apocalypse, was imminent. "Lu Han is right," the commander suddenly cried, his head in his hands. Lu Han turned to look at him, ready to respond. If it was something he did not wish to hear, he would not hesitate to sever the man's head. "We are all forsaken individuals." Upon uttering those words, the commander suddenly knelt, clutching his head in anguish. The thousands of soldiers watching were equally stunned. What on earth was happening, Commander? As the soldiers pressed for answers, the commander finally unburdened himself from the pain he had long endured. "This entire situation is the plan of the highest echelons of the Earth United Nations, sacrificing nearly 90% of the Earth's population to breed a select few elites. This was intended to create the most loyal bodyguards for those high-ranking officials, to fend off the impending invasion of the insectoid race." A wave of shock swept through the ranks. "Insectoid? Didn't you say Lu Han is one of them?" The commander shook his head. Before he could speak, Lu Han stepped forward. "I am not the insectoid you presume me to be, and the current crisis does not stem from the insectoids, but rather from the chaos instigated by the United Nations." Lu Han had already inherited the legacy of the insectoids and harbored no intentions of invading his own planet. Thus, he did not perceive the insectoids as a significant threat. The soldiers' long-held suspicions were confirmed. They had surmised that everything was orchestrated by the United Nations. Yet, when their conjectures were validated, they found it utterly unfathomable. Chapter 70. Sword Saint of Luanshan. Lu Han revealed everything to the soldiers, who in turn viewed the United Nations as their adversary. Thus, Huan's Red Army experienced a resurgence. A mysterious organization led by Lu Han, the Red Army, was steadily growing in strength. With the assistance of the defected commander, Lu Han broadcasted a message globally, exposing the United Nations' role in igniting the apocalyptic turmoil and thereby clearing his name. However, while Lu Han was engaged in these endeavors, he remained unaware that military strongholds around the globe had already succumbed to the zombie onslaught. The true apocalypse had arrived. Tisk, Foolish humans. A cloaked skeleton stood atop a building, gazing down at the throngs of corpses filling the city, a sinister smile gracing his face. Behind him stood 10 varied forms of zombies in eerie silence. Zombie King, what shall be our next step? A being known as the Corpse King chuckled with a sinister glee. You, members of the 10 Sins, are scattered across the globe. Unify all the failed undead and eradicate the resilient forces of humanity. Just as the 10 zombies were about to embark on their mission, the Corpse King suddenly called them back. Furthermore, ascertain the true nature of the legendary insect race in the human realm. Discover what they truly are. Yes, Corpse King. At that moment, Lu Han stood within Hu Wan's office. The entirety of the Heguan City faction had been thoroughly integrated. The name Red Base had now become the new identity of Heguan City. With Lu Han's assistance, a formidable defense structure had been erected. Sturdy walls and an arsenal of heavy firepower, numbering in the millions, had been amassed here in a bid to bolster the defensive capabilities. Lu Han deliberately reduced the area of the encampment, sacrificing a considerable expanse of territory in exchange for an impregnable stronghold. Not even 100,000 third-tier zombies could breach it. Even 100,000 fourth-tier zombies would find no success. Beyond these matters, Lu Han had meticulously searched the entirety of Heguan City, yet he found no trace of Situ Nanjing. Based on his analysis, that individual had likely been replicated in large quantities as an exceptional specimen and dispatched to various bases to invigorate the system's power. Nevertheless, Lu Han had sown enough seeds here. The next step was to await their germination. Thus, it was time for Lu Han to depart. On this day, he vanished once more, but there was no panic among the people. They understood that this formidable leader would inevitably return. 3 days later, in Wanshan City, Lu Han strolled through the streets. This was the largest gathering place in Wanshan City. Following the collapse of the military structure, most officers and soldiers had flooded into various encampments, aligning themselves under different leaders. With the influx of personnel from the system, each encampment began to undergo a formal differentiation, gradually evolving into small cities on the right track. The encampment Lu Han was in was established by the former Navy officer, Zhang Shilian, and was known as the Zhang Kingdom. Brother, come and try this. It's absolutely exhilarating. Lu Han disdainfully waved his hand. The individual before him, with his sharp features, was clearly no legitimate merchant. Brother, I assure you, there's no deception here. Look at this. Crystal core exchange. Anyone interested in exchanging crystal cores? Vendors of all sizes lined the streets, hawking their wares, and even some legitimate shops had begun to open. As Lu Han walked, he suddenly overheard a few individuals discussing nearby. Who among you will take on the recently issued bounty? I am definitely going 1,000 third-tier crystal cores, and it's merely a matter of eliminating a few civilians. I could offer a few thousand to Lord Axe. Ha! Do you think Lord Axe would even deign to look at your few thousand third-tier crystal cores? He can acquire as many as he desires. What do you know? Our leader has already acquired the technology to refine crystal cores. Lord Axe, as one of the 3 guardians, certainly possesses that capability. Are you implying that Lord Axe intends to consolidate third-tier crystal cores to forge fourth-tier ones to aid his cultivation? The group chuckled ominously. Lu Han paid them no mind, merely shaking his head as he walked away. 1,000 third-tier crystal cores, although not an insignificant sum, did not particularly intimidate Lu Han. The zombies he had slaughtered over the past few days easily numbered over 500,000, with at least 20,000 being third-tier. Thus, 1,000 third-tier crystal cores was of little consequence to Lu Han. However, he had allocated a significant number of crystal cores to the Red Base to facilitate their development. Now, his own inventory had become rather sparse. Why not give it a try? He thought, and promptly turned back towards those individuals. In a cold tone, he inquired, "Where do I accept the task?" The group of youngsters regarded Lu Han with disdain. "Who are you? How dare you eavesdrop on our conversation?" Lu Han chuckled at their indignation. "You spoke so loudly that even if I were standing dozens of meters away, I could still hear you. Enough of this chatter. Where do I go to accept the task?" He produced 3 third-tier crystal cores from his pocket and tossed them into their midst. The youngsters immediately brightened, grinning as they approached. "Brother, we were just joking. If you're really going, I must caution you." Lu Han's brow furrowed at their attempt at bargaining. Yet, the clever youths quickly backtracked, saying, "Brother, we didn't mean it that way. We merely wanted to warn you. This task is not as simple as it sounds." Lu Han relaxed his expression. "Speak plainly. What is the catch?" The small-time ruffian waved his hand grandiosely, adopting a lecturing tone. Lu Han, growing impatient, gestured for him to get to the point. The ruffian shuddered and hurriedly bowed in apology. No offense meant. Anyone who can casually produce third-tier crystal cores is not to be trifled with. Even a third-tier superhuman can only safely eliminate second-tier monsters. To slay monsters of equal rank, a third-tier superhuman would need to endure some injuries. Fourth-tier beings can slay third-tier monsters, and third-tier beings can combat second-tier ones. It is a well-known fact, brother. While this task may seem straightforward, just eliminate a few civilians, you do realize who those civilians are? Don't you? Lu Han raised an eyebrow in curiosity. They are none other than the mother and wife of the Sword Saint of Luanshan. And who is the Sword Saint? Lu Han asked. He is the very being capable of slaughtering fifth-tier Earthstorm bears. Lu Han's heart jolted. To kill a fifth-tier beast? That would require at least sixth-tier strength, he mused, reflecting on the fact that even amidst the third-tier zombie tide, individuals had already reached sixth-tier prowess. Truly, the student surpasses the master. After his moment of contemplation, Lu Han's eyes gleamed with battle intent. What of the sixth tier? I, Lu Han, shall inevitably reclaim my heavenly tier strength. Chapter 71. The Money Tree. How does one accept a task? Lu Han inquired. Before him stood a uniquely charming young woman. Upon hearing Lu Han's question, she politely replied, Greetings, sir. Please register your identity and level information. The system will automatically match you with corresponding tasks. Lu Han considered that he might reside here for a while, so he decided to register. It would make future task acceptance and earnings more convenient. After all, who would wish to be at odds with crystal cores? Lu Han, fifth-tier superhuman. What? The young woman blinked, seemingly not having heard clearly. I am Lu Han. No. It's the latter part. Fifth-tier superhuman. Suddenly, the young woman gasped, covering her mouth in alarm as she dashed away. Quick, call the manager. We have a significant client. Lu Han stood bewildered, a puzzled expression crossing his face as the crowd began casting reverent glances in his direction, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Feeling awkward, Lu Han hastily found a seat. Yet, no sooner had he settled than a rotund man with a jovial demeanor approached him briskly. Greetings, sir. I am the manager of our task platform. Please follow me. The man ushered Lu Han to a more exclusive hall on the third floor, where he settled onto a genuine leather sofa. Mr. Lu, as a distinguished fifth-tier guest, we offer you complimentary membership services. May I kindly request your identity information? Just as he finished speaking, the manager smacked his forehead. How forgetful of me. Since you don't possess a membership card, you naturally have no identity information. Heh. Here, take this card. I'll help you reissue your identity information later. Lu Han, still bewildered, found a black card thrust into his hand, followed by a peculiar device being placed before him. Greetings, Mr. Lu. This is the tool for testing your level. Of course, it's not that we distrust you. It's merely for the convenience of tracking the populace within the encampment. Lu Han shook his head. Let us discuss that later. I wish to know what the highest bounty task is here. The hall manager exchanged glances with a nearby secretary before activating a device that projected a virtual interface into the air. Currently, the highest bounty is the assassination order initiated by the madman Zhang, targeting the wife and mother of the Sword Saint of Luanshan. Upon revealing this information, the manager's complexion paled slightly, and he wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Although this task is listed here, no one dares to accept it. The Sword Saint is rumored to have attained 6th-tier strength. The task was issued by his nemesis, Madman Zhang, as an outlet for his frustration, despite being a trusted confidant of the leader. Even with his 5th-tier status, he finds himself powerless against the Sword Saint. Lu Han fell silent for a moment. What is the name of your leader? The lobby manager was momentarily taken aback. No one truly knows the leader. He is an exceedingly enigmatic figure. Lu Han nodded in acknowledgement. Based on his experiences from a previous life, it was prudent to first pay respects to the local dignitaries upon arriving at this gathering place, lest he inadvertently invite unnecessary trouble. After all, individuals of his caliber, a 5th-tier expert, typically wield the capacity to exert significant influence with the slightest of gestures. Take, for instance, the renowned Sword Saint of Luanshan. A few minutes later, Lu Han inquired around but was unable to uncover the whereabouts of the local leader. According to the accounts he gathered, the leader was shrouded in mystery. No one had ever laid eyes upon him. They only knew that whenever peril befell the gathering, the leader would emerge, swiftly vanquishing formidable foes before vanishing once more into obscurity. Lu Han understood. He must be a person not unlike himself. However, what piqued his interest most was the so-called Sword Saint of Wanshan. Thus, he returned to the mission hall. I shall undertake this task, he declared. The lobby manager regarded Lu Han with a mixture of astonishment and concern. Young hero, I implore you to reconsider. This task is not one to be taken lightly. Given that you are a newcomer, you may not be fully aware of the circumstances surrounding us. The so-called Sword Saint of Wanshan is rumored to possess 6th-tier abilities. And you are certain you can prevail against him? Lu Han smiled. No worries, please register me for this task. I am committed to it. At that moment, a ripple of excitement swept through the entire 3rd floor. This was a mission to hunt down the wife and mother of the Sword Saint of Wanshan. Was this fellow truly courting death? It must be noted that the Sword Saint of Wanshan is reputed to be a 6th-tier master, capable of slaying the formidable earth-breaking bear, a 5th-tier beast. Beasts are inherently stronger than humans. A 4th-tier beast can defeat a 5th-tier human, and thus, a 5th-tier can surely best a 6th-tier. Yet, the Sword Saint of Wanshan had, with his 6th-tier prowess, brutally slain the earth-breaking bear. In the entire gathering, apart from the Sword Saint of Wanshan, nearly all were 3rd-tier superhumans, except for a few trusted confidants of the leaders who were at the initial stages of the 4th tier. Only that elusive leader, whose presence is rarely felt, could potentially match the Sword Saint of Wanshan's strength.